In a lengthy, white skirt, Yenjeka stood in the night breeze, refined and elegant. She was first stunned by Lu Cheng's words, but the astonishment was soon replaced by a smile. Her eyes curved, chin raised a little, hair flying, and dimples deep. "You think that's enough to please me?" Her hands reached out to that bag of Linbian special products and she began browsing curiously. "I'm not trying to please my lovely wife." Lu Cheng chuckled and continued to express his feelings. "Wherever I go, the first thing that comes to my mind is what is fun, pretty, or delicious that I can share with my coup. As soon as I was done today, this idea popped out, but I didn't have time to shop around. I searched online and bought these." Listening to her ex-boyfriend and current husband, Yenjika's eyes became watery and the corners of her mouth curved upward. She felt a little bit shy and lowered her head subconsciously, looking at the osmanthus pie, matsutake jam, and local special fruits. From the corner of her eye, she saw another bag in Lu Cheng's left hand. Smart as she was, she easily changed the topic. "This is for your parents?" "Yeah. My mom was complaining about me going to Linbian without a word over the phone. Yesterday, I told her I really missed her cooking, but today I couldn't go home in time for dinner," answered Lu Cheng with a smile. He had bought 2 of everything. "You told your mom you were going to Linbian?" asked Yenjika, surprised. "A quick mention. I told her my master sent me to take care of a minor matter and promised to come back quickly." Lu Cheng paused to find the right words. "That was what I thought. Linbian isn't the safest place compared to Songcheng and Huahai, but nothing serious happens there most of the time." He didn't have time to explain everything on the phone. Now he found it necessary to tell her everything as they were married and were responsible for each other's futures. His life was no longer just his. "You don't have to tell me this. I'm not blaming you." Yenjeka bit her bottom lip gently, her voice caring and loving. "You have officially become a disciple of your master and a member of a faction, so of course you'll have to deal with all sorts of tasks. Many relatives of mine are from the Shushan study. Such things take place often. Usually, tasks from the faction are simple and safe. If a task can't be done by a disciple at the body refining stage, it will be given to a Dan stage member. If it still can't be completed, a capable disciple at the inhuman stage will be assigned. If he fails, a mighty one with physical invulnerability will be put on the task. In case it is not safe for a mighty one with physical invulnerability, they probably won't insist on doing this mission. When you told me you were heading to Linbian for a minor faction matter, I was concerned about the bad reputation about public security in the city. That's why I told you to not pull back in case of an emergency. I didn't want you to wreck in a ditch. I do worry about you, but I'm fine with it. Then the minor matter became more serious, which was beyond your control. You told me immediately and acted with caution and confidence." Yenjeka suddenly paused, her lips pouting and nose twitching, and began to sob. "Ah, I can't continue." Her eyes turned red. "I understand all this, but I can't help feeling bad when things happen. I was very, very worried. When your second call rang, I was so afraid it might be from someone else, calling to inform me of something bad. I was so scared." She stopped her whining and locked her eyes on Lu Cheng with some attitude, her teeth grinding. "Cheng, let me bite you." Lu Cheng was very touched by her sudden, true sentiment revelation. Thinking about her concerns, his heart ached for her. He responded in his softest voice, "Okay." Yenjeka took one step forward and buried her head in Lu Cheng's shoulder, her lips open and teeth showing above Lu Cheng's collarbone. Lu Cheng relaxed his muscles and stopped his instinctive responses, preparing for a hard bite. However, no pain came to him but a gentle nibble on his skin, which soon turned into a warm kiss. "I can't bite you," said Yenjika without raising her head. Lu Cheng's heart missed a beat and the bag fell out of his hand. He lifted the girl with both hands, caressing his wife's back and hair. He then lowered his head and kissed her head. Yenjika kept her head in Lu Cheng's shoulder and opened her mouth. "I know even the simplest task could go wrong and lead to danger. I can't lock you at home or chain you up. I can't forbid you from everything. I hope you can be more careful in the future and make your decision after figuring out all the details. Don't take risks. Act only when you are absolutely confident. Tell me more if time allows so I can be more comfortable. Don't try to be tough in front of difficulties. Leave when you need to and seek aid from the sect when necessary. I promise. Lu Cheng nodded solemnly. Yen Zhika remained silent for a few seconds and then heaved a sigh. If my health was better, I could reach the dance stage and do these things with you. We could be like my grandparents. I really envy them. Every couple has a different story, and we can't force ourselves into others' shoes. Lu Cheng thought about it and tried to comfort his wife. If you did accompany me on such missions, I would be unable to remain calm and would be worried about you all the time. I wouldn't perform as well. The darkness fell slowly and the moon rose. The pair hugged and talked, sharing their deep feelings. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yen Zhika resumed her normal mood and pushed Lu Cheng away. Happiness filled up her eyes. Go back and eat. I can hear your tummy roaring. Yeah, let me walk you back first. Lu Cheng flushed. No need. It's just a few steps away. Yen Zhika bounced backward, her skirt flying up. She stopped after 2 steps and turned around to look at Lu Cheng, with a smile hiding behind her hand. Cheng, for a second, I thought you would try to take me out on a date before sending me home. For a second, I did think about it, but someone didn't bite me earlier. I must take good care of her. Lu Cheng chuckled. However, Empress Dowager and your dear father are waiting for you. Picking up a gift can't take 3 hours. How would they think of me? That's right. If you told your mom you would be a few more hours late and would rather have something outside, she would slap your face. Yen Zhika poked fun at him. Lu Cheng shook his head and laughed. I remember someone saying she didn't like that every date led towards that direction. Spiritual connection is just as important. Taking a stroll, chatting, watching TV shows and programs, and doing homework are also nice. I felt you weren't very happy in Songqing, but you gave in at last. It's not that I'm not happy or not into it. Phew, I don't like it at all. Yen Zhika threw a glare at Lu Cheng, shy but splendid. As you said, girls care about other things besides sexual things. I thought we were just married and you were very thirsty. I guess that was why I agreed to do it. Also, we will part very soon, and we have left it to God. Even now I'm tempted. Maybe every girl has this irrational side. They waved at each other after some more talking. Lu Cheng watched her elegantly walking into the estate and then returned home with the gift. Finally, your father and I ate already. I'll heat it up for you. Qi Fang stood up from the couch. She hadn't even thought about waiting for her son to eat together. My real mother. Lu Cheng handed over the bag and put on a bright smile. Mom, Dad, I got you something from Linbian. My son. You went for business but managed to buy us something? Qi Fang's smile was brilliant. Lu Jisheng asked in a reserved manner. Why did your sect send you to Linbian today? It didn't take you long. A minor matter. They needed someone to show up. Just for a few minutes, answered Lu Cheng vaguely. As Qi Fang took over the bag, she casually commented. Linbian is not a safe place. Why did your master send you there? Not bad. Our government is very strict. Linbian's public security is not the best. But how bad can it be? It's actually pretty safe as long as I don't go to crowded places or dark allies and don't make trouble. Otherwise, how do residents there live? Responded Lu Cheng with a sneer. Qi Fang didn't say more. Dishes were reheated and served. Lu Cheng devoured it all before his parents' eyes. When you went to Linbian, your dad was worried. He was watching their local TV station earlier. Qi Fang made fun of Lu Jisheng. It was by chance. Lu Jisheng coughed it off. Lu Cheng's heart was warm and his appetite just got better. The family sat together happily. The news came along but disappeared in their chats and laughter. Linbian TV News. This afternoon, a serious gun-related crime took place in the Linfu building at the Jiuxing Junction. The case has been solved and the main suspects Si Jianting and Huang Chengda have been arrested. Lu Cheng returned to his room after dinner and turned on his computer. looking for videos from this afternoon. Fortunately, he was very efficient to get it done in under 2 minutes. Most people on site didn't have the chance to respond. It was a horrifying scene that not many dared to approach, so only a few blurry photos were uploaded. Even my mom can't tell it is me. Lu Cheng laughed and felt relieved. With pressure from the sect, this news couldn't grow into something bigger. Right before he closed the page, a QQ message came in from Wonton Seller. Tiger, did you check the group message? We are meeting up in Huaching on the 15th. Are you coming? Huaching, where the Longhu Club was located. I don't think so, replied Lu Cheng after some thinking. I used to be very interested in meeting them 1 year ago, but in the past 1 year, I rarely said anything on the forum and didn't talk much with anyone. It would be awkward to meet a group of strangers. Aren't you on holiday? Asked Wonton Seller out of surprise. Lu Cheng put on a silly smile. I'm quite busy with meeting my girlfriend's parents. Ke will go abroad soon, so of course she's my top priority. Phew, Tiger, you are not even in your 3rd year, are you? Meeting the parents-in-law so early? Are you becoming a father in university? Her passion for gossip was ignited. You are thinking too much. Lu Cheng took a sigh with his hands covering his face. We are adults and our relationship is no longer a secret. Why not? Oh. Wonton Seller sounded disappointed and changed to a serious tone. Tiger, you are putting your lady ahead of all your friends. Ever since you got in a relationship, you've rarely come to the forum or chatted in the group. Didn't you say you joined the martial arts club? Did you quit? Not at all. I joined the club to pursue my girlfriend. How could I ever quit? Lu Cheng sneered. Your girlfriend sounds pretty awesome. Is she a master? Which amateur pin is she at? Asked Wonton Seller with a shocked expression. Lu Cheng told the truth. Professional 9th pin, but she hasn't attended the ranking event. Professional 9th pin? Wonton Seller widened her eyes and poked fun at him. Tiger, you are at a high risk of domestic violence. I feel sorry for you. Lu Cheng laughed out loud and lifted his palms up. Domestic violence is a sign of love. I'm not afraid. You are no longer the innocent, shy Tiger. Are you sure you can't make it to the meeting? Wonton Seller made another attempt to persuade him. Don't you want to see us? Aren't you curious how we have grown in the past 2 years? Little Punch has got the professional 9th pin certificate last year and is working hard to reach the Dan stage. Little Ring has become a successful businessman thanks to some financial support from his family. Little Ma, Little Dragon, and Little Pig Rider are all coming. After throwing a dozen names out, she revealed an important piece of news. Don't you want to watch the Dragon King fight on site? Little Pig Rider has got us tickets. Fan club managers were usually close to the particular club they supported and had a good chance of getting some guest tickets. You mean the match between Longhu and Shangxing on the 16th? Lu Cheng's heart was stirred. This exciting match had been arranged on a weekday to make room for a title fight. That's right. Interested? Wanna come? Asked Wonton Seller, jumping up and down in high spirits. Lu Cheng thought about it and still felt awkward about the meeting. He firmly refused. Never mind. I really don't have time. Fine, maybe next time. Wonton Seller sighed, disappointed. You and little Brahma are so different. I can't get you to come and I can't stop her from coming anyhow. A 14-year-old girl in grade 8 comes all the way to Huaching to meet her online friends. How can we take responsibility? I don't think her parents will let her. Lu Cheng knew Brahma's temper. Keep talking to her and ask her to wait until university. Every day. Wonton Seller added an emoji smiling with tears. I'm on the edge of contacting her parents. Lu Cheng expressed his assent and changed the topic. Little Wonton, what major will you take? She did pretty well in the college entrance exams. I don't know. My English is good. I might pursue something related to this, answered Wonton Seller, uncertain. She then waved goodbye at Lu Cheng. I'm going to talk with them about our meeting. Please come next time. Sure. Bye, replied Lu Cheng, apathetic. Yanjika finished washing and brushing and replied to his message. He shared it with his wife casually. Longhu versus Shangqing, the Dragon King versus the martial arts lord. Yanjika stroked her chin as her eyes rolled. I really want to watch. We haven't watched any professional matches on site together yet. Chang, I invite you to a date. Let's go and watch this match. No meeting internet pals in reality. We go on our own. I'll have fun before I leave. Sure, answered Lu Chang, very excited with a cheeky smile. Honeymoon, if you want. Yanjika looked up into the sky with her hands on her waist. I'll work on the tickets and you take care of the itinerary. Deal. Lu Chang quickly booked flight tickets and accommodation and browsed travel tips about Huaqing. Hee, I'm going there anyway, but for a different purpose. Yanjika suddenly sent a crying emoji. What shall I do? I'm so nervous about meeting your parents tomorrow. Our parents, Lu Chang corrected her. Even more nervous now. Yanjika had tears in her eyes. Haha, what are you nervous about? Whatever they ask, you answer. If you can't answer, you turn to me. If there's nothing to talk about, I'll give you a tour of my room to save you from any awkwardness. Lu Chang understood her feeling completely as he was once there. Should I help set up the table before lunch and clean up after? No, it's your first time over. You are our guest. Really? Just make yourself at home. You do whatever you would do at home. The young couple chatted around this topic for a good while. In the end, Yanjika decided to follow Lu Cheng's advice and just be herself. The next morning, Lu Chang got up for his morning exercises and then took a taxi to the Yen house after breakfast. Yanjika walked out in a t-shirt, a blouse, a long skirt, and a pair of white shoes a few minutes later. Her hair was tied up into a half ball to show her elegance and sweetness. In her hands was a perfect amount of bags. What are these? Asked Lu Chang out of curiosity as he took over the bags with one hand and grabbed her hand with the other. Tea, health products, and fruits. My mom said girls must be restrained on the first visit, so we didn't prepare much. I don't know anything about it. I trust her. Yanjika pursed her lips and made fun of herself. Chang, look at my face. This is a smile of giving up on myself. Haha, don't be dramatic. I'm here. Lu Chang tried to comfort her. They took a taxi to Lu Cheng's house, and the neighbors gazed at them as they walked in. They are coming. Chi Fong, holding her phone, yelled towards the balcony on the 5th floor of Building 8. Lu Jisheng, who had taken the day off, today walked back to the living room and coughed. Just one cigarette. I didn't watch them. Chi Fong threw him a glare and reprimanded. Didn't you say it was no big deal? Why did you smoke? Then, Lu Jisheng sighed with a smile. I thought I would have 4 or even 5 more years to prepare for this. So fast. Yeah, it's like a dream. Feels like Chang is suddenly 10 years older, said Chi Fong with a tinge of emotion. Her face suddenly turned. Hurry. Sit down. They are coming up. The door opened in less than 1 minute and Lu Chang walked in with Yanjika. He bent over to take out a newly purchased pair of slippers for her. Chi Fong and Lu Jisheng approached, and Yanjika greeted before Lu Cheng's introduction. Nice to meet you, uncle and aunt. Nice to meet you. Lu Jisheng and Chi Fong looked at their future daughter-in-law. Full of joy, Lu Cheng handed over the bags. Mom, Dad, it's from Ku. Ah, you shouldn't have. Chi Fong accepted with a laugh and took a quick glance at the bag. Come and take a seat. Lu Jisheng pointed at the couch in the living room. Yanjika nodded, a bit shy. Lu Chang pulled her over and the 4 of them sat down together. Lu Jisheng picked a topic casually. Jaka, what's your major? Economy. Yanjika gave a quick, direct answer. Chi Fong smiled. You two were in the same high school and now in the same university. This is destiny. Did you meet each other in the martial arts club? I knew Lu Chang by name in high school but didn't really know him. Yanjika glanced at Lu Chang in secret. Haha, who could have guessed today? Chi Fong found it very magical. The conversation continued harmoniously. Lu Chang kept the atmosphere relaxed and active and helped answer some questions, waiting for the topics to run out so he could take his wife to do something else. Abruptly, there came a knock on the door. "Who is it?" asked Lu Chang as he turned and stepped over to open the door. It was his younger cousin, Ma Shi. Ma Shi raised her brows and popped her head in. She smiled at Lu Jisheng and Qifeng. "Uncle, Aunt, my mom loved the chili sauce very much and sent me here to fetch some more." "Ah, why didn't you call?" Qifeng complained as she walked into the kitchen. Ma Shi entered the flat and sneakily glanced at Yan Zheka before greeting her sweetly. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello." Yan Zheka flushed. Lu Chang hurried to introduce her. "This is my cousin, Ma Shi, my aunt's daughter. More naughty than ever." "Who said that?" complained Ma Shi. She soon left with a bottle of chili sauce. Then another knock came less than 10 minutes later. "Who is it?" Lu Chang had no choice but to get up to open the door. "Aunt." As the door was pushed over, he saw Lu Yanwei's mother, Wang Lily, in disbelief. Wang Lily raised the bottle in her hand. "Brother, Qifeng, we got some wild meat a while ago, remember? Jiqiang made this bone wine. I brought a bottle to you. I was just talking about it." Lu Chang rose and smiled. Wang Lily stepped in and looked at Yan Zheka up and down with a smile. Yan Zheka quickly greeted. "Nice to meet you, Aunt." "Hello," responded Wang Lily with her eyes narrowed. Lu Chang suddenly realized that they had come for his wife. As soon as Wang Lily left, they resumed the conversation until Qifeng got up to cook. Another knock came. Lu Chang and Yan Zheka shared a look, annoyed and amused. They went to the door together to open it. It was Lu Yanwei. He read unfriendliness on Lu Cheng's face and put on a bitter smile. "I'm just passing by. My stomach hurts. May I use your bathroom?" The sky became dim and the summer night fell late. A gentle breeze blew from the backwater lake, scattering the heaviness and dampness. "Sigh, my relatives. They just showed up to see you without informing us in advance," said Lu Chang with a tinge of emotion, his hand holding Yan Zheka's. The worst was Lu Yanwei, whose excuse sucked. At least he didn't stay for lunch in spite of Lu Cheng's mother's warm invitation. However, these uninvited guests shortened the distance between Yan Zheka and Lu Cheng's parents. When there were only the four of them, she felt very relaxed and expressed her love for several dishes, which really pleased his mother. After the feast, Lu Chang led Yan Zheka to his bedroom and showed her his classmates' messages, posters of the capable, and old detective novels. The afternoon went by fast and pleasantly. They didn't make out at all as the parents knocked often to bring in fruits and snacks. Lu Jisheng brought his parents over for dinner. With no granddaughter-in-law in the family, the old couple loved Yan Zheka inside out. As they strolled on, Yan Zheka's brows unknotted and the primness faded away from her face. She said in a clear, gentle voice, "It's okay, I understand. If my cousin brought a girlfriend back home, I would immediately book a flight just to take a look at her." She had 2 red envelopes in her hand, of which one was heavy and the other comparably thin, respectively from Qifeng and Lu Debong. "Your cousin brought a girlfriend home," Lu Chang chuckled. "It sounds like a fantasy. It seemed impossible to imagine him dating a girl." "I agree." Yan Zheka didn't stand up to defend her cousin Lin Ke. Instead, she nodded seriously. Lu Chang glanced at Yan Zheka's pink purse and the red envelopes and asked, "Why not put it in and free your hand? I love to hold it in my hand." "Problem?" answered Yan Zheka in a light and quick manner as she waved the hand with her envelopes proudly. "No problem at all, as long as you are happy." A matter suddenly came to Lu Cheng's mind. "Cool. When do we go to your grandparents?" Maybe we don't go." Yan Zheka tilted her head and looked at him solemnly. "Why?" Lu Chang was confused. "Why not?" asked Lu Chang, confused. Yan Zheka burst into a laugh, showing her deep dimples. "Because my grandparents miss me so much that they decided to stay in Shoshan for a while." She pursed her lips and looked up. "Some other relatives might come with them. When they are gone, I'll take you home to visit my grandparents so you won't feel awkward in front of so many of them." Perfect. Lu Cheng nodded to show his consent. As they arrived at the entrance to the villas, Yan Zhika waved. Cheng, I'm going in. Give my regard to your parents. Lu Cheng responded with a smile. Yan Zhika abruptly turned around after 2 steps, her eyes smiling shyly. Your parents are nice. Feels like family. She waved her envelopes again before passing the security agilely. We are family. Silly Ku. Lu Cheng, with a silly grin, watched her walking away. In Lu Cheng's living room, Qi Fong was wiping the tea table. While Lu Cheng was wholly absorbed in the news, she commented, Zheka seems very delicate and cultured, with a great upbringing. Yeah, not too noisy. Pretty good. Lu Jisheng sipped on his tea and nodded. The sound of a key turning came and Lu Cheng stepped in. That was fast, Qi Fong blurted. Not really. I walked her home and came back, answered Lu Cheng, puzzled. Why can't you be smarter and more considerate? Why not take her to shop or go for a walk together before dropping her home? Boys must make moves. Qi Fong spent loads of her time watching TV dramas and felt very concerned about her son's lack of romance. She wished he could have done better. We did take a stroll by the lake. I'd love to go on a date with her and spend 2 or even 3 more hours together before dropping her back. But her mother has been waiting, Lu Cheng thought to himself and quickly changed the subject. Ku thinks you two are really good. Ah, we could have received her better, Qi Fong said humbly with a bright smile. Lu Jisheng raised his teacup again and took a sip with a secret smile. Lu Cheng said, Dad, Mom, my master asked me to learn more about other countries' martial arts styles, so I think I'll go to the States quite often and stay there for some time every time. Let me teach you how to make a video call. Okay. Qi Fong was in shock and very concerned. What about Zheka? It's not good to be apart all the time. Lu Cheng smiled genuinely. Mom, don't worry. Her dad got her into a program and she can study in the States. That's great. Qi Fong sounded relieved. You will come back for holiday, right? Of course. Lu Cheng smiled brightly as he took over his parents' phones to begin the teaching session. Lu Jisheng and Qi Fong finally grasped how to make a video calls by 8:30. Lu Cheng went back to his room and turned on his computer as he had been doing in the past several months. While waiting for the computer to turn on, he replied to Yan Zhika's message on his phone and browsed new messages in a few groups. In their family group, she posted an emoji of drinking hot water. Sister-in-law is so pretty, even more beautiful in person than on TV. Lu Yanwei simply replied with a thumbs up. Reading these messages from a few hours ago, Lu Cheng didn't type any word but replied with a passing by sticker. Once his computer was ready, he opened the browser and began to wander between several Taoist training forums and online shopping sites. Since his 9 words formula rose to fame, related items became a hit online. Many sellers began to advertise ancient 9 characters graphs, golden rock 9 seals, broken secret discipline, and family heirloom 9 words sound illustrations to take advantage of the trend. Even the Shangqing sect and the Daxing temple couldn't guarantee their disciples would master it by studying the visualization graphs. What? You bought my family heirloom but couldn't master the secret style? Well, my friend, I don't think you are talented enough. Let me introduce you to something simpler and more suitable for less gifted people like you. Still no? Take a look into the mirror. You better quit. Since amateur martial artists couldn't tell the real from the fakes, many of them became very optimistic and confident about finding the right secret book, becoming the next Lu Cheng, and rising to the peak of life. Lu Cheng was one of them, hoping to find something helpful by relying on his practice of the 9 words formula. For him, the inhuman stage was no longer so far away after his recent breakthrough, but nobody knew how long it would take for him to pass the final gap. He had set a goal of 4 months, but he couldn't be sure about it. He continued to train hard and wanted to discover some activators to help him achieve his goal in 4 months. The most promising primer would certainly be the rest of the 9 words formula. It would help him grow, help his master recover, and help Ku overcome her natural deficiency. It had become the biggest target of his next term. Lu Cheng had discovered several items that were hard to tell if they were real or fake. However, He didn't waste his time to seek confirmation but threw all possibilities to Geezer Shur, who would in turn pass them on to the other experienced masters, like Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame. If you try to fool me, the military will pull your underpants down, thought Lu Chang. None of them were real so far. Of course, Lu Chang kept some clues to himself. A few items actually had the same feeling and taste of what he had learned. He was willing to pay a few hundred to take a chance. However, these items were either too broken or wrong, so he hadn't achieved any new formulas yet. Chang, did I eat too much at lunch and dinner today? Yen Zhika resumed her usual coolness after a hot shower and began to worry about it. Lu Chang chuckled and touched his chin with his hand. Not at all compared to me. He glanced at the screen from the corner of his eye and was stunned. It was a silk cloth with a doe character in the middle of the screen, giving out a feeling of a heavenly battle. Lu Chang straightened his body and opened the window to chat with the seller. Where did you get this? Asked Lu Chang bluntly. The seller named Never Miss a Treasure responded passionately. Dear, it has been passed down in my family. Are you interested? I'm very short of money lately. Give me 999 and it's all yours. It's the same as Lu Chang's. Dear, the fighting formula. Dear, you are not a good liar, you know? At least make the cloth older, please. You just bought it not long ago, right? Lu Chang burst into a laugh. Dear, I'm just trying to make a living. You don't have to be so mean. Never Miss a Treasure turned cold all of a sudden. Tell me, where did you get it printed? Were you fooled by someone? Lu Chang kept his tone casual, but his face was very serious. Never Miss a Treasure was hit right in the spot and replied with some anger. Damn it! The guy told me that the fighting character inscribed from the wine pot would be good enough to be taken as genuine. I've been selling it for a month, and 10 people have seen through it. 10 people. I must be blind. Lu Chang laughed out loud. What wine pot? Show me. In less than a minute, Never Miss a Treasure sent Lu Chang a photo of an ancient rose gold wine pot of the size of a palm with an explosive, defiant fighting character on one side, as if one sip of the wine was enough for the drinker to rise up high to create a tremendous uproar in the heavenly palace. Quite imposing and very delicate, praised Lu Chang before switching to a very flat tone. I like this wine pot. Quite special. Is it for sale? You want it? How can I make more of this fighting character cloth if I sell it? Are you trying to destroy my business? Scorned Never Miss a Treasure. It has been several months since the national tournament. The 9-word sound is no longer a hit. Aren't your sales going down? Sell it to make some money when you still can. I don't believe you have no stock of the handkerchief. Lu Chang presented a plausible argument. It makes sense, said Never Miss a Treasure after a moment of silence. Give me 1,200 and the pot will be yours. 1,200? You must be kidding me. 100 is my final offer. Lu Chang bargained hard as Coach Yen had instructed. This is a humiliating bargain. I paid more than 100 to get it. My friend, what about 380, including the delivery cost? Never Miss a Treasure tried to sound like he was offering a deal at a loss. Lu Chang thought about it and replied with some hesitation. I guess so. Put it up and I'll bid. Let's do it in some other way. If I put the pot up, everybody will know my product was not real, suggested Never Miss a Treasure with his 2 palms facing up. Whatever. Lu Chang sounded interested but not keen. The deal was made and Lu Chang used the name Qifeng with their home address, considering he was more or less famous now. After, he sent the photo of the wine pot to Yen Zhika and sneered. Check this out. The fighting formula. It feels real. Yen Zhika was stunned. She had seen many notes about the 9 words formula recreated by the Shushan study. Lu Chang was certain the fighting formula part was not correct but quite close. Yeah, I felt the same as soon as I saw it, answered Lu Chang proudly. Incredible. That's my Chang. You got it. Yen Zhika was very generous with her compliments. Of course. Lu Chang put on a cunning smile. Even though I couldn't figure anything out, there must be some clues. Look how fine and delicate this pot is. My master will love it for sure. It could be a good present for him. How rare for you to be so thoughtful about Coach Sure. Yan Zhika opened her eyes wide. Lu Chang was transfixed. What do you mean rare? I'm always very respectful. How come I only remember the times you were being sarcastic with him? Yan Zhika looked up and rolled her eyes. My tongue might be mean, but he's always on my mind, said Lu Chang solemnly. Really? Yan Zhika sat gracefully. How much did you pay for the pot? 380? Lu Chang sighed, his hands covering his face. In a rental home in some city. Never Miss a Treasure stretched and hummed, very pleased with himself. On the computer desk in front of him stood the imposing rose-pink wine pot. He stood up and pulled a black cloth from a chest, revealing over a dozen of the same wine pots, none of which had the same overwhelming bearing. He paid a factory to make these artificial ones at a very low price. Haha, fancy my wine pot? My trap is set for you. Never Miss a Treasure sneered, wagging his head. The fighting character handkerchief would be enough to lure those with little knowledge or bad taste. If someone saw flaws in the cloth, he would play innocent and let them take the pot at a good price. Most people wouldn't expect one trap after another. They would very likely be quite pleased with themselves for getting the pot. Besides, these people were usually arrogant. Losing a few $100 was not worth the hassle to make it a big deal. In the worst scenario, they would throw some bad words at him and he would stand still and stick to his story firmly. Never Miss a Treasure wasn't very concerned about the treasure. When he first got the pot, he honestly believed there must be some connection between it and the fighting formula. He attempted to apple polish a dance stage martial artist with the pot, but the master didn't sense the feeling and couldn't visualize with it. He found it pretty but nothing more. Those fools should be able to figure things out after if they spent some more time on it. Who would travel across the country for a few $100? However sneaky or smart you are, you can't jump out of my palm. Never Miss a Treasure took one rose gold wine pot out of the batch with a chuckle, packed it up, and began to fill in the delivery form. Shoshan. 2 days later, Lu Chang received a phone call after his training in the Gushan Martial Arts School, and his parcel had arrived. He went back with the package. As soon as he opened it, his eyebrows rose and his face seemed annoyed and amused. He logged into the site and spoke frankly to Never Miss a Treasure. You sent me the wrong item. No. Compare it with the photo. Aren't they identical? The very experienced Never Miss a Treasure responded confidently. It doesn't have the explosive, defiant bearing. Lu Chang pointed out the key. Never Miss a Treasure was taken by surprise. It is a photography effect. Don't you know PS? Don't you know photo retouching? Don't you know the beauty camera? Here, I have another photo, black and white. Isn't it calm and ancient? Anyway, file a complaint if you want. I don't really care. I'll call the police. Lu Chang replied without anger. Never Miss a Treasure felt relaxed upon seeing Lu Chang's reply. The bigger words they brag, the slimmer chance they take action. A villain always throws out some threat after a street fight. Only a few $100. Cops won't take it seriously. Haha, go ahead. Never Miss a Treasure took a sip of water from his mug. Lu Chang copied the link and sent it to his QQ friend Rapid March. This is a highly possible clue for the fighting formula. He frequently sent clues and traces to his master to pass on to the military. Much annoyed, Geezer sure connected him with this guy. Got it. Rapid March's answer was brief. At 2 p.m., Never Miss a Treasure woke up to an intense pounding on his door. He sat up and shouted, "Who is it?" "For the water meter." A guy responded outside. "Has it been 1 month already?" Never Miss a Treasure put on his shirt and shorts and opened the door, very confused. Clang. 2 muscular men dashed in as soon as the door was opened, one of whom held his legs and the other grabbed his arms. Never Miss a Treasure was pressed tightly against the floor. "What are you doing?" Never Miss a Treasure screamed with fear. He saw several pitch-black handguns pointing at him and 2 China police documents. I'm selling fake products." Never Miss a Treasure attempted to explain, completely stunned. Tears were circling in his eyes. That's the story. Lu Chang sat on a chair, looking at Yen Zheka, who was sitting on the bed and checking the fake rose gold wine pot. So, you were prepared to receive a fake. She looked up thoughtfully. Why didn't you contact the military earlier? You hoped to get it by yourself. On a precious, cool, July day, she wore an elegant, round-collar shirt. Something like that. Lu Chang smiled vaguely. Yen Zheka put down the pot and threw a glare at him. You dragged me over to view this fake pot? I was planning on taking you to shop some clothes. My grandparents like cultured gentlemen. We have time. Your relatives are still there, aren't they? Lu Chang rose and smiled. Besides, as you said before, it doesn't matter what we view as long as we are together. He stepped towards the door and locked it from inside. Yen Zheka blinked her clear, bright eyes, at a loss. Lu Chang walked to the window and looked at the confused little fairy with a grin. My mom is sending Qi Yunfei back to Ningxue and won't come back today. My dad has to work late, probably until 7 or 8. He closed the curtain and the room was suddenly dim and dusky, faint lights dancing with shadows. You are. The clear, gentle voice screeched to a halt. At 5 o'clock, in the dim room, a fair arm was resting on Lu Cheng's chest, in sharp contrast with her black, long hair. The room was filled with silent, invisible beauty and joy. After checking on the asleep Yen Zheka, Lu Chang picked up his mobile and checked new messages. Rapid March wrote 1 hour ago. The wine pot doesn't have the bearing of the fighting formula. We think it was made by an exceptional craftsman with no martial arts roots less than 30 years ago. We have reasons to believe he carved the pot in reference to the original artifact. We will dig out the origin of this wine pot. Yen Zheka woke up at 5:30 p.m. She put on Lu Cheng's t-shirt and shorts to take a shower and came back to the room to change into her own clothes. She pointed at her wrinkled shirt and complained, "It's your fault. Get me an iron. How can I go out like this? How can I go home like this? Our iron broke 2 days ago." Lu Chang looked up blankly and then a grin appeared on his face. "Don't worry. I got this." Ah! Yen Zheka gazed at her official husband, confused. Lu Chang reached out his right hand with a thin layer of white frost. As the ice melted, steam rose and heat rolled. He pulled the shirt with his left hand and moved his right palm down slowly. The crumpled part became flat. Yen Zheka's eyes shone brightly. She couldn't help complimenting him. "Chang, your supernatural ability is becoming more and more practical. You've unlocked this new function. Ever since I perceived the root pulp, my control of the ice and fire supernatural ability has become better," answered Lu Chang humbly. "Thank you, Coach Yen." Spending loads of time on Taoist training materials lately, he liked to summarize his attitude changing, emotion precipitating, and determination firming since he had become a married man as an achievement of their paired practice. Yen Zheka pursed her lips and turned her head away, her eyes narrowed. She suddenly turned back to gaze at Lu Chang with a suspicious look. "I feel there is another meaning in your compliment. You didn't care about the fake pot. You sneakily set up a trap for me." "Not at all. I didn't want to bother the military at the beginning, though they are also looking for the 9 words formula. When I received this fake pot, I found it amusing and wanted to share with you. Then I realized that we would have quite some free time and that we could do something," Lu Chang explained with a smile. "We haven't gotten intimate for days. What if I didn't feel like it today?" Yen Zheka fixed her hair as she threw a glare at him. Lu Chang laughed with his both palms facing up. "We could browse some forums and Weibo together, talk, and go shopping around 4 or 5. We have plenty things to do together." Belated effort. Yen Zheka raised her chin. The corners of her eyes curved upward. She stood up and walked to the door, glancing at Lu Chang, amused and annoyed. "Why did you lock the door? As if you were a bad guy. Just in case. What if my mom didn't stay with my aunt tonight or my dad came back early and opened my door to check if I was home? That would be super awkward. When we are busy, my absolute reaction to our lovemaking I can't pay much attention to anything else, like footsteps or the sound of the key, answered Lu Cheng with a grin. But it would be just as awkward if they found out your door was locked from inside. Yan Zhika tilted her head, puzzled. No, look, we are in a relationship that has been approved by our parents. It is perfectly normal for us to lock the door and make out once in a while. It would be odd if we didn't get intimate at all. No one knows how far we have gone anyway. Lu Cheng reached out his hand to tidy up her hair. You sound so experienced. Yan Zhika rolled her eyes and checked Lu Cheng up and down. Haha, I read a lot online. It's important to learn from others' mistakes. Lu Cheng chuckled. Ming's awkward moments. 2 days later, the military still couldn't locate the wine pot's origin. Lu Cheng changed into a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and collocated clothes and went to Yen family's villa by Backwater Lake with bags of presents. It was so open and above-board compared to his first visit last summer. If my grandparents ask you questions, give straight answers and don't circle about. They used to be teachers and don't like those showy, deceptive guys. Yan Zhika reminded Lu Cheng right before their arrival. Lu Cheng didn't feel much pressure from visiting the grandparents. He pointed at himself with a grin. I got in Songcheng University by myself. Your grandparents will love me for sure. I was always one of the top 5 in high school. I even made it to the top 3 several times. I was a really good student, one of the top 20 if not top 10 of the grade. I did very well in the university entry exams. Yesterday's sun can't dry today's clothes. Yan Zheka hit him gently with a laugh as she pushed the door open. In the bright, spacious living room, Yan Kai on his day off was chatting with his parents, Yan Jihua and Gao Fun. When he heard the door-opening music, he rose to welcome his daughter and future son-in-law. Ji Mingyu was at a very important business meeting. She would be back around dinner time. Lu, welcome. Yan Kai managed to calmly and warmly greet the bad boy who had stolen his smart, beautiful and perfect daughter. Hello, uncle. Lu Cheng changed into slippers. Dad, what are you doing? Cheng is not a guest. Yan Zhika tried to loosen things up. She grabbed her husband's hand and led him towards the couch. She called in her sweetest voice, Grandpa, Grandma. Lu Cheng has brought you something. Hello, Grandpa, Grandma. Lu Cheng handed over the tea and original proof spirits. Hee, you shouldn't have. Lu, come and sit. Yan Jihua accepted the bags after a few seconds of looking him up and down. As they each took a seat, he asked with a smile, Lu, you also studied in Shoshan No. 1 middle school? All parents are into these kinds of questions? Lu Cheng thought before answering. Yes, I was just next door from Ka's class. Every time they brought out our grade rankings, I always heard her name. Cheng was always in the top 20, sometimes even top 10. I knew his name back then. Yan Zhika showed off his good results. I heard his name but didn't remember. When he introduced himself outside the martial arts club, I didn't feel familiar at all. That's good. Yan Jihua and Gao Fan exchanged a glance with a nod. Lu got in Songcheng University and they became schoolmates again, added Yan Kai. Yan Zhika had told them this in the past, but they wanted to begin from this topic to avoid any potential awkwardness. The well-read Yan Jihua asked, puzzled and curious, Lu, how did you pick martial arts for your future? It was by chance. I saw Ku in the martial arts club and I had this impulse to join her. After a few sessions, I realized I have some talent in this and thought that it shouldn't be wasted. Lu Cheng answered honestly how he signed up for the martial arts club in hopes of pursuing their granddaughter. He didn't want to bring it up in front of his parents, but he hoped to show his affection and appreciation for Ku before her family. I didn't know that. Yan Kai laughed with mixed feelings. Yan Jihua smiled genuinely and poked fun at him. Lu, you nurtured schemes. They chatted along about their past and Yan Zhika flushed a few times. Lu, Ku is going to study abroad. She told me you planned to visit her often and practice martial arts there. Gao Fun was most concerned about this practical problem. Yeah, I aim to fly over once per month and stay 1 to 2 weeks every time. Lu Cheng took a stand. Yan Jihua nodded thoughtfully. I better hire you a chef. These days, the youths don't know how to cook. Foreign dishes are boring. I can cook some simple food. Lu Chang couldn't resist showing off. Yan Zhika nodded like a chick picking grains. Oh? What can you make? What are you good at? Asked Yan Jihua out of curiosity. Actually, just 2 dishes. One is noodle soup and the other is fried rice with eggs. I'm pretty good at those. Lu Chang made fun of himself. The air around them suddenly froze as if some danger was brewing. Yan Kai leaned back and muttered to himself. Good at fried rice with eggs. Damn it! It's exposed. A past event came to his head and he came to a sudden realization. He turned around to Yan Zhika, who had the same shock in her eyes. He had snuck into the Yen villa last summer and made out with Ku. They prepared breakfast very romantically but almost got caught by his father-in-law, who mistook the bowl of fried rice with eggs that was cooked by Ku for him and didn't notice Lu Cheng's visit. It seemed he had just realized something. You're bad. Why did you show off? In her room after lunch, Yan Zhika complained to Lu Chang with a smile. I was so worried my dad would jump up and wield his scalpel. I completely forgot about it. Lu Chang wiped off his imaginary cold sweat. We should never go beyond ourselves. A loud knock came, followed by Yan Kai's clear voice. Ko Lu, I have brought some fruits to you. Thank you, uncle. Lu Chang walked over and opened the door, seeing his father-in-law standing there with a plate of delicately cut fruits. Delicately cut. After the meeting with Yan Zhika's grandparents, the young couple continued with their normal lives. Once in a while, Lu Chang would have a meal with the Yan family and Yan Zhika would visit the Lu family. Now and then, they would have a date and get intimate. Soon, it was July 14th. The military claimed to have some progress regarding the origin of the wine pot. Lu Chang packed his bag and stepped out of his room around noon. My boy, good job. You're taking Ku on a trip. Chi Fong nodded out of satisfaction, with no intention to urge him to stay. Mom, don't look down upon your son. Lu Chang shook his head while walking towards the door. Destination. Huaqing. The fight between the Dragon King and the Warrior Sage. At 5:20 p.m., a plane landed in Heishui Airport in Huaqing. Lu Chang and Yan Zhika walked into the arrival hall hand in hand, welcomed by waves of heat with humidity. Their skin instantly lost the ability to breathe in this massive steamer, and they were suppressed by the sultriness. Lu Chang quickly switched on his power of frost and his body felt refreshed at once. He even gave off some chill to Yan Zhika, which lured her to move closer into his arms. Phew! How I love you, Chang! She confessed her love boldly and looked around before continuing with fear. Let's not visit any tourist site these days. The sultriness can kill. Although I have a walking air conditioner next to me, the experience won't be good. Sure, we can stay in our hotel room. Lu Chang chuckled and almost raised his hands and feet to show his consent. Yan Zhika sensed his desire and glared at him with her tidy teeth showing. Haha, Huaqing is best known for its food. Dim sums, high teas, desserts, and all kinds of soups. We plan to eat and drink and spend the rest of the time in the hotel to avoid the scorching sun. Lu Chang explained his plan. I like it. Yan Zhika agreed in a lively tone. They took a cab to Tianyue Hotel, which Lu Chang had chosen for its location, which was very close to Huaqing's most famous restaurants and tea houses. Yan Zhika overcame her shyness to check in at the reception so Lu Chang wouldn't be recognized. The photo on Lu Cheng's ID was taken in his senior year in high school, when his face looked quite different from now without his present bearing and disposition. It wouldn't be easy for a stranger to recognize this favored fighter of the age. The receptionist didn't notice anything odd and checked them in. After putting down their luggage, they headed straight to Huaqing Restaurant for dinner. They were highly satisfied with the roasted goose, roasted pigeon, and steamed trout there, which were already worth the long journey. Back in the hotel, Yan Zhika went to the bathroom with her makeup remover to wash off the sunscreen. Lu Chang sat down on the bed and browsed the Longhu Club group on his mobile casually. Tomorrow would be the day for their meeting, but many of them had arrived today and stayed in the same hotel booked by the local plumber eating mushrooms. The wealthy road to the arena would sponsor some of the expenses and the others would go Dutch for the rest. Of course, students would pay half. Lu Cheng was stunned by the stream of messages flooding in. Holy crap! Very chatty. He ridiculed quietly and scrolled up to see how they first met. Wonton Seller uploaded a group photo. La la la. How many can you recognize? It was a group photo of 5 members. Lu Cheng recognized his defeated opponents Jin Tao, Invincible Punch, and Zhou Yuaning, rode to the arena at once, who respectively stood on the far left and far right. Jin Tao didn't change much from the Warrior Sage Junior Challenge tournament. He was handsome, sturdy, and much calmer. Zhou Yuaning in a casual suit appeared fatter and trendier with a cool hairstyle. In the middle was a 5-foot-tall young girl, average student-looking and petite. To her left was a man in his late 20s, short and fat. And to her right was a young man in his early 20s, extremely slim and tall with a black-edged pair of glasses. The most adorable height difference. Lu Cheng burst into a laugh. Little Wonton was merely at the chest of the tall guy, like a daughter and her father. Easy. You are the only girl, little Wonton. Okamoto's fan laughed with his palm facing up. And 3 out of the other 4 have shared their photos in the past. Wonton Seller smiled with her hand covering her mouth. What if I was a cute boy? My turn. From left to right there are Invincible Punch, a plumber eating mushroom, Little Wonton, Pig Riding Knight, and Road to the Arena, said Unparalleled Dragon King. It didn't take you long at all. Damn it. Wonton Seller flipped a table over. Okay, let me introduce. To the far left is our handsome little Punch. He got his professional 9th pin certificate last October, and is training hard to become a Dan Stage mighty fighter before his graduation to enter the professional martial arts field. Thank you, little Wonton, for bragging for me. I'll be in my senior year, and the Dan Stage is no game. Jin Tao, Invincible Punch, sent a salute emoji. With the professional 9th pin certificate, he felt more confident as he had options. Wonton Seller continued. Next to Little Punch is our talented little mushroom, fond of music, painting, and martial arts. He has defeated us all with his knowledge. Little mushroom, please don't talk like that. Mushrooms are ugly, fat, short, and cheap. They don't deserve a cute name. Okamoto's fan and a plumber eating mushroom were used to poking fun at each other every day. Fuck you. A plumber eating mushroom sent a disdain emoji. Come. I'm lying on my belly. Take me if you can. Okamoto's fan joked as always. You got it? A plumber eating mushrooms squatted down in the corner, drawing circles. I have decided. When Little Fan arrives tomorrow, he will check in the same room with Little Mushroom. Wonton Seller sent a sticker of a rolling white ball. Little Fan, you got me. Okamoto's fan quieted down. Wonton Seller continued in the shade. The one in the middle. I'll skip. Little Pig Riding is so tall. I have to look up and admire him. He is 1 exam away from becoming a CPA and still takes time to manage our forum. Don't you admire him? By the way, I have a secret to share with you all. He has 1 little sky's heart. Aren't you jealous? Above the sky was a rock and roll girl. Air, you steal what is entrusted to your care. You promote your private interests under the guise of serving the public. Okamoto's fan widened his eyes and he added, The boss is incredible. He attempted to use the word, riding the public vehicle for your private interests, but didn't want to cross the line. Okamoto, I was ready to kick you out of the group. Fortunately, you didn't go too far. Pig Riding Knight raised his brows. I guess I don't need to introduce our little arena. The true boss of our group. Thank you for your generosity. The first bow, the second bow. Wonton Seller flushed. He left martial arts to embrace the entire world. Haha, I'm running errands for my family and have a few bucks to spare. Road to the Arena loved to show off as always. Lu Cheng read on with a smile and saw above the sky and Sea Blue's arrival. Above the sky had long, straight hair and a matching pair of glasses with Pig Riding Knight with no sign of rock and roll. Sea Blue was a chubby girl of 1.6 meters in height, cute and bubbly. They became integrated with the others right away. They were both in their senior year in university. More and more members arrived and the group became more and more lively. Those in watching were broadcasting and those away were watching and joking. Lu Chang scrolled down and saw Unparalleled Dragon King join the others a dozen minutes ago in a black t-shirt, tall, fat, and nerdy. Watching you in silence, wrote Lu Chang after reading everything to get involved. Tiger, I look down on you for having a school holiday but not coming. A plumber eating mushrooms sent a disdain emoji. I agree. Little Tiger, we are about to feast. I'll send you delicious pictures. Wonton Seller chimed in. Road to the Arena asked out of confusion. Tiger, I remember you will be in your 3rd year in September. If you don't come and have some fun now, you won't have the time once you get a job. I'll do my best to get a leisurely job, Lu Chang joked. He had never revealed that he was a student in Songcheng University in this group. Leisurely jobs don't pay much. Pig Riding Knight put on a cunning grin. Ignore me if you are as well off as Master Road. That's enough for now. We are setting out to Huaching Restaurant. Invincible Punch ended the conversation. I hate you. All of you. Brahmin, who couldn't make it, suddenly jumped out with a complaint. Yenjika came out, fiddling with her hair. She glanced at Lu Chang and asked, puzzled, Chang, what are you looking at? The Longhu Forum group is meeting up today. I'm reading their conversation. Lu Chang smiled. Let me see. Yenjika sat next to Lu Chang out of curiosity and took over his mobile. Lu Chang wrapped his arm around her and moved his head closer to breathe in her fragrance. Little Wonton is around the same height as Ling. Yenjika pointed at the picture. I think Little Wonton is taller. She looks like a victim held by Pig Riding Knight and Unparalleled Dragon King as captive. Their height and temperament differences are so distinctive and amusing. If Yen Shaoling was there, it would have the same effect. Lu Chang made fun of his 2 fans and couldn't get enough of his wife's floral scent. Before Yenjika could say more, she felt the hand on her waist tightening and the breath by her ear getting hotter. Her body was stiff and then softened as she glared at Lu Chang softly. She moved her head away and said, Shower. Shower first. Yes. Lu Chang dashed into the washroom. On July 15th, the pair got up for their morning exercises as planned. They then went back to the hotel room after having dim sums together. Before Lu Chang could attempt anything wicked, Yenjika urged him to practice English for going to the States. They studied and fooled around until evening, and she finally let him relieve his desire. On July 16th, they headed to Chisha Mountain after their morning training and breakfast, the home field of the Longhu Club. As the vehicle merged into the mountain road, Yenjika pulled Lu Chang and pointed at a bus. Chang, Little Wonton. Lu Chang turned around and saw members of the Longhu Club Forum sitting on the bus as their car drove by. As the car traveled along and slowed down, the bus quickly vanished into the distance, disappearing from Lu Chang and Yenjika's sight. Small world. Lu Chang shook his head and couldn't help laughing. He pushed up his glasses and sighed. He knew very well that his online friends from the Longhu Club Forum would be watching the competition today, but he hadn't thought that he'd suddenly run into them on the way there. Of course, this was all just in his head. Even if they had seen the passenger inside the car, they wouldn't have known that it was their good friend Schrodinger's tiger, and there was a high probability they wouldn't even recognize that it was Lu Chang. Yenjika laughed and hummed upon hearing this, then looked at her husband. Chang, I've just remembered the lyric from a song. What? Lu Chang asked curiously. Yenjika pursed her lips and said with a smile, It's hard to hold the hand of someone you have no chance with. This is Who with Who? Lu Chang responded with a laugh, then wittily added, Then can we say we've come thousands of miles to be united through destiny, and for 100 years we can rest our heads and sleep peacefully together? Yenjika sked as the corners of her mouth stood up and she glanced to the side, immediately giving the cold shoulder to Lu Chang. Such an old song. Yet you still remember it this clearly? Old man Chang. As they bickered good-naturedly, the car slowed down and entered the parking lot. After Lu Chang and Yenjika each paid half of the parking fee, they opened the doors, got out, and followed along the road according to the directions. They held hands and walked for about 600 to 700 meters. Turning into an opening in the mountain, both of their eyes immediately opened wide. All they could feel was the heat in the air as it suddenly increased exponentially and become more intense. Ahead of them, the wide expanse gradually lowered the more it went towards the center. In between every few steps, flames were emitted from the ground, burning quietly. Regardless of whether it was night or day, the flames never went out. Looking into the distance, Lu Chang could make out something dark and red flowing within the cracks in the central location. Closer to the outside, it seemed as if there was something dark gray condensing and covering it like a suit of armor. Even seeing it all from this far, one could feel the brutal and blazing heat. This was the Longhu Club's home ground, the renowned blazing underworld. Wrapped around this area that was the size of 2 or 3 soccer fields, there was a half-sealed, transparent walkway. Inside, its height was split into several rows, separating it into individual boxes. In order for it to operate as an ordinary viewing platform, this was done to protect the weak and helpless spectators from being injured by the flying flames, sputtering lava, and the aftermath of various explosions. It utilized highly advanced anti-explosive and fire-resistant technology for the glass and kept a small passage to listen to the announcements. Yenjika rummaged for the 2 tickets in her bag and found the corresponding glass box. A security guard led them through and opened the door to let them in. There were a sofa inside and 3 large television screens showing the blazing underworld from different angles. This is the first time I've enjoyed such VIP treatment. Lu Chang sized up the room with a smile on his face. Actually, I prefer more people as the atmosphere and excitement can be contagious. Yenjika's eyes shifted as she didn't conceal her own opinion. But my grandfather was unwilling to let that happen since he was afraid there'd be some kind of accident. I even told him that I'd be going together with you, but he still wasn't reassured. Reassuring a grandfather, that's an inhuman stage ability? Lu Chang said, mocking himself. In the eyes of the mighty ones with physical invulnerability, a recent peak 6th pin Dan stage fighter wasn't that much reassurance. Perhaps so. You can do it, young man, Yenjika replied, half poking fun and half encouraging. As footage played back from all of the previous competitions, it was soon 10:25. All of the seats in the viewing platforms were taken up by people, including no lack of reporters with their cameras. There were several drones as well photographing everyone's positions, recording and playing it back on the screens of the glass promenade, allowing the crowd to see anywhere and everywhere. Outside of their own room to the left, Lu Chang noticed little Wonton standing on the 3rd viewing platform, inside a glass room. She was so excited that she couldn't sit down, glancing all around her. After the introductions and a warm-up dance on the edges of the space, the sky suddenly became dark. Then an oppressive and stifling atmosphere came over everything. Bam! The sound of a thunderbolt cracked, which then changed into a wave, rolling all around as if it had become a solid entity. Was this warrior sage Qian Donglo's momentum? Contacting with heaven and the earth so much so that it interfered with nature? As Lu Chang quietly pondered, he was again unable to sit down. He stood up and walked to the glass, about a half-step away. Yenjika did the same, standing side by side with him. Just then, soaring down in the middle of the wide-open arena, 2 giant flames leapt forward like 2 dark red flowing irons emitting black ash while spewing out clouds of golden spray. Boom! An explosion of magma rose towards the sky and then descended, lighting up the dusk and illuminating a distant figure in the field. He was wearing a magnificent, valiant-looking navy blue martial arts suit. He stood tall and straight and had sharp and angular facial features, his eyebrows like swords and his eyes like embers. His short hair stood up on end, giving him a wild appearance. While it was hard to make out in the light, this probably was a man who was already past 30. Bam, bam, bam. Every time he took a step, the earth quaked, making the flames leap up higher and higher and the lava spray up and up. Without any prompting, everyone, including Lu Chang, simultaneously yelled out the name known by all, making it resound throughout the mountain's ridges. Dragon King! Dragon King Chun Chitao! In the midst of this atmosphere, the sky darkened once again, as if a black cloud had converged, pressing down and causing the crowd inside the packed arena to feel ill at ease. The color of the leaping flames and soaring lava dimmed. From the other side, a strangely dressed man walked out unhurriedly. The white gown he wore seemed both like a martial arts suit and a Taoist one as well. Green and purple lightning and thunder were embroidered on the edges. He was 2 or 3 centimeters shorter than Lu Chang, and he looked rather delicate and refined in manner. He seemed quite restrained and was not one to show off. Warrior Sage Qian Donglu. The warrior sage, who was 2 years younger than Dragon King, Qian Donglu. He'd made a name for himself when he was young, before he'd taken on Chan Chitao face to face. He crushed an entire generation worth of fighters. He was well known throughout the country, and nobody dared challenge one of the heavenly sons. Also, as he had grown older, he had earned the obedience of the previous few generations of fighters as well. Even though he worshipped Dragon King and similar guys who had that kind of temperament more, Lu Chang had to admit warrior sage Qian Donglu was what a great scholar looked like in his mind. Now he would have to use his own power to resist the Dragon King and the entire crowd's momentum. The referee didn't dare enter the center of the arena. From far away he raised up his right hand and played out his role of the human announcer. The first match of the competition. Dragon King Chan Chitao versus warrior sage Qian Donglu. On occasions such as this, when you had ranked fighters, you had to address them as such in order to show respect. Dragon King. Dragon King. Amidst the cheers, the referee abruptly swung his right hand down and said in a clear voice, "Begin." His words were still in the air as he frantically leapt up, heading far away from the battle zone. Bang! At this moment, Dragon King Chan Chitao was already throwing his fist out, as if he was striking at nothing but the air. However, his fist was more like a missile strongly pulling his body forward at high speed, leaving behind a noticeable trace and also creating a loud cracking sound. The fist carries the body. Drawing out the trail, Dragon King's fist exploded outwards, and for a brief moment, there was a golden red flame. It spread at great speed, covering his entire body and making it seem as if he'd become a god of fire walking the earth. Super Saiyan. This thought suddenly came into Lu Cheng's mind. Warrior sage Qian Donglu didn't know how many battles he and Dragon King had fought, but they had a mutual understanding. Earlier, his thinking was that he wouldn't make a move. He faced the attack and both of his hands clapped together. Bam! There was a sound like a giant lightning strike, and it was as if everyone could feel it rumbling inside their own hearts. Even several hundred meters out, the glass shook. Yanjika felt as she'd been hit herself. Her spirit was shaken, and it was hard for her to gather her emotions. Sending out a thunderbolt from a clear sky at the same time, Warrior Sage's hands parted and out jumped a purple thunder blade. Just after appearing, it immediately chopped down on the golden red flame shield covering Dragon King's body. Qian Donglu followed closely behind, his body curling up into a silver-white lightning, like a god who had descended into the world of mortals. And thus the fierceness of the battle increased, the two greatest modern-day mighty ones battling like a raging fire. Lu Cheng watched in a daze, wishing that he was able to copy their every move and variation. Compared to watching a television broadcast, seeing a live-on-the-spot battle felt more three-dimensional, and you could more easily see for yourself the real might of the mighty ones with physical invulnerability. For example, the ground trembled occasionally and, even separated by the fireproof glass, you could still feel the waves of flame and ear-splitting thunder. The battle had gone on for a full 20 minutes, and the lava in the center of the field had become a fountain. Dragon King Chan Chitao's entire body was surrounded by circles of either gold, red, purple, or white fireballs. Following each and every move of his attack, the fireballs fused together, congealing into a group and shrinking in the hollow of his palm. With a loud shout, Dragon King extended his arm, then suddenly leapt up high and slammed his fist down. Boom! Lu Cheng reacted quickly and rushed out his hands to cover Yan Zhika's eyes. At that moment, The place in which the two great mighty ones were exchanging blows shone and caused stabs of pain in the eyes of all those in the crowd. For a moment, everything was blurry, and the burning white glare caused everyone to shed tears, as if a great sun had descended to this very spot. Bam! Waves of flames shot out and a small-scale mushroom cloud rose up, blooming greatly. As soon as Lu Chang opened his eyes, Dragon King had relied on his home field advantage and edged out Warrior Sage by half a move. Looking at the playback and connecting it with his own previous personal experience, Lu Chang was unable to contain himself and he blurted out in praise, "That's the stuff." This really was a battle that could make a fighter burn with passion. Just a few dozen meters away, some men were like gods. "So great!" Yanjika praised in a low voice as she looked towards Lu Chang with excitement. It was worth coming. Way more exciting than watching a broadcast." Lu Chang glanced at all of the traces and marks left on the glass in front of him. As the two held hands and left the theater box in high spirits, they spoke about the day's competition. Just then, as she stared unfixedly in the distance, Yanjika pulled Lu Chang close and tilted her chin to point as she said, "Little wonton." Lu Chang looked out, unconvinced. He then saw the dainty and vivacious young girl, Wonton Seller, slowly coming over holding a notebook. Is her goal to possibly, it looks as if, is it me? What is she looking for me for? She won't know that I'm Schrodinger's tiger, will she? Impossible. I haven't revealed that I'm a student at Songcheng University at all, and I haven't updated them in any way about my personal status. How could they possibly find out? In the midst of his bewilderment, Wonton Seller had already come close. Seeing the bewilderment and astonishment in both Lu Chang and Yanjika's eyes, she smiled sweetly and said, "Hello, Lu Chang." Right, she recognizes me as Lu Chang. She's come over because she wants a signature. That's perfectly normal. Lu Chang felt that he understood now, and smiled lightly as he replied, "Hello." Wonton Seller explained in embarrassment. "You're wearing glasses, so none of us recognized you. But I saw." She didn't say anything afterward and merely glanced at Yanjika. Such a beautiful girl with her own distinguishing features could also easily be recognized by others. Got it. Lu Chang looked at his wife somewhat mockingly and received wide-open eyes from her in response. Wonton Seller again showed her smile, and pointed at a plumber eating mushrooms, pig riding night, and others behind her and said, "We're all from the Longhu Club Forum. You should know those too, right?" She was talking about Road to the Arena and Invincible Punch. "I know them, my memory isn't that bad. That little Warrior Sage Challenge tournament has a special meaning in my heart." Lu Chang laughed lightly. He once again became unsure of what little Wonton had come over for. "You remember?" Wonton Seller shouted excitedly, then recalled with sincerity. "Ever since then, quite a few of us have been watching you, seeing firsthand how you've grown step by step and leading the Songcheng University Martial Arts Club to become national champions. We all really believe that you're the favored fighter of the age and can become a mighty one with physical invulnerability in the future. Before a competition, after we're sure it's you, we all post it in the forum, make threads, and a lot of users will respond." At this point, she paused, raising the notebook that was in her hand up high. On the cover was Wonton Seller, Pig Riding Night, Road to the Arena, and others' names. She bowed and said, "Representing ourselves and representing a part of the Longhu Club fans, we make this earnest request to you. If in the future you don't return to the Ice God sect, would you consider the Longhu Club? We really do like you. We really believe that you can create a brilliant future here." When little Wonton adopted this pose, Road to the Arena, Invincible Punch, Above the Sky, and the other forum members followed suit. However, they were not copying the others but merely expressing themselves. Lu Chang suddenly felt a bit moved, partially because of how people whom he knew would do such a thing and also because of some other subtle emotions. He smiled and said, "I won't guarantee anything. All I can say is that you all should know that I'm a fan of Longhu." He reached out his hand and took the autograph notebook. Little Wonton had an exceptionally brilliant smile. Thank you. We'll put up a Lu Chang Longhu topic on Weibo, and keep it there until you make your decision." Finished speaking, she waved her hand and in great delight ran back, high-fiving Road to the arena and others one after the other. Lu Chang looked at them deeply as he held the notebook. He held onto his fairy as they walked out of the arena. "I'm also a Longhu fan," Yanjika said suddenly in a low voice. Lu Chang glanced over, and the two of them smiled at each other, knowing they didn't have to say anything. Waiting until they were far away, little Wonton, who was still excitedly talking about what had happened, suddenly shouted, "I'm so stupid. I forgot to ask for his autograph. And I forgot to ask Lu Chang if he has a username on our forum." After eating lunch and returning to the hotel, Yanjika went into the restroom and removed the sunscreen that she'd applied to her face, neck, arms, and feet. Lu Chang took a small cushion and put it behind him as he sat casually on top of the bed, skimming through the Longhu Club group. Beside him, he had put the petition notebook that Wonton Seller and the other forum users had given him. Haha! Little Dragon really is considerate, helping to take a photo of me and Lu Chang. At this moment, Wonton Seller was showing off. This so-called photo was when she was explaining the whole story to Lu Chang, and it was more of a candid snap than anything. As a result, the only part of her that was visible was the back of her ponytail. However, she didn't mind this at all, to the point that she quite happily said, "No need to Photoshop. I hate you," said Brahman with flowing tears after hearing about the real-life meeting between the forum users and how they'd met Lu Chang. Wonton Seller looked at her weakly. "I originally wanted to help you get an autograph, but I was too nervous. Other than the official business, I forgot everything else." "We're through," Brahman said, covering her ears and shaking her head. "What kind of position is that?" Okamoto's fan interrupted. According to Little Wonton, based on his real-life persona and how he appeared online, it was as if they were two different people. He'd been shy and not spoken much. "I hate you all," Brahman repeated once again, then proceeded to address unparalleled Dragon King. Little Dragon, what realm has my idol gotten to? How should I know? Even with mighty ones with physical invulnerability, it's not possible to judge if they're at the dance stage or tell what their particular level is just by looking at them. Unless they're bursting at the seams with charm and you're right in their face. Unparalleled Dragon King said with his hands spread out. However, it's been less than 3 months since the national competition finished. The highest physical capability and martial arts skill that he could have now should be a peak 6th pin level. Then are his chances of winning against Bai Xiao high? Road to the arena asked, full of interest. There are still 5 months left. There's still hope for Lu Chang to once again awaken his supernatural ability and become inhuman before the end of the year. Unparalleled Dragon King said with certainty. Yikes, I'm a bit worried. If Bai Xiao wins, my idol definitely won't be happy. Brahman was being watched by her parents and hadn't joined the meetup, so all she could do was wantonly post all of her feelings in the group. "Gah, what are you worried about? 2 years ago, no, last year in January, there wasn't much of a difference between me and Lu Chang. Today I haven't even touched the threshold of the dance stage, while he's charging towards the inhuman stage. Even if he doesn't accomplish it by the end of the year and has to bear some ridicule, he'll be able to transform in the next year and retaliate against those who slandered him." Invincible Punch said with no small amount of sorrow. "Don't worry about all this. Look at the time, little Brahmin. Just wait until you get into college. Then you can come and see Lu Chang represent our Longhu Club in battle." Having an idea of the ideal speed of improvement in her mind, Wonton Seller said with encouragement. "When the time comes, you can test into the City of Flowers." Talking and talking, she again sighed heavily. "I always thought I had a good head on my shoulders. But then, I thought before that Lu Chang possibly could be a fan of our Longhu Club. I planned on asking him if he had a username on our forum, and if he didn't, then to get him to register one. If he registered, I'd give him all of the names straight away." Invincible Punch said goofily. "Ayakak, I'm so sorry, little Brahmin. I didn't get the signature." Wonton Seller was essentially talking to herself and not paying any attention to the others' responses. There, little Wonton, don't be sad. These assignments can be given to little Changya. She's managed to sneak into the Songchang University Martial Arts Club. Brahman comforted her friend. Exactly, and Lu Cheng's signature doesn't have any value anyway. The characters are so ugly. Lu Cheng was unable to resist from chiming in with a self-deprecating remark. Wonton Seller and Brahman responded almost simultaneously. We just like him. That's part of his personality. Haha, Tiger. Don't bring up reason with girls at a time like this. Pig Riding Knight laughed. When I posted Lu Cheng's response in the forum, everyone was so passionate. In the future, Shangqing has Peng Liyun, Kongtong has Ren Li, Daxing Temple has already come out with Zhihai and Shirshan, and for us we have Lu Cheng. It's just that we don't know when he can become inhuman, and whether he does or doesn't have the potential to charge into physical invulnerability. A plumber eating mushrooms said with obvious worry. It was not certain whether a small seedling could grow into a tall tree. The future belongs to you. These words can often jinx you. While Lu Cheng idly chatted, Yenjika put on the slippers that the hotel offered and came out of the restroom. Aiming her eyes at the petition notebook, she said with a smile, "What do you think? Is it complicated?" I'll just have to say that I'm Schrodinger's tiger." Lu Cheng sighed. After this exchange, Yenjika curled up one leg and put the other leg on the bedside as she swiped through news stories on Weibo. She then gasped and with great excitement said, "Chang Cheng, come here. Dragon King's so handsome and stylish in this picture." Lu Cheng moved closer and saw that it was a photo of Dragon King after he had delivered his killer move. The golden red flames jumped and flickered, and the appearance of his muscles was perfect. His strength was incredible. "You're right," he echoed in praise. "There's this one too. This one. Dragon King looks really young, and there's really something special about him." As Yenjika continued through stories about Dragon King from time to time, she would interject with some words of praise. As Lu Cheng listened to his fairy's narration, he suddenly felt wronged. When his wife had worshipped Dragon King before, he hadn't thought anything of it and rather believed that the two of them shared a common connection. However, after watching the live match, he had suddenly realized that Dragon King was 12 or 13 years older than him, that he was much more handsome than himself, and that his martial arts abilities were much greater. Also, it wasn't certain if he would enter the Longhu Club in the future, as he then would no longer have his two separate worlds. He was at a crossroads. Lu Cheng fell silent with his heart sullen. Women are quite sharp. As Yenjika shared the news, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Cheng, baffled, both of her eyes blinking. She said, "Cheng, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Lu Cheng took his phone and pretended to skim through the forum. Yenjika pursed her lips, eyeballing him with suspicion. She went through what had just happened, and the corners of her mouth went up. Her dimples appeared as she smiled. Half surprised and half pleased, she asked in a quiet voice, "Cheng, are you jealous?" "About what?" Lu Cheng subconsciously retorted. Yenjika changed her positioning and kneeled beside him. She hummed and smiled as she looked at his face, and then said, "I'm just admiring Dragon King's indomitable spirit as an idol. As an idol, his ego, his showing off, and his pettiness are all adorable and quite cute. But if I could get to know him closely, I don't like this kind of person. Furthermore, I've always been someone who likes rationality. Look, I don't go through and comment on news stories about Dragon King often. Do I? I'm not jealous." Without knowing it, there was a smile on Lu Cheng's face as he denied with embarrassment. Yenjika curled her lips into a smile. She raised up 3 fingers and said wittily, "I swear, I will not worship Dragon King so much. I swear. There's only one favorite idol of mine, and that's sky-shaking Roar Brother Cheng." Lu Cheng snorted with laughter and once again denied it. "I'm not jealous, really? Is it even worthwhile for me to get jealous over something like this?" Yenjika's eyes brightened as she covered her mouth and laughed. "Cheng, you're so awkward when you're jealous. It's so cute." She had not finished talking when Lu Cheng had already gotten off the bed in a tizzy. "Shower, shower." Amidst his intermittent voice, she took off her slippers, curlings and rolling her exquisite and beautiful toes. For the next day and a half, the two of them revised their plans. Morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, a midnight snack. Every day, these 5 meals didn't change, but without them knowing it, their language practice became much shorter. On July 18th, beaming with pride from head to toe, Lu Chang held his luggage and waited for her to come out of the restroom, preparing to check out and return home. 9 minutes later, Yan Zheka opened the door and stepped out with a white complexion. She pursed her lips together and said, "I'm menstruating." "I know. I've prepared some brown sugar and ginger tea. Come here. I'll give you a massage." Lu Chang shook the thermos cup in his hand. Yan Zheka's white teeth bit her lip, and as if her mood was fluctuating, said in a low voice, "What do you know? You don't know anything." "Wah?" Lu Chang looked at her in bewilderment. He didn't understand why she would so suddenly be angry. At that moment, Yan Zheka remembered herself, and with difficulty, the corners of her mouth moved as she said, "Chang, I'm just in a bad mood. I didn't mean to say that to you." "I understand, menstruation period," Lu Chang said with realization. Yan Zheka's right hand pressed on her waist as she looked down at her toes and muttered silently, "You don't understand anything. That crazy idea of mine still hasn't happened. God won't let me stay. Sooner than we know it, according to plan, we'll leave for Songcheng University and finish all of the procedures. At the beginning of August, it'll be farewell." Back from Huaqing, Lu Chang and Yan Zheka went to Songcheng to prepare for her study abroad. As she frequently met with Gu Shuang, Song Li, and Xing Jingjing, Lu Chang realized the matter they'd rather not talk about had become impossible to ignore. The heaviness began to develop between them. However confident and well-prepared they were, the unknown and the long distance were still terrifying for this young couple at the age of 19 and 20. Lu Chang and Yan Zheka were reluctant to part. They spent every possible moment with each other but still couldn't get enough of each other. They attempted to soothe the mental suppression with the extreme physical pleasure. About their meeting up often and spending time together alone, Lu Jisheng and Qi Fang seemed pleased with it, while Yan Kai and Ji Mingyu turned a blind eye to it. However, their passionate lovemaking couldn't freeze time. Soon came the day she had to leave. August 5th, Gaofen Airport before the security check. Yan Kai and Ji Mingyu moved a few steps away to give them some privacy. Yan Zheka pursed her lips tightly, locked her clear eyes on Lu Chang, and fixed his collar out of habit. She then put on her soft voice. "Chang, don't worry. Empress Dowager has decided to stay with me until September to help me adapt myself to the new environment. America is not the safest country, but dangers mostly take place in certain areas. I have no plans to go about, so it won't be a problem. Also, Empress Dowager has hired a Dan stage master from the Shushan study to protect me over there. Her husband died young and her son is in college. She has loads of free time and is a great cook. I'll spend my 2 long holidays back here. You must make yourself available for me. Okay? I promise." Lu Chang forced a smile. Yan Zheka finished slowly and her eyes on Lu Chang became soft and tender, full of affection and sorrow. "Take care of yourself when I'm not here. Go out to have a nice meal with Talker now and then. Don't just get by in the cafeteria. Don't be completely careless about your clothing. Collocate well before putting them on. Ask me or Talker if you are unsure. You are a famous martial artist now. You are one of the favored fighters of the age. The public image is important." Her eyes were red and her voice was disturbed by sobs. Lu Chang took a deep breath and promised in a deep, mature tone, "Yes, I'll book my flight over once Empress Dowager decides her date for coming back." The Ice God sect had promised to take care of his passport and visa. All he needed was to show up. Reply to my messages every day and talk with me." Yan Zheka put on a bitter smile and waved. "It's getting late. I better go." "Yeah." Lu Chang struggled to wave his hand, watching her turn around and step to Yan Kai and Ji Mingyu. After 2 steps, she abruptly turned around and waved at Lu Chang again. Lu Chang responded with nod. Yan Zheka and her parents advanced towards the security check. A few steps later, She looked back and locked her eyes with Lu Cheng's for a few seconds. She looked back 7 if not 8 times during such a short distance. After the final long gaze, she forced a smile and waved once again, calling silently with her lips, "See you in September." She turned around and strode forth to join Yan Kai and Ji Mingyu to the right. Her figure in a chiffon top, jeans, and white shoes disappeared in front of Lu Cheng gradually. Intense feelings surged inside Lu Cheng. He ran forward without knowing and caught the beautiful back of Yan Zheka until she completely walked out of his vision. He opened his mouth but didn't let out any sound in the end, feeling lost. His little fairy was nowhere in his sight. Walking behind her parents, Yan Zheka moved slowly with a small suitcase. She turned around once again subconsciously in hopes of seeing that familiar, adorable figure one more time, but in her sight were just strange faces. Her heart was empty, so was her mind. She suddenly turned around and ran towards the entrance in search of him. "Ku!" Yan Kai's voice stopped her steps. She threw one more glance at the entrance and then rejoined her parents, biting her bottom lip gently. Yan Kai and Ji Mingyu exchanged a look with a silent sigh and didn't say anything. After the security check, they headed towards the first-class lounge. Yan Zheka remained silent and grabbed the hand next to her out of habit. Instead of the thickness and warmth she had expected, it was a cold, slim palm in her hand. She turned her head and saw Empress Dowager's hand in hers. She wanted to grab her arm with the other hand to make it natural and less awkward, but her other hand was occupied by a suitcase. Yan Zheka's vision was blurred by a thin layer of tears, and she turned her head to the side, her eyes red. Ji Mingyu was once like this herself. She sensed the mood change in her daughter and tapped her hand gently with a smile. "Should have let Lu accompany you to the States. We are not good enough." "No." Yan Zheka wrapped up all her feelings and emotions like always. She refused to shed tears of sorrow. Yan Kai with one backpack and 2 small suitcases stood there and watched them quietly. Ji Mingyu grabbed one suitcase and entered the lounge with her husband and daughter. She poured a glass of juice for Yan Zheka and sat down next to her with a caring smile. "I think sweetness can soothe emotions." "Yeah." Yan Zheka took a sip, the sweet and sour taste stimulating her spirit. Ji Mingyu put on a very gentle tone. "I've been concerned about you making silly decisions. I guess I've thought too much. You are my good daughter. As Lu has promised, you will see each other in just over 1 month. Don't be upset." "Silly decisions." Yan Zheka lost in her mother's words and a wry smile climbed on her face. "I did make silly decisions. I'm so not ready to have my own child or to be a mother, but I decided to take the slim chance and leave the decision to God because of my fear of parting with Chung. If I got pregnant, things would go beyond my imagination. How silly and crazy I have been these days. However, on the other hand, Chung has done more silly things than me. He ran until out of breath before talking to me in front of the martial arts club. How shy and nervous he was. He hoped to hold my hand when we went boating at Zhaoshan Lake during our social meetup, but I jumped on agilely. How silly and cute he was. He confessed his love for me on that Valentine's Day without any foreshadowing. Such an impulsive lunkhead. He wanted to grab my hand on our first date, but was too stiff and scared of being rejected. When we finally held hands, he was so lost and forgot about the traffic and direction. And that time we were kissing so passionately in the locker room when reporter Shu knocked at the door. He was stressed and upset, on the edge of beating them up. And he always desired to make out with me and always managed to stick to the baseline by taking a cold shower helplessly with grief and indignation. Yan Zheka's thought went wild. Thinking about all the silly things Lu Cheng has done for her, her lips curved upward with joy. But as more and more memories flashed in her head, her smile froze and her heart swelled. Something was brewing and something was about to break free. After the loss to Shanbei, he wanted me to experience the feeling of jumping off a high building, and we hugged so tightly against the wind. He taught me many wicked things. We climbed walls. We sneaked out all night. And that night, he couldn't help kissing every inch of my skin during the foot massage, That night, he called my name so desperately and passionately in bed. Thrilled and wild with joy, he still thought about protection, and how adorable he was when he felt jealous of the Dragon King for no reason. Memories from the last 2 years flooded in her head. The beautiful moments and feelings from their love were clear like yesterday. It bubbled in her heart and mind and blurred her vision. The bondage that kept her emotions under control was about to break. "Ku, you are crying?" Ji Mingyu looked at her daughter in shock. Yan Zhika wiped her eyes and forced a smile. "I'm not, Mom. You know me. I don't cry for sorrow." She lowered her head and sent Lu Cheng a message from her phone. "Cheng, what are you doing now?" Lu Cheng, standing at a higher position outside the airport, replied with a wry smile. "I have found a place where I can watch airplanes take off and land. A place for watching airplanes take off and land." Yan Zhika chanted silently, and everything in her heart went wild. The scenes she had recalled dashed out of her heart and went away. Her vision was completely blurred, and something warm rolled down her face, leaving a salty taste on her lips. "Ku." Ji Mingyu and Yan Kai was stunned by the tears on her daughter's face. Yan Zhika lost control of her tears and emotion. She grabbed her mobile and stood up, sobbing. "Mom, Dad, I need to make a phone call." She ran to the corner and dialed Lu Cheng's number nervously. "Hello, Cheng." Her voice was shaking and tears continued rolling down her fair face. "Ku, what is it?" asked Lu Cheng, very concerned. Yan Zhika couldn't see clearly. She continued, weeping. "Cheng, I have never said it to you." She sobbed and cried in a low voice. "Cheng." "Yes." Lu Cheng felt his eyes wet. Yan Zhika paused for a second and tears filled up her eyes again. "Cheng, I love you." 1 hour later, Lu Cheng checked his phone and confirmed her flight was taking off. He looked up towards the airport and saw a huge airplane rise slowly into the sky and gradually disappear in front of his eyes. His heart felt empty like a broken moon or a tideless ocean. Nothing could make up for it. He withdrew his eyes and went down the stairs blankly. Then his mobile suddenly rang, and it was from Geezer Shur. "Hello, Master." Lu Cheng answered calmly. Geezer Shur laughed. "Yen girl has taken off, right? I didn't want to send you work in these times. We have some clues about the wine pot with the dough character. The military wants to pursue it themselves, but I'd rather you do it. It's a good opportunity to test your comprehensive capabilities." The wine pot with the dough character came from Li Wanquan, the owner of the Li family's silverware shop in Zhengyun Ancient City. Trace this thread down. The task in Linbian was more dangerous than we thought. The sect has decided to raise your reward to 150,000. The money should reach your account in a day or two. Keep an eye on it. Anyway, contact me or the military if anything unexpected takes place. While there's life, there's hope, right? On the express train, Lu Cheng rested with his eyes half closed and recalled his master's warning. He had received a text message from the bank, and his account had almost 1 million after receiving the reward money. He had spent a lot of money since the end of June. Over 10 nights in 5-star hotels, a pair of rings, expenses on his martial arts training, and meals and drinks here and there. He put in the money from the red envelope from the Yen family, but the number in his account still decreased significantly. Thinking about his coming trips to the States, he once again felt financial pressure and resumed the urge to make money. This 150,000 from the generous sect came just in time to relieve the pressure on his wallet. "We are arriving at Jishuan. The train will stop here briefly. Passengers who need to get off are advised to wait at the door." Lu Cheng, who felt too lazy to play with his phone, stood up upon hearing the broadcast. He grabbed his backpack from the rack with one hand and passed by the stranger sitting next to him to the aisle to join the queue from the gate. Under the city of Jishuan, Zhengyun Ancient City had become a popular tourist place in recent years. Surrounded by layers of hills, the transport was not that convenient with no train services, which helped to maintain its authentic feeling. To get there, visitors had to change buses at nearby towns like Jishuan or hire an illegal private vehicle. Without delay, Lu Chang crossed the street from the train station and bought a ticket for the next bus service in the transit center. 20 minutes later, he boarded the bus and took an aisle seat in the rear out of habit. He looked at the empty window seat blankly and felt subsided. He moved to the window seat and pulled the curtain to block the blinding sunshine. Then he leaned against the backrest and closed his eyes, thoughts drifting in his head. From the footsteps and the vehicle's minor vibrations, he heard passengers getting on and filling up the bus. Someone stopped by his seat and he opened his eyes and turned his head before the stranger could talk. "Hi, can we swap seats?" A tall, slim, and bright man asked with a friendly smile. He pointed at himself and a pretty girl next to him. "I'd like to sit with my girlfriend. Please." Lu Chang gazed at them and fixed his black-edged glasses with a smile. "Sure. Where is yours?" "Thank you so much." Obviously delighted, the couple expressed their genuine gratitude. He pointed at a seat in the second to last row. "That's the only one left. I'm so sorry." "No problem. I'm by myself anyway." Lu Chang laughed as he walked over with his bag. The young couple didn't notice the tinge of emotion in his words and repeated their gratitude with their palms put together in front of their chest devoutly. Lu Chang saw the empty aisle seat and the muscular passenger on the window seat in a tight, black t-shirt. "No wonder the couple asked me instead of him to swap seats," thought Lu Chang to himself with a sudden realization. The girl sitting behind the man in the black t-shirt opened a bottle and some water accidentally splashed forward. The last row was in a higher position, so the splash went towards the back of muscular man's head. In a flash, the man in black slightly moved to the side and the water landed on his seat. "Sorry, I'm so sorry." The girl in a t-shirt, shorts, and sandals grabbed the bottle tightly and stood up to apologize, very terrified. The muscular man's arms were thicker than her thighs. Glancing at her pretty face and attractive body, the man in black laughed out. "No big deal. Could you please give me some tissues?" "Of course." The girl took out a stack of napkins and handed it to the man. Lu Chang watched carefully and nodded thoughtfully. Absolute reaction. The introversion of blood and chi. This must be a dance stage martial artist. It was impossible to tell his rank just by his looks. After wiping the seat, the man in black seized this opportunity to talk with the girl and her friend about Zhengyun Ancient City. It was obvious that he had been to many places and seen a lot. The two girls seemed very into this conversation. Lu Chang put his bag on the rack and casually sat down next to the man in black. He glanced at him out of habit. The man in black withdrew his eyes from this 1.76 meters young man who appeared to be nerdy with the black-edged glasses and light build. He continued to chat with the two girls sitting behind him. Lu Chang took a quick glance at him and felt impressed by his tan skin, the lines around his eyes and mouth, and the short, bushy brows. Lu Chang closed his eyes to rest and questions popped up in his head. What a chance to meet a dance stage fighter in Zhengyun Ancient City. After all, dance stage fighters are still humans and humans like to travel. It's not that strange for him to come to Zhengyun Ancient City. The three of them chatted like old friends, while Lu Chang slept and played with his phone for 50 minutes until the bus arrived at the entrance to Zhengyun Ancient City under the blazing sun. Two sections of the old city wall stood there, adding a special local flavor to the gate. Lu Chang found a spot and took a few photos with his mobile. Before he could send those photos out, the two girls in the last row approached with a sincere smile. "Hey, handsome boy, could you take a photo for us? One for the two of us and another for the three of us." The one in a long cotton skirt pointed at the man in black. "Sure." Lu Chang agreed with a calm grin. "A piece of cake." He took over a digital camera from the girl in shorts and sandals and fiddled with it a bit before taking 2 steps back to get in the stance for photo shooting. Click, click, click. Lu Chang pressed several times and completed the group photos. "Thank you," the two girls shouted in unison as they took the camera back. They invited the man in black to check the photos together. Lu Chang advanced towards the entrance and sent photos to Yan Zhika. "Just arrived at Weiyun. Pretty nice here," he added a sneer. "Someone just asked me to take photos for them. How dare they? An utter suicidal move." Can photos that were taken by me be good? He looked for the address of the Li family silverware shop on his phone and followed the map left at the third intersection to reach an ancient sign. Instead of going into the silverware shop, Lu Chang entered the bar across the street and ordered an iced coffee with tea. He then took a seat near the door and casually threw glances at the Li family's silverware shop. We might know a man's exterior, but not his heart. Lu Chang couldn't completely trust this total stranger, Li Wanquan, no matter what he would say. And the army formula couldn't be used to threaten or crush someone who didn't commit a crime or done something evil. Lu Chang decided to ask about and gather as much information as possible. He sipped on his coffee and checked his phone for replies. The screen lit up, but there was no news feed in the conversation after the photos and messages he had just sent. Slightly disappointed, Lu Chang thought about the time difference and then shook his head with a bitter smile. A dozen minutes later, the two girls from the last row of the bus walked by without the man in black. Lu Chang rechecked his mobile again out of habit before getting up to pay at the cash register. He lowered his voice, saying, "That silverware shop seems nice. How is the owner?" The girl on till looked at his genuine look alertly before giving a vague answer. "Stingy and shameless." Her voice decreased to a whisper that Lu Chang, with exceptional hearing ability, could barely hear the last word. He repeated such inquiries sneakily and half of the people he asked refused to answer, while the other half kindly gave him a warning. Lu Chang drew a rough image of Li Wanquan in his heart before finally stepping into the shop, where he immediately spotted the owner in his 50s with a distinctive pair of triangle eyes. "What do you want?" asked Li Wanquan in a lazy tone as Lu Chang approached him, ignoring the salesman in the front. Lu Chang smiled and showed him a photo of the wine pot with the dough character on his mobile, cutting straight to the point. "I heard this item came from your shop." "Yeah." Li Wanquan seemed greatly bucked, his eyes shining. "You're interested? I have more." "You have more?" Lu Chang asked in surprise. Without a word, Li Wanquan ran to another counter and pulled out a small chest holding several rows pink wine pots with the dough character. "Not like this. They don't have the feeling, that kind of feeling." Lu Chang carefully selected words not to leak much information. Li Wanquan's face turned darker. "That one was made by my father, and these were by me." "Is your father still around?" Lu Chang asked. "He passed away 10 years ago. He made 3 wine pots like this. I was tricked into selling one really cheap." Li Wanquan gave a dirty look. 3 wine pots? Lu Chang's heart missed a beat as he asked anxiously. "The one my master has is not the only one. So others might have gotten it and this thread." Li Wanquan chuckled at his question. "You want to know how my father made these wine pots?" Lu Chang narrowed his eyes and didn't answer. "You outlanders are cunning. 2 groups already came with the same questions a while ago." Li Wanquan revealed another shocking piece of information, and his hand made a money-counting gesture. 2 groups. Lu Chang looked blankly and silently judged his master. This is a very unreliable move. Isn't he afraid of losing the fighting formula to others? Did he have to wait until I became available? Is testing his disciple more important than getting the fighting formula? My master might actually say yes to this question. He never really cared much about the 9 words formula. Lu Chang put the thoughts and emotions aside and gazed at Li Wanquan with half a smile. 2 groups have come here for the pot before, and you are still here safe and sound? So you didn't lie to them. Can I make money from lying to you? This is no joke, answered Li Wanquan gruffly while making the same money-counting gesture again by rubbing his thumb and index finger. "I've heard about people working as consultants and making money by answering questions. Bro, you are out. Get a Weibo account and everybody can make money by answering questions." Lu Cheng's mouth twitched and he put on a smile. "How much?" 10 grand. Li Wanquan's eyes shone as he gave the big number. Lu Chang chuckled. "I'd rather ask Aunt Xiu. Just heard them talking about some familiar outlanders lingering about looking for you recently. They might know where they are, right?" He made up a threatening lie based on some logical reasoning. If the 2 groups had gotten it, there would be nothing he could do and the military should take it over. However, if they hadn't succeeded, they would be in need of more information, so it's very likely they would return to question Li Wanquan and become familiar outlanders. It was impossible to tell if a person was lying through a phone call, since facial expressions and body motions were unavailable. Li Wanquan's eyes blinked and he forced a smile. What do they know? Well, you seem like a genuine guy. I'll settle for a few $100. Sure. Lu Cheng glanced at the counter and pointed at a delicate silver talisman. 800. Including this. Deal. Li Wanquan took out the talisman quickly. Here you go. Damn it. That was fast. I feel tricked. Lu Cheng accepted the talisman and took out his wallet to pay with cash. He didn't want to pay through his mobile, so that his personal information would stay safe. Li Wanquan was all smiles with 8 red 100 yuan bills in his hands. Look for old Nanny Chio at 15 Wanha Street. My dad was fooling around with her when my mom was still alive and often slept over. On the rare occasions where he came home, he usually brought my mom a wine pot he made himself. Yeah, the kind you are looking for. Old Nanny Chio at 15 Wanha Street. Lu Cheng memorized the name and the address before asking, what kind of a woman is she? A mysterious one. She rarely leaves her home. Such a beauty in her youth. Li Wanquan lowered his voice. She has had many lovers over the years, and they all shiver when talking about her. My dad was the same. Lu Cheng listened without a word. Afterward, he asked the residents in Zhengyun Ancient City who had answered his questions earlier to confirm Li Wanquan's story. Carrying his backpack, he followed the map on his phone towards Wanha Street. This was a quiet back alley with houses that had been well maintained for over a century. Lu Cheng would have felt like a warrior in ancient times if the electricity wires and air conditioners could be ignored. As Lu Cheng got closer to number 15, his hair stood up and he could feel many eyes on him in the dark. He passed old Nanny Chio's dwelling without stopping and looked about leisurely like a tourist. Those intense eyes were withdrawn and the door of the number 15 house opened with a squeak. Lu Cheng turned around and saw the man in black from the same bus step out. His face was gloomy and his emotions were close to an explosion. He lowered his voice. She's gone. Abruptly, he burst into a laugh, loud and wild. Ha ha, ha ha. The unbridled laugh echoed in the alley and ruined the tranquility and peace. Lu Cheng had no intention to cover his shock and acted like a curious spectator, taking a video of this random crazy man. Several enthusiastic and energetic youths ran out of the dark and surrounded the man in black. Lu Cheng's view was blocked. Almost 1 minute later, the man in black calmed down and panted heavily. One of the youths walked towards Lu Cheng in a showy manner, attempting to scare him away. Lu Cheng shook his head slightly and left at once. Old Nanny Chio is pretty strange indeed. Seems like she is missing on purpose. How can I find her? Ideas flashed in Lu Cheng's head, and he began to understand why his master had put him on this task. A martial artist can't stay in the ring all the time. It's important to learn to cope with complicated matters with martial arts, but I can't solely rely on it. Lu Cheng didn't return to 15 Wanha Street. Instead, he wandered around in Zhengyun Ancient City like a proper tourist, took many photos, tried a few local dishes, and beat around the bush to gather information. He met the 2 girls who sat behind Lu Cheng on the bus to Zhengyun but never saw the man in black again. He lied in bed with his phone around 8 at night and browsed the local news aimlessly. Finally, the special ringtone he had set for Yenjika sounded and she sent a stretching emoji. I have finally overcome the jet lag. I was sleepy all the time. Now I'm fully charged. Then she added a smiley face with one hand covering its mouth. Did they take another one after checking the photos you took for them? Messages flooded in as she replied to Lu Cheng, typing rapidly. I didn't look, but I guess so. Lu Cheng began to share what he had experienced today delightedly, and Yenjika responded actively whenever she had time. She sent a selfie over before heading out and asked proudly, Cheng, how do I look? She wore a pair of black-edged glasses similar to Lu Cheng's, which covered half of her pretty face. Her hair was tied up into a boring ponytail and her clothes were simple jeans and a plain t-shirt. You don't have to look so old-fashioned. Lu Cheng chuckled. Yenjika used the working with a passion emoji. Must. No distractions. Focus on study 100%. I'll work hard so I can graduate early and reunite with my Cheng soon. Phew. I don't want you to get depressed. Lu Cheng was very touched. I won't. Studying makes me happy. Yenjika pushed up her sunglasses. The conversation went on and off until Lu Cheng's bedtime. The next morning he got up half an hour earlier. He said good morning to Yenjika and went straight to old Nanny Cho's home at 15, Wanha Street in a dark martial arts suit. He skipped the front gate and jumped into a neighboring yard fast like lightning in the dark silently. Lu Cheng climbed another wall and snuck into old Nanny Cho's home in hopes of looking for some traces of her whereabouts. It should be pretty safe after their actions yesterday. Lu Cheng landed on the ground and glanced through the yard in the dark, seeing many worn-out bottles and pots accommodating water, plants, herbs, or disgusting excreta. The ground was not flattened with cement. After the heavy rainfall last night, the yard was messy with 2 ditches. Lu Cheng was approaching towards the door through the ditches and mud when it suddenly squeaked open. The noise was like a thunder striking at the peaceful dawn. The door opened and a blurry, ghostly figure bumped into Lu Cheng in the dark. Another martial artist came to explore this house before the sunrise like Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng was stunned. So was the blurry figure. He froze and then took a deep breath, attempting to take the initiative to perform the forced concentration and open a way out. Lu Cheng's hair stood up and his absolute reaction took place. The astonishing army formula was drawn in his head, imposing and impressive. He didn't make a sound as he didn't want to expose himself. Instead, he blended the feeling into his spirit and gave it off as a terrifying bearing. The figure shivered, his right arm swollen and his fist frozen. Lu Cheng lowered his weight and withdrew before releasing his blood and chi. He threw his fist out like a hammer. Bam! A dull sound spread and the shadow hurried to withstand the attack, his body leaning backward immediately. Lu Cheng withdrew his right fist and borrowed strength to concentrate his chi and blood once again smoothly. Bang! His 3 punches and kicks knocked the enemy out. Lu Cheng took a quick look at old Nanny Cho's house and memorized everything before leaving via the same route. In less than 10 seconds, he began his morning exercises. The shadow knocked over old Nanny Cho's dining table and felt desperate, about to give some dying kicks. However, when he finally got up, the enemy had vanished in the dark. The storm of strikes was like a dream. The shadow froze for a second and then took a deep breath. He then rushed out of old Nanny Cho's yard before the neighbors came for the noise. He made several detours in an alert manner before returning to the guest house he was staying. Brother, how was it? Any discovery? His junior brothers and sisters gathered up. The shadow was a sturdy young man of 26 or 27 years old. His face darkened. Nothing. I met an expert. An expert? A girl blurted out. Yes. The shadow nodded heavily as the memory hit him. He pulled the door open and saw a shadow standing outside in silence. His face blurry under the faint light and his body completely blended into the dark. Before the enemy made any move, he had already felt stuck in a hopeless situation as if surrounded by many on all sides. His body and mind shivered and his will to fight collapsed. The enemy's attacks came in waves and pushed him out of his stance within 3 or 4 bouts. He was terrified, feeling death approach. Then the enemy vanished as if he had never existed. Recalling the details, he sensed cold sweat on his back and felt his clothes dampen. Hurry! Inform the sect and request for a master, he commanded hurriedly and briefly. One of his junior brothers frowned. We haven't found old Nanny Cho yet. Isn't it too early to request for an elder? No, it will be too late when old Nanny Cho is found, said the senior brother without any doubt. The man in black, and then the dude I encountered earlier. Li Wanquan didn't lie about the 2 groups. Lu Cheng ran away from Wanha Street towards the desolated corner he had discovered yesterday while pondering. Then he put everything else aside and began to practice the swordsman formula and the unique skills of the ice sect. improving himself. He finished his morning exercises by 8 o'clock and returned via the same route. On the way back, he stopped at a breakfast restaurant and bought 4 big meat stuffed buns. Snap! He took a photo and sent to Yenjika with a sneer. I read good comments about this stuffed bun restaurant online. After 2 bites, I'm positive it is very good indeed, but I can't buy too many, or the owner might get terrified. I will have to get several small breakfasts from different vendors. It was around dinner time for her. She instantly replied with a photo of her dining table with many Chinese and Western fusion dishes, including steak and beef stew with potato. The food was very nicely plated, but the flavor were hard to tell. Come on, let's hurt each other with food. Yenjika flipped the table. Lu Chang was delighted and his appetite got bigger. He returned to his hotel room satisfied after visiting 7 breakfast places. Over 1 hour later, Yenjika finished her work during their messages back and forth and sent a video call request, which Lu Chang had been waiting for. He picked up happily. After a split second, her image appeared on his screen in a nightie under a floral duvet, her collarbone exposed, hair down on her shoulder, and eyes shining without glasses. Her beauty completely captured Lu Chang's attention. Talk. What are you gazing at me for? Yenjika raised her chin and tilted her head slightly with a gentle chuckle. Because you are too pretty? Answered Lu Chang sincerely in a joking tone. Yenjika's eyes curved and she replied, Dramatic. They trifled with each other until Yenjika showed her concern about Lu Chang's task. Chang, did you find anything in old Nanny Chio's? No, I met a fellow in the yard and we fought a bit. The noise was loud enough to alert the neighbors, so I left. From what I saw in the yard, old Nanny Chio is pretty odd, mysterious, and spooky, as people said. Lu Chang described everything honestly to his wife. You had a fight. Yenjika muttered the part that concerned her the most. Lu Chang coughed. No big deal. We are living in a society governed by law, and no one dares hurt others at will. We just exchanged a few moves with no wicked intentions. After all, a secret martial arts style isn't worth the risk of one's life. Especially as they were both in the dance stage, and very likely the backbone of their sex. Any severe injury would lead to a serious conflict between 2 sects. A secret discipline was precious, but not worth lifelong jail time. Lu Chang might not have been interested in it at all if it wasn't related to the jindan in his body. It was just something decorative like the icing on a cake. He could tell that the shadow's first punch was very restrained. That's true. Yenjika nodded slightly. Her eyes rolled up thoughtfully. Chang, yesterday you said your master didn't care about the 9 words formula and chose to train you with this task despite wasting precious time. I've been thinking, and it doesn't seem right. It's possible your master doesn't care about the formula, but what about the military? Aren't they looking for the 9 words formula for their own study? Why would they take the risk of losing the fighting formula to wait for you? Lu Chang was stunned by the question, and the puzzle in his heart suddenly became bright and clear. Yes. The Queen of Thought and the Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame do care about the 9 words formula a lot. The military wouldn't risk losing the fighting formula to satisfy my master's request for training a disciple. They didn't interfere because things are still under their control. Maybe those 2 groups are not big forces and the military is confident they can take them down easily? But shouldn't the key be old Nanny Chio? If this important figure is missing, will the military panic? They haven't made any moves because they've been monitoring closely, are aware of old Nanny Chio's whereabouts, and are confident about my safety. Are they showing respect to my master by allowing me to practice as long as things are still under their control? Phew! In this case, they are probably waiting for me to cry for aid so they can take part in it and finish it once and for all. Lu Chang suddenly understood everything. I'm like a child playing an exciting yet extremely safe game under my parents' watch, and they are very pleased with themselves, waiting for me to seek help. Lu Chang's, the child's, desire to excel was suddenly aroused. He was determined to complete this task perfectly and get the fighting formula before the military got involved. Don't look down upon me. I can't let the parents get what they want. Lu Chang swept off the laziness and told Yenjika his speculation. Yes, Brother Chung. Come on. Don't give the military an opportunity to shine. Yen Zheka made a fist and encouraged Lu Chang in an affectionate and sweet tone. I am the smarter one of this family indeed. She felt completely relaxed when she learned that the military was watching him. When Yen Zheka had to say goodnight and join her mother in bed, Lu Chang felt disappointed. He took a moment to calm himself and opened a notebook to organize his thoughts. My advantages include a new pair of glasses and shorter hair for camouflage. Even those who watched the national tournament won't be able to recognize me unless they are acquaintances of mine. The two groups either don't know about my presence or are not aware of who I am. I should make use of this situation to fish in troubled waters. And my biggest disadvantage is fighting solo in the dark without the military's resources. I won't be able to gather information as fast and extensively as the other two groups. Then Lu Chang began to list possible ways to look for old Nanny Chio. First, seek help from the authorities and the police. Second, in contrary to good, the ancient city also has its evil side, which might be better informed. Several locals mentioned Zhou Wei, who apparently suffered thanks to old Nanny Chio. He sounded like an unusual figure and might be a valuable thread. Third, I can follow the other two groups and use their intelligence as my own. They are from some sect, and I bet they will make full use of official resources. The first one can be merged into this one. Fourth, explore old Nanny Chio's home one more time tomorrow at 5 o'clock to look for clues. Lu Chang read it through, putting these ideas together and developing them into 3 things to do today. First, inquire about Zhou Wei and look for him in the dark. Second, of the two groups, one seems mysterious and clueless, but the other, led by the man in black, is out in the daylight. While working on the first one, look for him and those martial artists with him yesterday. If I can't find them, follow the 2 girls that sat behind us on the bus. The man in black appeared very interested in them. They might stay in touch. Third, explore 15 Wanha Street again. Upon the completion of the plan, Lu Chang left the room with his mobile and wallet for lunch. To hide his identity, he stuck to the style of eating less but often, separating his lunch to different vendors like yesterday so his appetite wouldn't look too abnormal. After requesting aid from the sect, Ho Yulin took a nap and finished his routine exercises before heading to the Li family's silverware shop under the bright sunlight. The elders can't set out right away. They will have to take an express train and a bus. Tomorrow morning will be the earliest they can get here. I can't just sit and wait. The expert I encountered last night can't be a member of that force, or it wouldn't be necessary for him to investigate at night. He made it to old Nanny Chio's place most likely through Li Wanquan. I should be able to get some information on him from the silverware shop. It's better to drag him out of the dark so I can be prepared. Just thinking about the expert he had met in old Nanny Chio's yard, Ho Yulin felt a chill run down his spine. That was like a nightmare carved into his brain, very vivid and terrifying. That was an awfully capable martial artist. I'd better stay away from him if possible. Ho Yulin looked up at the board of the Li family's silverware shop before entering. Li Wanquan glanced at him with his triangle eyes and welcomed him warmly, high in expectation. What do you want to know today? These outlanders have nothing but generosity. Ho Yulin took out his wallet and handed over a stack, making a silent judgment about how old school this shop was for not accepting mobile payment nor having a CCTV system. He kept his tone flat. Anyone else come for old Nanny Chio recently? Li Wanquan answered gladly while counting the bills. Yeah, a young fellow of 23 or 24 in a white shirt, jeans, and a big black framed pair of glasses. He seemed friendly. A young man of 23 or 24 years old, the terrifying strength last night. Which sect could this young talent be serving? Ho Yulin pondered and asked a few more questions for details before heading out. He looked about casually on the street in search of kind-looking young man in his early 20s wearing jeans, a white shirt, and a black-framed pair of glasses. There is one. Another one over there. A third one. And a fourth. Ho Yulin saw 5 guys meeting the description after 2 streets. A Mr. Average. Ho Yulin poked fun of the unknown young man and quit searching. He began to doubt the man Li Wanquan had talked about was the expert he encountered the night before. He must have hired an average-looking young man to ask on his behalf, so he didn't have to expose himself. Very possible. That sounds more like the awfully terrifying expert I met last night. Ho Yulin withdrew his eyes from the rice noodle soup restaurant where Lu Chang was sitting and sipping on a bowl of tasty soup quietly. The local residents of Jiyun's ancient town told Lu Chang lots of things about old Nanny Chiu, but they did not dare to mention Zhou Wei. No matter how much Lu Chang tried to fish for information, that man in the black t-shirt vanished along with those warriors monitoring number 15 Wanha Street. Maybe they were waiting for something to happen. The ancient town was too large, and it was hard for Lu Chang to encounter them. Finally, Lu Chang had to turn his gaze to the two girls in the back row. He had encountered them several times yesterday and knew which hotel they were staying in. It was not until 4 or 5 o'clock that he saw those two familiar figures again. One was good-looking with a fine body shape, and the other a plain-looking youth with an intelligent aura. They came back to have a rest and then left on another journey. Lu Chang followed them from a distance and pretended to be a tourist taking photos when they looked back. The two girls walked and laughed, marveling at all the specialties and local instruments being sold on the roadside. It seemed that they were not looking for a place to have dinner but were just walking randomly. More than half an hour had passed and Lu Chang got a little impatient. Quickening his pace to surpass the girls, he took another route that narrowed the distance between them and he began eavesdropping thanks to his inhuman hearing. "Cici, it's him again." The literature girl secretly pointed at Lu Chang. "Cici." The pretty girl made a frown with her painted eyebrows and said, "He seems to be following us." "Ha ha. He must be attracted to your beauty but has to follow us secretly because he doesn't have the courage to talk to you. I saw him several times yesterday," the intelligent girl gossiped. "But our Cici doesn't pay attention to a dull, plain-looking indoors man." Cici bit her lower lip and said with fear, "Shun. It's too frightening. What if he is a bad guy or even a psychopath? What if he is a stalker?" "Yeah." Shun also got nervous. "It's still daytime and there are so many people here. He can't do anything abnormal, right? Maybe he just admires you and wants to take a few more looks at you, but is too much of a coward to approach you." Lu Chang wanted to laugh and weep all at once upon hearing their conversation. How had he been discovered in such a short time and was even labeled a stalker? "What, me, an abnormal man? Are you joking?" "No, that's not the point. Are my trailing skills that terrible?" Obviously the answer is yes. I have no trailing skills. I have never trailed someone before, so I don't know all the do's and don'ts. Restraining the urge to cover his face and sigh, Lu Chang unlocked his cell phone and sent a message to Ku while still following the two girls Cici and Shun. After telling Ku what had happened just now and complaining to her, he clicked on the browser and typed several words in the search bar. Trailing skill. Bah, it should be following skill. Lu Chang typed another word, wondering if the two girls would call the police. On the other side, Cici, who stopped and pretended to be selecting some goods, looked back quickly and then whispered in panic, "He is still there. Still there. What should we do?" Shin was also nervous. "Should we call the police?" "That won't work. He hasn't done anything yet. Let's finish eating and go back to the hotel quickly." Cici was flustered. Shin shook her head with a serious look. "He'll find out where we're staying. Cici, ask Brother Huang for help. He still owes us a meal. He said that he would accompany us, but we haven't seen him yet." "Brother Huang?" Cici was almost persuaded. "Yeah, Brother Huang is a strong warrior and he said he was good at fighting. It should be easy for him to scare that coward psychopath away. Bad guys deserve to be punished by fierce guys," Shin said with great certainty. She put on a smile. "Brother Huang admires you. I can see it in his eyes. He won't pass up the chance to be a hero and save his beauty. You broke up with your boyfriend 3 months ago, right? Just give yourself another chance." "Well, I'll ask him if he is free." Cici took out her cell phone and sent a long message to Huang Zhuhua, whose phone number she got yesterday. After several minutes, she smiled. "He told me to leave that guy to him, and we should meet at Ian Bridge." Great. What a charming lady you are. Shin turned to look at Lu Chang, who pretended to be looking at his cell phone while still following them. Well, now I have found the man in the black t-shirt, but I'm not happy. Thinking about it, Lu Chang sighed silently. He decided to keep following the two girls and used another route to surpass them until they arrived at Unabridged, in case they changed the meeting point halfway. I must learn some trailing skills on the way, for my opponent will be a dance stage warrior. They went straight down the road, made 2 turns and continued heading straight. At this moment, Cici gave her cell phone to Shun and said in a low voice, "You see." Shun took the cell phone in confusion and took a look at the message from Brother Huang. "You two won't find me on Unabridged, don't be surprised. I'm hiding somewhere nearby in order not to scare that guy away. I'll give him a good smacking. Brother Huang is so—" Shun stopped talking and then made a gesture to congratulate Cici. She was looking forward to what would happen. Yes, Cici had the same feeling. That abnormal guy deserves a good smacking, though he does all this out of adoration. After walking for another 10 minutes, they approached the street where Unabridged was located and thus slowed down their pace, waiting for Brother Huang to appear and catch the abnormal guy following them. That guy would be dragged into a nearby alley and get severely smashed. It couldn't be done on the street, where there were too many witnesses to report it. On the other side, Lu Chang was about to surpass them. However, he got a sudden feeling that someone was staring at him. Looking aside, he saw the man in the black t-shirt appear from nowhere and run towards him. Instead of taking action to dodge him, Lu Chang stood still until that man approached him and stretched out one arm to grasp his shoulder. He heard the man laugh in anger. "Let's go somewhere else and have a talk." Feeling sorry that his trailing plans had been interrupted, Lu Chang pretended to tremble at the man's words and let himself be dragged into a dim alley without struggling. "Yes!" Cici and Shin yelled with great joy. "Brother Huang is so good. That stalker is just like a child in front of Brother Huang." They returned to the alley but dared not to look at what was happening inside it. In the alley, the man in the black t-shirt released Lu Chang, clenched his fists with great force, and gave Lu Chang a fierce smile. "You are so brave. Since you are so daring as to follow the girls, do you dare to face my fist?" At this moment, he saw the guy with black-framed glasses raise his hands to make a gesture with his fingers while pronouncing a word. "Army." This Huang Zhihua was stunned, feeling as if he was trapped in a battlefield with the smell of death filling his nose. No matter how he struggled, it was impossible to extricate himself from this horrible dream. Giving the man no time to take action, Lu Chang visualized an icebound river in his mind to adjust the wave propagation caused by his muscles, fascia, and organs. Then he changed the scene to a horrible one with thunder roaring in it. Bang! Lu Chang punched his opponent with severe warning. As soon as Huang Zihua extricated himself from the illusion created by the army formula, he was immediately shocked by Lu Cheng's punch and lost all sensation. There was only one thought in his mind. "I've been settling all the difficulties in my martial arts life, so how come I've failed inexplicably this time? I'm all washed up." Plump! Lu Cheng again gave Huang Zihua, who couldn't move both mentally and physically for the moment, a fierce punch, knocking him totally unconscious. It was daylight, and that man would finally recognize Lu Cheng through his kung fu, so there was no need for Lu Cheng to disguise himself. Glancing at the alley, Lu Cheng squatted down, found the man's cell phone and unlocked it using the poor guy's fingerprints one by one. Looking through his WeChat records, he gradually got to understand the whole situation. The man named Huang Zihua was a core member of the Zhengfa sect, which was related to Daxing Temple. Old Nanny Chio's disappearance was so weird that neither the police monitors nor security cameras had noticed it at all. As a result, they had to dig out relevant information from the old flames of Old Nanny Chio, which proved inefficient. "So I haven't fallen behind." Lu Cheng put the cell phone back into Huang Zihua's pocket and then pinched his philtrum to wake him up. After doing all this, Lu Cheng kept walking out of the alley and into the crowd. At the other end of the alley, Cici and Shun, who had been waiting for a while, couldn't help taking steps forward in curiosity. Soon, They saw the strong man in the black t-shirt lying near the wall, unconscious. They were speechless for a while and then they let out a sharp cry. They couldn't believe what was in front of their eyes. What had happened just now? Wasn't Brother Huang punishing that guy? How come he got beaten up? It's so weird. When Huang Zhihua heard the scream, he thoroughly regained consciousness. The real scene in the valley relieved him of his fear. He knew that the martial arts expert didn't intend to kill him. Army formula. A special skill that could freeze his mind. The sound of the fighting formula, so young. As thoughts flashed across his mind one by one and connected in series, Huang Zihua finally recognized that plain face he had ignored before. It's him? Huang Zihua suddenly jumped up in astonishment. Ignoring the blank and frightened expressions on the girls' faces, in a serious tone, he hurried to call his sect. Lu Cheng is here. As a well-known warrior, Lu Cheng's name was enough to shock people. Everyone in the martial arts community would know that he was the heavenly son who ranked just below those inhuman masters. He was a fighter of Peng Liyun's level before Peng Liyun had advanced. They stood no chance against him. Besides, Lu Cheng was not a single fighter, for there was a giant force, the Ice God sect, supporting him. Hence, Huang Zihua had to rush back to his sect to ask one of the most powerful elders for help. Maybe Lu Cheng came here alone without notifying his sect, but now he is likely to ask them for help. Though the Ice God sect's forces haven't permeated to the surrounding areas, they have many masters, and we can't defeat any one of them. Well, our elder will arrive before tomorrow morning and then search for old Nanny Chio in a one-day period. If we still can't find that woman and get the trace of the fighting formula, we'll release it to Daxing Temple and get a reward. As all kinds of thoughts flashed across Huang Zihua's mind, he simplified the whole explanation into a name and a serious tone. After hanging up the phone, Huang Zihua suppressed his feelings, and then took a glance at Cici and Shun. He nodded reluctantly. I still have something to do, but I'll invite you for dinner another day. The investigation of old Nanny Chio's disappearance had been putting some pressure on him. He had no time to date the girls. It was only when he received Cici's message that he decided to come out and relax, hoping to get some new ideas. Now that he had heard that Lu Cheng was here, he was in no mood to flirt with the girls. Okay. Cici and Shin looked at each other in confusion, trying to understand what had happened. Concerned, Cici asked another question. Brother Huang, will that guy come back? Huang Zihua looked at her and murmured, Don't worry, you're not his target. He turned to leave the alley and went back to his hotel, leaving the two girls behind. His target is not me. Unconscious Brother Huang. The stalker who didn't appear again. Cici looked at Shin with some feelings of discernment. We seem to have been pulled into something larger than we thought. That stalker's target might be Brother Huang, and I'm only a smokescreen. Relieved, frightened, curious, and disappointed. Cici was caught in a whirlwind of emotions after figuring out the whole thing. At this moment, she frowned and mumbled to herself, Lu Cheng. That name sounds so familiar. Now that he had exposed himself, Lu Cheng knew the other party would soon call for assistance. But he did not want to do the same. He did not want to be like a spoiled child. Going back to the hotel with lots of takeouts, he began analyzing the information got from Huang Zihua, intending to speed up his actions and be one step ahead of the other side. They had found Zhou Wei, the local villain, through official channels, but did not manage to get any useful information from him. They had sent someone to keep watch on Li Wanquan, hoping that old Nanny Chio would bite the hook and surface herself. For such a weird and secretive woman, if she was exposed, she would think that Li Wanquan was the one who betrayed her, and she might take revenge. They also kept some men to monitor 15 Wanha Street in case old Nanny Chio went back home to grab something. All kinds of possibilities flashed across Lu Cheng's mind, but he had not found anything new except to rule out many of the possibilities. Not before long it was 8 p.m. Lu Cheng's phone began ringing a special ringtone. Yenjika sent a laughing and thumping the ground emoji. Haha, it's so funny. How are you, pervert Chung? What can I do? I don't know how to trail someone at all. Lu Cheng replied with a crying emoji. It was not a fine experience to be regarded as abnormal, unless it was thinking so. Are those two girls pretty? Yen Zhika smiled. So. If I see them, I'll probably recognize them, but if I don't, I think I'm already forgetting how they look like. Lu Cheng gave an exaggerated reply. Yen Zhika sent a biting lip and looking up emoji. Don't cheat on me. Huang Zihua wouldn't flirt with them if they were plain-looking. Plus, he is a dance-stage warrior. Maybe it's difficult for me to go from extravagance to average. Seeing that the little fairy was trapped by him, Lu Cheng snickered. Yen Zhika paused and then replied, I almost burst out laughing just now and spouted out the milk from my mouth. Mom has been looking at me weirdly. Well, any new clues? In a good mood, she moved the conversation back to the main topic. Can we consider all clues one as a new clue? Lu Cheng gave his wife his conclusion. Okay. Yen Zhika sent a thinking emoji. As inferential fiction always says, we should go back to the beginning and start again. Now that we can't figure out how old Nanny Cho left her yard, we should come back to where she disappeared and start again. So I intend to go to old Nanny Cho's home tonight to see if there are any clues we might have missed. I can do better than those guys since few fighters below the physical invulnerability stage can manage special skills like Ice Mirror. Lu Cheng said. They always had a tacit understanding. Haha. Couples think alike. Yen Zhika tittered. The joyful conversation was disrupted by noises after Yen Zhika got dressed and left the house. Before long, it was Lu Cheng's rest time. After saying goodnight to Ku, he sighed and then fell asleep through visualization and meditation. At 3 a.m., Lu Cheng woke up fresh and rested. After putting on his dark martial arts suit, he told both Yen Zhika and himself, Move. The night was deep and everywhere was dead silent. Lu Cheng walked along the dark areas and soon arrived somewhere near 15 Wanha Street. With the help of his keen senses and experience, he found 2 hiding monitors. He waited patiently for a good time. Once a drunk man passed by and attracted the monitor's attention. Lu Cheng took this opportunity and jumped into old Nanny Cho's yard over the wall like a swift black bird. He landed silently and rolled forward like a black cat. With quick and soft movements, Lu Cheng pushed open the room door, slid in, and then closed the door quietly. With the moonlight pouring into the room, he started to take everything in. He saw numerous antiques, vintage plates, books, art pieces, and decorations. According to the rumors of old Nanny Cho, she didn't like these things at all. Lu Cheng was confused and began checking the decorations one by one. But he found no useful leads. He went from the living room to the bedroom and then to the kitchen. He checked everything carefully, but again found nothing. Finally, Lu Cheng had to put a stop to all the thoughts and visualized Ice Mirror in his mind. This helped to calm him down and showed him all the details for many centimeters around. As everything appeared, he traced back his earlier footsteps. He only felt peace and serenity in the surroundings. There was not much change. From kitchen to the bedroom and then to the living room, Lu Cheng just took 2 steps. Then suddenly he heard a heartbeat. It was definitely not his own. Thump. Being startled by the sound, he stopped to listen carefully. He was prepared to make his move. 1 minute passed and he heard another thump from his heart. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat was slow and deep, as though it was somewhere far below like a chant for the devil. Lu Cheng took a deep breath. With the help of the Heart Lake Ice Mirror, he managed to dispel all these hair-standing thoughts. Several minutes later, he took several steps back and looked at where he was just now. The entire living room floor was unboarded, nor was it tiled. It was just soil and dirt to make the floor sturdy. And that eerie thumping heartbeat was from under the soil. Here. Damn it! What the hell is this? Lu Cheng swallowed hard and his mind immediately started to churn all sorts of ideas and guesses. Suddenly, he hunkered down to visualize the corresponding ancient character of army in his mind. Invisible forces immediately burst out of his body to darken the room and lowered the temperature like a terrifying snowstorm. It roared and pounded at the ground, right where that beating sound was coming from. Bang! Lu Cheng hunkered and stretched out his right hand. With the help of the forces roaring around him, he knocked at the ground lightly and said in a low voice, "Come out. I won't harm you." Just as he finished his sentence, a change occurred. Starting from some wiggling movements from the ground, more and more colorful worms pushed through the earth and creeped out from the ground. They crawled along his fist and arm, just waves threatening to engulf him. This was enough to scare anyone with trypophobia into unconsciousness. Lu Cheng shook his head, and a blaze suddenly appeared above his fist, burning all the worms. Their charred bodies fell off his arms like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. Pitter, patter. The hurried raindrops started to cover the ground around. Soon only a few worms were left. The swarming of the worms finally stopped. Then a somewhat wrinkled and not too big feminine hand popped out from the earth. Then Lu Cheng saw the other hand, the head, body, and both feet, and finally an old woman in dark red. Old Nanny Chiu? Lu Cheng sighed with relief secretly. Then he withdrew all the forces restraining the woman and gave her a smile. Though the old woman was trembling, she still tried to correct Lu Cheng seriously. "Chiu Huazhen, it's her." Lu Cheng looked carefully at the woman, who appeared to be an elegant lady with grizzled hair and a pale face. She looked younger than her age and was not odd or scary as the rumors stated. After all, she used to be a charming beauty with so many pursuers. Lu Cheng nodded and said, "Supernatural ability? If old Nanny Chiu were powerful enough, she wouldn't dodge me in this way. But it's hard for warriors below the physical invulnerability stage to hide in the mud for several days like a hibernating animal." "Yes." Chiu Huazhen stared at Lu Cheng like a snake. She then asked him coldly, "What are you up to?" When Lu Cheng was about to show her the photo of that kettle with the dough character on it, something occurred to him. "These are all antiques, right?" He pointed at the decorations in the room. "There, you got it." Chiu Huazhen's facial expression suddenly changed. "Not much," Lu Cheng replied. "Think it's better if you said it yourself. It seems like old Nanny Chiu and her fellows are all grave robbers. No wonder they found something related to the fighting formula. Maybe they were also involved in some homicides or murders. That's why they keep running from the two gangs and refuse to negotiate anything. This is a clear sign of guilt." Old Nanny Chiu proved Lu Cheng's suspicion that she was born with a special ability. Not only could she hibernate like an animal, she could also manipulate the soil to some extent. After joining a group of grave robbers by chance, she even learned some rudimentary witchcraft. In the eyes of her neighbors, she was a mysterious woman who often stayed home for several days in a row. The truth was that she had actually left the ancient town during that time. Even her former live-in lover would consider her strange and even terrifying at times. He dared not talk too much about her. She gained most of her antiques related to the fighting formula during that time. Most were badly damaged and thus of no value in the group leader's opinion. Since she liked things like these, the leader gave them to her to bring home as she did with all the junk in her room. Once, they had a great harvest and sold off their spoils for quite a fair bit of money. The members began fighting with each other and someone even tried to kill the leader and take over the group. Using her supernatural ability and witchcraft, Chiu Huazhen grabbed most of the group's money and antiques and fled to her hometown that none of the members knew about. She stayed put and lived a peaceful life from then on. Only when she lacked money would she sell one or two of her antiques. Her serene life continued for many years, but that was eventually broken by two groups of people. Old Nanny Chiu was not technologically inclined. She didn't know how to go on the internet or use a smartphone. Thus, she knew nothing about the 9 words formula at all and didn't believe her antique relevant to the dough character was of any importance. She suspected it was the relatives of her former group members waiting for more backup to punish her. She was gripped by fear but didn't dare to contact the police and admit her crimes. She used witchcraft to temporarily restrain those two groups of people. During the peak of the day and under their surveillance, she selected a few of her most expensive antiques and sank into the ground. She planned on hibernating for half a month, which was also the limit of her supernatural ability. She would wait until the two groups of people gave up on monitoring her house before escaping somewhere else. She had been insightful enough in the past to get a fake ID in another city and buy 2 houses. The only reason she stayed in Ziyun was because she couldn't bear leaving her hometown. I've told you all that I know. What exactly do you want to do? Old Nanny Cho stared at Lu Cheng with both fear and anger. She wasn't strong. It was her mysterious witchcraft that restrained others. So she didn't dare to confront the 2 groups of people directly and could only dodge them. Facing a terrifying and powerful fighter before her, she immediately gave up struggling. Lu Cheng sighed inwardly before revealing a gentle smile. Where's the jade plate with the Do character on it? You're here just for that? Old Nanny Cho asked in confusion. In the eyes of her group leader back then, it was just a useless piece of junk. If it wasn't so pretty, she herself wouldn't have wanted it either. I just want to take a look, Lu Cheng replied indifferently. Looking at him doubtfully, Old Nanny Cho took out the jade plate from her pocket. It was a corroded jade plate decorated with unique patterns and an intricate design. The Do character was inscribed on the center, carrying the message of continuing the fight and never giving up. Lu Cheng took a glance at the jade plate and recognized the signs of corrosion made by the force of Yin in the past years. There was little spirit remaining on the Do character. Other fighters wouldn't have learned anything from the remaining spirit, but it was enough for Lu Cheng to resonate with his Jindan. Keeping a straight face, he narrowed his eyes and motioned Old Nanny Cho to place the jade plate somewhere near him. He began comprehending the magical spirit in that character. After about 8 minutes, he vaguely managed to make out a visualization of the Do character in his mind. He made a gesture with both hands, pointing at his Dantian tandem, and said in a lowered voice, "Fighting!" Something roared in his mind and he felt the Jindan in his Dantian awaken thanks to the Do character. It began shaking and making ripples, echoing the movement of the brilliant stars and suns in his visualization world. The character became clearer and more terrifying in his mind within seconds, just like his explosive power and strong will. As the strokes of the seal character linked with each other, the visualization world in Lu Cheng's mind began changing rapidly before stopping at a certain scene. Reflected in Old Nanny Cho's astonished eyes was Lu Cheng once again saying in his low voice, "Fighting!" All his muscles tightened to show his longing for a fierce battle. The sight spooked Old Nanny Cho and she took a step back. The fighting formula could help enhance one's strength, allowing for an explosive strike. The better one mastered it, the more fearsome his attack would be. It's kind of like the Kaishin punch, Lu Cheng thought joyfully after mastering the real fighting formula. But the power of the fighting formula had just been increased by no more than 30%. In the future, it may double, but that still wouldn't make it an amazing kung fu. Besides, he depended on driving his chi and blood and overdrafting his stamina to use it. In a battle, he couldn't use it more than a few times. Once his body exceeded its limit, he would collapse and require a long time to recover. It might even leave him with serious side effects. While using the fighting formula, he also sensed the change in his Jindan. It not only moved in the normal pattern with visualized stars, waves, and a line of corresponding words on it, but also awakened the 4 formulas he had learned before one by one: swordsman, forwarding, army, and attainment. The 5 seal characters connected with each other and formed a relatively firm frame in his Dantian. During this period, Lu Cheng felt his sense of danger become stronger than ever. The barrier between his ice and blaze supernatural abilities was broken to some extent, and they became no longer independent from one another. Lu Cheng would even feel the root pulp of his supernatural abilities as if they were tangible things. Will I be morphing into the inhuman stage after taking some time to consolidate it? Lu Cheng nodded in agreement with his conjecture. While Peng Liyun finished morphing into the inhuman stage after recovering from his injuries and received his 5th pin certification, Ran Li was also about to reach the inhuman stage at the end of July. She was now at the corner transcendence stage in her martial arts career. So he wasn't too slow. Lu Cheng smiled and picked up that jade plate with the Do character on it. He then asked Old Nanny Cho, "How much?" It wasn't safe for him to stay in Old Nanny Cho's house any longer. He decided to take the jade plate back with him and study the changes in his Jindan carefully. How much? For a moment, old Nanny Cho thought she had misheard Lu Cheng. Wasn't it logical for him to simply take it without asking her? She wasn't his match at all. She was quiet momentarily before replying, "It's not anything of great value. You can have it for 600 yuan. To be honest, I'd leave it to you if you were not willing to offer a price," Lu Cheng said sincerely. Either way, he had already mastered the fighting formula. If he hadn't wanted to keep this jade plate around for memory's sake, he wouldn't even take another glance at this thing. And the true worth of this jade plate to ordinary people was just a couple hundred. Never mind. It's just a jade that brings trouble. Old Nanny Cho replied dejectedly, rolling her eyes. Okay then. Lu Cheng touched his pocket and an embarrassed expression crawled onto his face. Anticipating a fierce battle ahead of him, he had only brought his phone with him and left his wallet in the hotel. Thinking for a while, he smiled. Is mobile payment okay with you? Ah! Old Nanny Cho looked completely perplexed. He cleared his throat and forced a calm demeanor. I don't have cash on me now. You'd better keep the jade plate. Old Nanny Cho immediately understood what had happened and was stunned for a while. Just take it as a gift. If I keep it, it may even bring me more trouble. Okay. I'll send the money to your house later. Lu Cheng accepted the jade plate. I promised I wouldn't do anything to you. As long as you don't let others catch up to you, it'll be as if I've never been here. Old Nanny Cho nodded without saying anything. She then cleaned the dead bodies of the worms and lied back in her original spot. The rammed earth mysteriously turned soft to accept her and her worms before solidifying again without leaving any trace. Lu Cheng turned around and dashed out of the house with great caution. He flipped himself over the wall before the monitors could find him and soon vanished in the darkness. In a quiet place, he glanced at the jade plate and gave his girlfriend a call. I got it. Having said that, he felt like he was in a dream. This development was completely beyond his expectations. It had been too easy for him to get the fighting formula. But he soon sighed with relief. It was quite reasonable and logical. If Huang Zihua and his fellows hadn't attached too much importance to the jade and spooked off old Nanny Cho, they would have already gotten it and left no chance to Lu Cheng. Yan Zhika was enjoying the afternoon when she received Lu Cheng's message. She soon replied with a jaw-dropping emoji. Really? So fast? She felt like it hadn't been that long since Cheng left the hotel. Yes, Lu Cheng said proudly. He smilingly told her everything and even sent her a photo of the jade plate. It's really there. Yan Zhika sighed with relief and then sent an expecting emoji. Brother Cheng is great. Of course, Sister Ku is great too. Lu Cheng burst out laughing and replied happily, I'll teach you later. Since he gained the fighting formula all by myself, why couldn't he do as he pleased and teach it to his girlfriend? Great, Yan Zhika said. Hurry up and go back to get some rest. Don't go wandering around. Okay, but let me inform my master first. Lu Cheng thought for a while and snickered. Never mind. I'll let him know in a few days. The military had everything in their grasp and was acting like a parent watching him playing a game. Then he wouldn't say anything and see when they would become impatient and make their move. You're so mean, Yan Zhika replied, sending a laughing emoji. Buoyed with joy, Lu Cheng returned to the hotel while humming. Instead of taking a nap, he took the time to study the changes in his Jindan and made sure that, under the interaction of his ice and blaze supernatural abilities, he could drive some energy inside the Jindan. As for how he should handle the interaction, he still had to study that carefully. The other gains he made were all things he already felt the moment he saw the jade plate. Lu Cheng left the hotel after 2 hours and went to do his morning exercises until sunrise as usual. At 10 a.m., Ho Yulin finally received permission to see his senior uncle. On the other side, Huang Zihua had also met an elder from his sect. Where's Lu Cheng? Fang Fakue, the elder of Zhengfa sect with a protruding forehead, asked the man in the black t-shirt. Having long prepared for this, Huang Zihua replied frankly. He probably went to old Nanny Cho's house again to look for clues yesterday night but found nothing important. Except for his kung fu practice, He stayed in his hotel room the entire morning. With the police's help, he found out which hotel room Lu Cheng was staying in and sent someone to monitor the place. He didn't dare hope to obstruct him, only to find out about his moves at once. Fang Fakue nodded. Send another person to keep an eye on him. Disperse the rest and investigate old Nanny Cho more carefully. I don't believe she wouldn't reveal anything odd at all this while. What about you? Huang Zihua asked in confusion. Fang Fakue turned to look out the window. I'll go to old Nanny Cho's house too and see if you guys missed any clues. In the Li family's silverware shop, the greedy and lazy Li Wanquan was trembling in front of an old man with heavy eyebrows and small eyes. I've told you everything. The old man was Wan Shengjiang, Ho Yulin's senior uncle. He shot Li Wanquan a fierce look and once again asked, Are you sure? Think it over. Think about what your father mentioned about old Nanny Cho. I. Li Wanquan turned to look helplessly at Ho Yuyun, but he was playing with his handmade silver ornaments and paid him no attention. Shivering, Li Wanquan immediately ransacked his mind and told them everything he managed to remember. And my father said she's very rich. That she's a monster. Wang Shengjiang listened carefully before turning to his martial nephew. Old Nanny Cho might have some supernatural ability, allowing her to dodge us. I'll go to her house to see if there are any clues left. Yulin, divide your men into 2 groups. Get one group to continue monitoring Lu Cheng wherever he goes and send the other to follow those from the Zhengfa sect. If we still find nothing today, we won't be getting anything. Yes, martial uncle, Ho Yulin said, having realized how dire the situation was. While the 2 groups of people were madly searching for old Nanny Cho, Lu Cheng was sitting in his room and communicating with Yan Zhika through the computer. They had finished talking about the fighting formula and whether it would mess up the other sections. Their conversation shifted to Yan Zhika's anecdotes as she settled down, went shopping and registered for classes. They both enjoyed exchanging what they saw and heard in different countries. Just then, Lu Cheng's phone rang. There was a call coming in. When he picked it up, he saw that it was Geezer Shur. He gestured at his fairy before answering the phone. He could vaguely guess what this call was for, so he feigned bafflement and said, Hello, master. What's up? Geezer Shur tut-tutade. You're feeling pretty leisurely, aren't you? Without any sense of urgency, aren't you? Experienced fighters from both sides have arrived. They may even get Daxing Temple involved. The military can't wait any longer and they'll be taking over. They're asking you to stand aside and not to interrupt. Sure. Lu Cheng's tone was casual and indifferent, causing Yan Zhika to burst out laughing. She pressed her lips tightly together, rolling her eyes at Lu Cheng through the screen. You brat. Something seems off. Are you hiding something from me? Are you really in no hurry at all? Are you really not worried that the fighting formula will fall into someone else's hands? You're really willing to have the military take over? Nope. Why do I have to be in a hurry? Lu Cheng smiled. I've already mastered the fighting formula. What? Geezer Shur coughed as if he was choked by the alcohol he was drinking. He had to soothe himself before saying, When did you find it? Not only did Lu Cheng find it, he had even managed to learn it. If not for wanting to keep up his dignity as his master, Geezer Shur would have asked him a bunch of questions. Lu Cheng told Geezer Shur the simplified version of the complete story, not even concealing his intention to watch the military make fools of themselves. But he didn't mention the changes in his Jindan since Geezer Shur had never shown any concern for this. You're really fated with the 9 words formula. Geezer Shur sighed with emotion before giggling. Great, don't tell them. That sounds just nice. Those guys are so proud. They're verging on arrogance. Damn. Did his master still remember he was a senior held in high esteem by many people? How could his master be like a child like him, harboring such mischievous thoughts? Lu Cheng snickered and said, Remember to tell me how the military is reacting. There was no need for him to stay here and wait for further progress to be made. Jiyun's ancient town was too small, so it only took Lu Cheng 2 to 3 days to visit every single spot of it. But he still didn't know where the military would find the truth. Are you asking for a thrashing? go back to have a rest and then come to Wuyue province. Anyway, the fighting formula should be given to the military in exchange for the Emperor Yen force. Then you'll be able to advance your two forces before morphing into the inhuman stage. Geezer sure laughed in satisfaction. Sure, master, Lu Cheng gladly answered. Hanging up the phone, he found Yen Zhika tittering. Chang, you're really destined to be master and disciple, she joked. In certain aspects, they really had synergy at times. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes at her. Cool. Are you implying that I'm as unreliable as my master? Yen Zhika smiled, making a gesture as if she was phoning someone. Hello, coacher? Your disciple just said you're unreliable. Come to subdue this brat, Lu Cheng added in his mind. After telling her good night, he stood up and began packing his belongings. He had no doubt the military would soon find old Nanny Chio. As for those local forces, they might have 2 or 3 inhuman mighty ones and plenty of dance stage experts. That was nothing to turn up one's nose at, but the number of the fighters they had was incomparable to the military, and many of them tend to go overboard on one or several kung fu. The fighters under the military were collected from across martial arts fields, and all possessed unique skills like fighting, trailing, and assassinating. That was the basis of their confidence in waiting and watching Lu Cheng playing the game. Under such circumstances, there was no way for them to miss old Nanny Chio, who was actually no good at hiding. 2 strong-looking men, one tall and one short, broke into 15 Wanha Street at 2 p.m. without paying any heed to the surveillance. Several minutes later, Fong Fakawei, who had returned empty-handed in the afternoon, rushed there with Wan Shengjiang, Huang Zihua, and Ho Yulin. They were on alert and watched the house with cold indifference. The 2 men wore poker faces as they searched the house from its exterior to its interior without caring about the watchful eyes. They searched again and again before suddenly pausing. They exchanged a look and nodded. The tall man squatted down and landed a punch on the ground with his right fist. Crack! An orange-red fireball appeared in his palm and exploded when it touched the ground, making a great shock that could permeate through the earth. Inhuman stage. Fong Fakawei and Wan Shengjiang were stunned and their expressions turned solemn. Where did these inhuman warriors come from? The Ice God sect? No, he was using the Blaze supernatural ability. Just as the 2 groups of people felt their hearts sink, the ground hit by the tall man suddenly softened like a swamp. A pale and wrinkled hand stretched out of the ground, and they finally saw the familiar old woman with a sad look on her face. You still caught me. Old Nanny Chio? So she hadn't run away but was hiding in the ground. Huang Zihua and Ho Yulin were first surprised by this discovery before they were immediately filled with regret. She actually had such a supernatural ability and skill. Had they known this earlier, these 2 mighty ones wouldn't have gotten ahead of them and given this slap on their faces. The 2 burly men exchanged a look, revealing relaxed and satisfied smiles. The tall one looked at old Nanny Chio. We won't bother about your past deeds since it's the police's business. Where's the antique with the dough character on it? Old Nanny Chio gave him a strange look and burst out laughing. Someone has taken it away. Who? Who took it? The 2 men stopped smiling and asked eagerly. Fong Fakawei and the other guys waiting outside were also astonished at this news and looked at each other with fear. There was someone earlier than them? Who? Who was it? Old Nanny Chio thought for a while. A young man of middle height and dressed in a black suit. He looked pretty energetic. He came here yesterday night. Yesterday night, a name suddenly popped up in everyone's minds. Lu Cheng. After getting rid of the people monitoring him, Lu Cheng boarded the bus and left the ancient town of Jiun. Geezer Sher's call soon arrived, telling him what had happened on the other side. Though there were not many details, Lu Cheng was greatly amused. He then called Yen Zhika. Just then, something occurred to him. He clicked on the chat with the military official Rapid March, who had been liaising with Lu Cheng. He sent him a head-scratching emoji. Can you do me a favor? I still owe old Nanny Chio 600 for the jade plate. Can you pay her for me? I'll transfer it to you online. He felt apprehensive after sending the message, feeling like Rapid March might curse him out. But Rapid March proved to be a man with self-restraint. After being quiet for a moment, he replied with one word, "Okay." Sighing with relief, Lu Chang raised his head and saw the couple he encountered when he first arrived here. They were also going home today. Looking around and finding no two adjacent seats available, Lu Chang stood up. He pushed up his glasses and waved at the couple. "Come and sit here." When they saw Lu Cheng's brilliant smile, the couple looked at each other with joy. They felt that it was a world of love. Having stayed home for several days, Lu Chang couldn't resist the urge and set off to see his master in Wuyue province once again. "Give me the item related to the fighting formula and then take a look at the instructions about the ice spirit force," Geezer Shur said casually. "By the way, there's a competition with a reward of more than 150,000. Are you interested?" "Which competition?" Lu Chang was in dire need of money. The jade plate alone wasn't enough to help a person master the fighting formula, but having gained enlightenment, Lu Chang didn't mind sharing his understanding of it with the military. He even wrote the seal character for them. As for how much the military could gain from it and how long the character would last before losing its effect, those were none of his business. Geezer Shur laughed. "King of Youth Pro League. It doesn't include our country, and there's no broadcast here either. This time they gave us 4 wild cards and invited us to participate. Participants must be young fighters under the age of 23 who haven't reached the physical invulnerability stage. If you're interested and want to morph into the inhuman stage through fighting in different styles, I can reserve a place for you." "When? Which countries?" Lu Chang was suddenly intrigued. "Japan, Miluo, Xinjiang, and Nanjing. From the 12th to the 27th of August. Geezer Shur smiled. "Besides the champion, the top 8 fighters will also get large rewards. But I don't know if Peng Liyun and Ren Li will be joining." Miluo and Nanjing used to be vassal states of China and shared a deep connection with it. "Got it." Lu Chang nodded, looking at Geezer Shur seriously. "Master, I want to join the competition." "All right." Geezer Shur hesitated. "But don't embarrass me." Miluo, Shangxiang and Nanjing were between China and war-torn areas, within which dwelt many of the friends Geezer Shur's made in his earlier years. "So much for your confidence in me," Lu Chang complained secretly, knowing it was Shi Jiangwo's pride at work. He brooded for a few seconds and asked curiously, "Master, who are the up-and-coming young players in these 4 countries?" "How would I know? Why would an old geezer like me give a darn about what those younglings are up to?" Geezer Shur replied disdainfully. "For sure they have some fighters at the inhuman stage, but not more than a handful. Now hurry and pass me the fighting formula." "Okay." With the layout of Senior Sister's apartment in the back of his mind, Lu Chang sprang up and dashed into the study. He whipped out a sheet of rice paper, laid it out flatly, set paperweights on it, then picked up a brush and drowned it in ink. Taking a deep breath, he began to concentrate, visualizing the Do character stroke by stroke in his mind, and feeling something surging in him. A mixture of explosive power, strength, vigor, and unyielding spirit. With suspended wrists, he pressed down on the brush. The ink spread like fire as though it was trying to escape the confinement of the paper. Lu Chang withdrew his brush, admiring the charming word he had written, and nodded with satisfaction. This was way more artistic than his normal signature. Lu Cheng's spirit, qi, blood, and force had not yet reached the level of connecting heaven and earth. Therefore the essence in his fighting formula decays with time and only lasts 1 to 3 months. Similar to the forwarding formula he had written for Wang Su, once decayed it would no longer be of great use to visualization and kung fu practice, aside from the lingering effects. After a few years, it will be nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. Doesn't matter, he could always write them a new one anyway, and it wouldn't take Queen of Thought and Divine Enchanter of Sin Flame more than a month to master it at their current levels, with prior experience no less. With his thoughts racing, Lu Chang grabbed the writing and presented it to Geezer Shur, smiling. "Here, master, the fighting formula." "That's it?" Geezer Shur asked, astonished. What about the items related to the fighting formula from old Nanny Chio? Lu Cheng replied to his disbelief with an embarrassed smile. Master, the item old Nanny Chio had was barely in one piece. When I was comprehending the essence of the Do character, I had to fill in many missing pieces by myself, just like that time with the Xing character from the notes at Shushan study. As he spoke, he was scrolling through his phone gallery to find the picture of the jade plate he had taken for Yen Jika. He left the real thing at home, seeing it would make a meaningful gift for his little fairy when he goes to America in September. Geezer Sure took a glance and coughed dryly, resuming his know-it-all attitude. Didn't I tell you that you are fated with the 9 words formula? You are almost half a disciple of the Longhu Immortal. He kept the fighting formula Lu Cheng had written as he spoke. Anyway, it's good that you are here. Take this time to get your American visa done before you worry about the competition. As for now, practice your kung fu, suppress any signs of morphing, and try to grasp the basics of ice spirit force visualization as quickly as possible. From the inside of his linen, he took out his treasured rolled-up diagram. This is a memento from my prime. Don't you dare lose it, brat. Initially I planned to give you my master's diagram, but on second thought, with the evolution of martial arts, his comprehensions are probably a tad outdated, so I decided to give you mine instead, he said tongue-in-cheek. Master, you can paint visualization diagrams? Asked Lu Cheng, with sincere awe and admiration. Of course. Don't forget that I was only a level away from stepping into the forbidden area in my prime, said Geezer Sure with pride in his eyes. Lu Cheng did not hide his admiration as he received the diagram. Corresponding to the ice spirit force, it felt almost weightless in his hands, as if it was a hollow void that retained nothing, not even a trace of warmth. Yet the coldness, darkness, and loneliness it gave off seemed to be absolute and eternal. In that moment, Lu Cheng felt his thoughts drift into an endless realm of darkness as the biting cold greeted him. When he snapped out of it, he was met with his master's grin. The Ice Spirit Holy Light Diagram. Ice Spirit Holy Light Diagram. Lu Cheng nodded slightly. As he unfolded the diagram, he saw rays of clear, wavy light etched on it. Contrasted by the darkness, it was pure, dreamy, and beautiful. Yet at the same time it emitted loneliness, darkness, and a biting chill. Geezer Sure smiled. Ice Spirit Force is the combination of Ice Spirit Holy Light Diagram and the Frozen River Diagram. Once you complete your morphing, your force will grow closer to its purest form, and by then you'll only need the Ice Spirit Holy Light Diagram, which can be used hand in hand with the explosive force from your Dantian. Lu Cheng inhaled, tingling with excitement at the prospect of acquiring mighty kung fu. Undoubtedly, it would take way longer to master as compared to the 9 words formula, which took him only 10 to 20 minutes, so he had to suppress any effects of morphing triggered by the process. That being the case, I should have begun training Ice Spirit Force and Emperor Yen Force first. But I doubt even Master had expected me to make the breakthrough so quickly and approach the inhuman stage. Sigh, is it my unpredictable awesomeness that makes Master seem unreliable? He reflected. For the next few days, other than heading out to apply for his visa application, he spent most of his free time comprehending the Ice Spirit Holy Light Diagram. With his own knowledge of the Frost Force and the fruit of 2 years' worth of training in the Ice Sect, he began to make some progress. As the King of Youth Pro League drew near, his visa already in hand, Lu Cheng finally received the Emperor Yen diagram, its essence rapidly fading and expiring in a matter of days. It seems like the military got their little revenge on him. It was the polar opposite of the Ice Spirit Holy Light diagram. The single sheet of paper felt immensely heavy, as if it held a mountain of volcanic ashes that kept piling up, eventually collapsing and igniting everything in its path and spitting out scorching hot lava. On the diagram was an immortal in traditional dress. His center a core that spread into layers of multicolored flames, transforming into an imperial robe. It was terrifying and majestic at the same time. Paired with the Prairie Fire diagram from before, he could finally master the Emperor Yen Force. Okay, brat, don't slack off. Only morph after you restore your balance through mastering both ice and flame. Geezer Sure went on. Before you depart to Huahai tomorrow, meet up with the others at Haidong Airport. Here's the guide's contact number. Even though it's an individual competition, you have to go as a group. Otherwise, you won't even get past the language barrier. The competition was to be held in Shengxiang's capital, Fulua. Master, who else is participating? Lu Chang inquired curiously. He was wondering if he would see familiar faces. With a sardonic laugh came a gruff reply, "Didn't ask." Lu Chang knew better than to ask any further questions and went back to his room to pack his belongings. He drew his phone and texted Yan Zhika. "Going to Huahai. Can't believe my first trip overseas is to Shangxiang and not America." No reply. It was midnight over there. Lu Chang stared at his phone in silence as his longing for Yan Zhika overwhelmed him with emotions. Snapping out of it, he phoned the guide to confirm the details for the meeting. By the time he had booked his train ticket, it was almost night. That's when Yan Zhika's reply came at last. "I can't watch your match live this time. Again. Luckily, I'll still be able to find the replays online in America. Haha. Don't worry about it. I'm not feeling too confident since I can barely understand what is written on the opponent's data," replied Lu Chang humbly. His mood lifted all of a sudden. The following day, to no avail, he attempted to comprehend the Emperor Yan force. After breakfast, Lu Chang slung his belongings on his back and headed towards the train station. Before noon, he was already at Haidong Airport. It was around 2 p.m. when he spotted the competition guide, Zhong Ningtao, in the departure hall. "All right, please hold on for a moment. The rest will be here any time now." Zhong Ningtao was a man of average height with slicked back hair and a warm smile. "All right." Lu Chang did not ask who else was going. Instead, he whipped out his phone and reported to his wife. "I arrived. Can't wait to know the identity of my teammates." As soon as he hit send, he felt a resonance. Looking back, he saw a young man in white t-shirt and shorts walking towards him. With his luggage in hand, a relaxed smile, and a distant look in his eyes, it was no other than Peng Liyun. Peng Liyun. As expected, he's going to the King of Youth Pro League as well, thought Lu Chang, raising his right hand to say hello. He had wanted to begin the small talk by checking on Peng's injuries, but on second thought, since he was the one that gave him those injuries, his inquiries might be misunderstood as sarcasm or taunting, so he smiled gingerly and said, "Hi." "Hi." A rival from a few months ago was now his teammate. "Hello," replied Peng Liyun, waving nonchalantly as he walked closer. "I thought you might come." Lu Chang laughed. "It's a good learning opportunity. I'm here to brush up my skills and strengthen my foundations." He paused and waited for Peng Liyun's reply, but there was none, and they fell into an awkward silence. Lu Chang stole a curious glance at Peng Liyun, only to discover that he had entered into a state of daydreaming, completely ignoring him. "Well, isn't this awkward?" Blocked from socializing with Peng Liyun, Lu Chang coughed drily, turned to Gai Zhong and tried to play it off by calmly explaining, "Don't mind him, he's always like that." He had the rumors to back it up. Zhong Ningtao shrugged in an American way. "I know." No wonder he wasn't eager to greet Peng Liyun. Lu Chang decided to change the topic and was going to ask who else was coming, when Peng Liyun suddenly reconnected and looked at him meaningfully. "I'm attending the nationals once more." Lu Chang nodded, smiling. "Me too." Peng Liyun sat down beside him and began spacing out again. "Does this guy even use his phone at all? I heard he plays games too." Lu Chang silently judged. The elevator chimed and the doors opened. Out came a hipsterish-looking young man with long hair, headphones wrapped around his neck. Lu Chang recognized him as An Chaoyang, a fellow martial artist who had joined the Shanghai Club, disciple to the Queen of Thoughts. And Chaoyang threw a glance at the two, amused. "Is it really a competition with the both of you?" "The competition is already over. The two heavenly sons of China, in the same party." Before Lu Chang could give a reply, Zhong Ningtao answered with a smile. "It won't be that easy. They wouldn't have sent us wild card invitations if they weren't confident in winning, like in the past years. The Japanese are a prideful bunch. They would rather deny us invitations than let us beat them in their own place." "You mean they have mighty ones?" asked Lu Chang curiously. He did his research on the martial artist from Japan, Shengxiang and so on, but could not get a cohesive understanding due to the language barrier. Zhong Ningtao beamed. Strength is relative. This competition is open to anyone below the age of 24. And it's no surprise that every country has a couple of geniuses who are already at the inhuman stage. Potential and age-wise, on average, they are not on the same level as you guys. We have been keeping track of all of them. I'll send you the compiled data once we settle down in Fulua. And Xiaoyang nodded calmly. All right. His abilities vastly increased after joining the Xinghai Club, under the personal guidance of the Queen of Thoughts. By then he was fairly certain he could have a breakthrough to the inhuman stage in the following year before he turns 23. He did not worry much about the prospect of facing opponents similar to himself. Lu Cheng's blood was boiling with excitement, eager to witness the martial arts of other countries and compete with their very best. Due to the language barrier, he couldn't analyze his opponents thoroughly the way he did in China, which left a lot of room for surprises and upsets. Well, if the guide's data is not comprehensive enough, he can check with Unparalleled Dragon King in the forums to see if he has more information. Sounds interesting. Peng Liyun mused, back from his daydreams. Could this guy actually be a robot that switches to power-saving mode when out of combat? Lu Cheng thought to himself. The possibility exists. The group of them did not know each other well. None of them were the extroverted type like Kai Zhongming. Their scattered exchanges soon died down as Peng Liyun went back to daydreaming. And Xiaoyang confined himself to his own world of music, leaving Lu Chang and Zhong Ningtao to themselves. Thankfully, the influence of Talker made Lu Chang quite skilled in the arts of conversation and prevented any awkwardness from arising. More time passed, yet the fourth member did not make an appearance, prompting Zhong Ningtao to get up and search for them, to no success. Maybe try calling? Who is it anyway? Lu Chang asked the question he forgot to ask previously. Renli. You guys should know her. Zhong Ningtao took out his phone, hesitant on whether he should urge her to hurry. Renli? What kind of godly combination is this? Thought Lu Chang, shocked. He was expecting Renli to sit this one out since she had to stabilize after morphing, but to think she came anyway. But it made sense since Inhuman was only a stage in the internal dance stage. The moves Renli practiced shouldn't differ much from when she was 6th pin. Similar to himself, she had already mastered what she could at that moment. In his case, he had learned every valuable move below the physical invulnerability state in the unique skills of the Ice Sect, and needed much more time to master the more advanced moves. Although certain powerful kung fu contained more than hundreds of moves, many of the newer moves were just improvements of older moves. For example, the 26th move, Ice Burning, was the revamped version of the 120th move, Snow Burning, and was moved to the front of the list when the movements were updated. Renli? Repeated in Xiaoyang as he took off his headphones, looking surprised and amused. Guide. I suggest you give her a call. If not, we'll spend the whole day waiting. As Renli's old rival, he knew her way better than Lu Chang and Zhong Ningtao did. Peng Liyun nodded in agreement. Okay. Zhong Ningtao dialed the number, and shortly after Renli's voice came. Hello. Hello. Renli. I'm Zhong Ningtao, your guide for the competition. I contacted you 2 days ago. Remember? Where are you now? A calm reply came after a brief silence. Guide. I think I'm lost. Lost. Zhong Ningtao was at a loss of words. Ask the people around you where you are, he urged after taking a few seconds to recompose himself. He knew Renli was bad with directions, but to think it was to this extent. A short while later, Renli answered with perfect composure. According to them, I'm at T2. According to them, Zhong Ningtao winced. We are T1. Come to us. No, protested in Xiaoyang and Peng Liyun at the same time, as Lu Chang stared at them blankly. Is her sense of direction that hopeless? Ha! Zhong Ningtao looked back in confusion. Guide Zhong. It's best if you go pick her up before she wanders out of the airport. And Xiaoyang explained with a smile. What was worse than someone who was bad with directions was someone who would confidently lead the way without consulting others, even when they already knew they were bad with directions. Unfortunately, Ren Li belonged to the latter. Oh, okay. After a brief silence, Zhong Ningtao made Ren Li confirm her exact position before setting off to find her. After about 20 minutes, Ren Li arrived, wearing her hair down and dressed in an orange t-shirt and denim shorts. The delicate, doll-like girl nodded politely. Hello everyone. Lu Cheng, Peng Liyun and Xiaoyang exchanged a glance, heaved a sigh of relief in unison, before greeting her in return. Lu Cheng found an opportunity to send a text to Yan Zhika. The teammates this time round are Peng Liyun, Ren Li and Xiaoyan. Squad of the century. It was midnight in America. After gathering themselves, collecting their plane tickets, and passing through the security checks, they waited for about half an hour in the VIP lounge before they boarded the plane. They boarded before others since they were in the first-class cabin. In the corner of his eye, Lu Cheng saw Ren Li heading straight towards the economy cabin, without paying the slightest attention to the numbers above the seats. He winced as he called out to remind her. Over here, Ren Li. The other three were calling her at the same time. Ren Li stopped, looked towards where they were pointing, and scampered back in embarrassment, stuffing her suitcase into the luggage compartment above. Lu Cheng glanced at the hopeless girl as she sat down, then at the headphone donning and Xiaoyang who was lost in his own world, then at Peng Liyun who was daydreaming intensely and completely oblivious to the air stewardess attending him, when it suddenly came to him. Damn! Don't tell me I'm the only normal person in this godly squad. Why do these three look so unreliable? He sent a text to his sweetheart complaining about it. Suddenly, Yan Zhika popped up online and replied, Ha ha! All the best, Brother Cheng. Pfft. Why are you awake at this time? Don't let it affect your classes tomorrow, replied an elated Lu Cheng. Can I not wake up to use the bathroom at night? Replied Yan Zhika. The two rapidly got into an excited conversation. A few minutes later, Peng Liyun, Ren Li and Xiaoyang were all looking at Lu Cheng who was smiling like an idiot at his phone, in the exact same way Lu Cheng had stared at them a moment ago. They arrived safely at the capital of Shengxiang, Fulua. After a tedious clearance process and a bus ride, they were at the hotel. After booking the rooms, Zhong Ningtao immediately put a hand on Ren Li's shoulders, stopping her as she started marching towards the restaurant with certainty on her face. Immediately, Zhong Ningtao was sent flying as Ren Li's body reacted on its own to his touch. Lu Cheng's heart went out to him. Two Japanese-looking men were observing them from the other side of the hotel hall, comparing them to photos on their phone. The top dogs, said one of the Japanese men in a hushed voice. I'm so sorry. Realizing what she had done, she folded her hands and began apologizing profusely. Thankfully, she wasn't the type to exert harm subconsciously and didn't use much force. Had she used her full force, Zhong Ningtao would have broken bones. His head was spinning as he massaged his sore spots, consoling her. Don't worry, I can take quite a beating. Jesus. This girl's innocent looks belied the terror beneath. Lu Cheng shuffled beside him, glancing at the other side of the hall. Guy Zhong, those two Japanese are looking at us, he said in a hushed voice. Though hardly distinguishable in foreigners' eyes, the Chinese and Japanese can differentiate between themselves easily, as if they were of a completely different kind. Ha ha! Don't worry about it. That's just how they gather information, explained Zhong Ningtao. They are very serious and obstinate when it comes to work. The Shengxiang Organizing Committee should have received our information long ago. Funny how these Japanese appeared before them. He glanced at his watch impassively. It's 6:30 now. No changes in time zone. You guys can take a break in your rooms for now. We'll gather here again at 7 before heading out for dinner. We won't be doing much for the first few days, so we can take the time to relax and play around a little before the competition day. Anyways, what do you guys want for dinner? Any suggestions? I'm fine with anything. Peng Liyun replied nonchalantly as he swept his eyes through the many golden statues in the hotel, then falling into deep thought again. You choose, replied Xiaoyang with his headphones wrapped around his neck, one hand in his pocket, the other dragging a suitcase. He examined the passing foreign hotel guests in a relaxed manner. "I'm not picky with food, I swear," promised Renli. Zhong Ningtao tossed a pleading look at Lu Cheng, elated as he noticed him browsing through a review app. "Guy Zhong, let me look through the reviews and see what good restaurants are here. We can discuss it more later. Good food is the most important thing when traveling." At least that was true for lame travelers like him and Ku. To them, the atmosphere between the two came first, delicacies second, culture third, and beautiful scenery last. "Okay. Add me on WeChat later," Zhong Ningtao replied, feeling oddly grateful. Lu Cheng didn't use WeChat much in the past, but since it was popular between the adults he got to know recently, he started getting used to it and even began to find it more chill than other apps. He was actually thinking about recommending it to Ku. After scanning the QR code, the group of them got in the lift and escorted Renli to her room before they dispersed. Lu Cheng put down his belongings and began to browse through the review app as he sat on the bed. After a short discussion with the guide, they decided on a Shengxiang specialty restaurant. He had then realized that Zhong Ningtao had already emailed him his opponent's data, which he downloaded and began browsing. Kaori Karasawa, 22, descendant of the Japanese Shinjai sect, 6th Dan black belt holder, and has reached the Chi stage at the end of the previous year. She is famed as a beautiful genius that appears only once in every 3,000 years, though this is likely a typical exaggeration from the Japanese. In comparison, Peng Liyun was a cut above her when he was her age. There were many sects in the Japan martial arts scene and the government standardized the measurement of strength by Dan. White belt represented amateurs and black belt represented samurais. There were 9 Dan in total, with 1st Dan as the lowest and 9th Dan the highest. 8th to 9th Dan were equivalent to the 1st to 3rd pin of China. She should have been 21 and a half at the end of last year, to have reached the equivalent of inhuman stage at that age. What a formidable opponent, thought Lu Cheng as he scrolled on. There was a picture of Kaori Karasawa and a summary on the Shinjai sect. She was undoubtedly a beauty, a little over 5 feet tall, with soft and smooth baby fat on her cheeks that added to her cuteness. Lu Cheng skimmed through to the next participant. Muko Yamashita, turning 24, descendant of the Japanese extreme Hado style, 5th Dan black belt holder. Recently mastered Hado in May, quasi-inhuman stage. He was a large guy with thick eyebrows, a brutish appearance and disturbingly well-defined muscles. Waku, recently 23, disciple to the Shangzhou Buddhist sect, a sadhu with the title of Arhat, has mastered the equanimity towards formations knowledge stage in 16 insight knowledges, somewhat equivalent to inhuman stage. Vagar, 23 and a half, the son of a Miluo warlord, capable of thunder and lightning supernatural abilities and practices the powerful Miluo martial art. Power cannot be measured as there are no measurement systems in Miluo, but roughly at the same level as Kaori Karasawa, one of the 2 favorites in this competition. Banam, 22, Nanjiang representative, the young creator of the sect, Jaha Boxing, savage in his attacks, malicious to others and even more so to himself. They run the same martial arts system as us and he had recently reached the inhuman stage. Shangxiang, Miluo and Nanjing were close to the war-torn areas and often slid into political turmoil. One ruled by a king, another split and governed separately by multiple warlords. The last one was under a military regime, therefore women did not have many rights in the country and it wasn't easy for them to learn kung fu. Lu Cheng kept scrolling. One page flashed after the other as he formed a vague impression of his 3 opponents' appearances. Waku looked no different from most sadhus, gaunt and cadaverous and a yellowish complexion, wearing a red robe and no shoes, but his eyes spoke of a profoundness of enlightenment. Wei Jia was a muscular guy with a cold countenance donned in a navy blue military uniform. Banam hardly stood at 6 feet, boasting a tanned body with white bandages wrapped around his wrists and feet. Apart from the 5 of them, Zhong Ningtao listed a few other martial artists of varying nationalities to watch out for. After skimming, Lu Cheng picked up his phone which he had purchased an international data package for, pocketed his wallet, and took the elevator down to the 1st floor where he awaited his teammates' arrival. Zhong Ningtao made the right decision this time to personally escort Ren Li from her room, so she doesn't lose her way in the mountains of people in the hotel. "We'll be eating here," announced Zhong Ningtao, pointing to the name of the restaurant he and Lu Chang had decided on. "Sure," agreed and Chaoyang and the others, who just went with the flow. When they were at the hotel entrance and saw the masses of dark-skinned, gaunt Shangxianjis, Lu Chang couldn't help but ask, "Guy Zhong, you can speak Shangxianjis, right?" Zhong Ningtao looked at him, then at the others who had the same question, and shot them a look that said, "Why would you guys ask such a silly question? Of course not." "Course not." Lu Chang was stunned as he stared at the guide he previously deemed as reliable. Even Ren Li and Peng Liyun, who were usually composed, were startled for a moment. "Ha, don't worry about it. The people here can more or less understand English, which I happen to be an expert at," boasted Zhong Ningtao as he ran his hand across his waxed hair. "Didn't I handle the cab and hotel registration perfectly?" "Fair point," thought Lu Chang as he heaved a sigh of relief. And Chaoyang brooded for a few seconds, before asking bluntly, "Guy Zhong, have you been to Shangxiang before?" Zhong Ningtao laughed drily, then declared with honesty, "Nope." He quickly added, Relax. They sent me here because I'm on good terms with the people at the embassy here." Lu Chang exchanged a glance with the rest and shared their confusion. That wasn't reassuring at all. "Maybe we should stay in the hotel and make do with cup noodles." After receiving strong reassurance from Zhong Ningtao and having confidence in their own martial art abilities, they decided to continue with their trip, duly following the map navigation app before finally arriving at the Shengxiang specialty restaurant that was about 700 meters away. The buildings were heavily influenced by Buddhist architecture, statues everywhere and structures gilded in gold, producing a unique appearance. Snap, snap, snap. Lu Chang began taking pictures with his phone and sending them to Yen Zheka, hoping she could see what he saw and feel what he felt when she woke up. Snap, snap, snap. Ren Li was snapping away too. Half of her shots were of the scenery and the other half selfies. Before long, she was already wandering further and further away from the restaurant. Thankfully, Peng Liyun spotted her and stopped her in time. Snap, snap, snap. And Chaoyang had a digital camera in his hands and was focused like an artist working on a sculpture. "Why aren't you taking any pictures?" asked Zhong Ningtao as he approached Peng Liyun. "I guess a carefree guy like you probably doesn't like taking photos," he deduced. "He probably liked daydreaming more." Peng Liyun turned his head and looked at him. "My camera's spoilt." Zhong Ningtao winced and decided to talk to Lu Chang instead. As he was reaching Lu Chang, he saw him turn towards and Chaoyang. "Can you share some photos with me later? The ones I took weren't very good." "Weren't very good? Then why did you spend all that time taking them?" Zhong Ningtao, exasperated at the group he was stuck with, walked into the restaurant and booked a table for 6 fluent in English. Lu Chang sat down and flipped the menu open, shocked to find Chinese translations inside. "How thoughtful," praised and Chaoyang from the bottom of his heart. The place was boisterous and crowded. "At least a third of the tourists here are from our country. It's not surprising for them to include Chinese translations," Zhong Ningtao explained, smiling. He motioned for the waitress and began ordering. Halfway through the orders, the petite girl with light brown skin began rattling off in another language as the group exchanged looks of confusion. "Can you speak English?" asked Zhong Ningtao. The waitress nodded and began rattling off again, from which Lu Chang barely managed to catch a few words. Ren Li tugged at Zhong Ningtao and asked in a low voice, "What's she saying, Guy Zhong?" "I don't know," replied Zhong Ningtao in English, looking dumbfounded. The waitress's accent was too thick and hard to understand. "I'll give it a try," volunteered model student Peng Liyun. His attempt, accompanied by body language, had equally little success, and Chaoyang and Ren Li were eager to put their own exam-style English to test. But their attempts to help also failed miserably. Their last hope was Lu Chang, who drew a deep breath before showcasing the spoken English he vigorously learned for the sake of coup. It only provoked a blank expression on the waitress's face. Just as they were planning to resort to translation apps, the girl asked in a timid voice, "Do you speak Chinese? Do you speak Chinese?" This was understood by all of them. They paused, wide-eyed before exclaiming at once, "You can speak Chinese?" "Yes, my father is Chinese. There are many Chinese tourists here. They like waiters who can speak Chinese," she explained in rigid Chinese, smiling. Lu Chang and the rest, mentally exhausted from before, traded glances. Suddenly, they all broke into an uncontrollable laughter, bodies trembling and tears in their eyes. Felt that the ice was broken in that moment. After the round of laughter, Zhong Ningtao picked up the menu and ordered again, this time in Chinese spoken at a normal speed. The petite waitress listened to the order with a perplexed expression. "See, can you speak slowly? I do not understand if it's fa fast," she pleaded, smiling sheepishly. Her Chinese was rigid and stiff. They laughed, feeling silly. "Sure." Zhong Ningtao slowed down and repeated the order, one word at a time. This time, the conversation went smoothly. They also understood what the waitress was trying to explain earlier. She felt that the customers ordered too much. Some of the dishes weren't specialties and they might not be able to finish it. But to Lu Chang and company, this was no concern at all. They were more afraid that there wasn't enough to eat, so they reached a consensus. The tanned waitress collected their menus and orders, then turned to walk away. Lu Chang and the rest of the table watched her leave, exchanged glances, and broke into another round of laughter. So damn hard to order in a different country. Despite there being many customers, meals were served quickly, plates of delicacies finding their way in front of Lu Chang and the others. "Let's dig in. There won't be space for more dishes if we don't clear these," suggested Zhong Ningtao, looking at the table filled with dishes as he picked up his chopsticks. "Agreed." Lu Chang, Ran Li and In Chaoyang unlocked their phones and aimed their cameras at the scrumptious feast. "You gotta snap before you eat." Peng Liyun's chopsticks froze in the air. Zhong Ningtao had expected him to be the first to dig in once the photography session ended. Unexpectedly, he said, "Add me on QQ or WeChat later." "Ha!" They stared at him, astonished. "Send me the photos later too," he said, unaffected by their gazes. It was obvious that he was opening up to them. "Steal internet pictures. I'm going to post it on TalkTalk, Moments and Weibo," suggested and Chaoyang earnestly. Peng Liyun lifted his glass of ice water, took a gulp and cleared his throat. "I used to do that actually." It was still a little awkward since they weren't that close with each other yet. Other than spacing out often, regularly daydreaming and being lazy, the Devil King wasn't that hard to get along with at all, thought Lu Chang, snickering. Imitating Yen Zhika, he sent her the photos of the food, along with the following message. "This is to help boost your appetite in the morning. No need to thank me, it's what couples do." Shangxiang delicacies often used lemon. Every dish was packed with an explosion of flavors that flaunted its uniqueness. Many specialties such as roasted fish were prepared with spices and bay leaves. Though the first bite may taste weird, it gradually gets better once you eat more of it. The waiters in the restaurant were shocked beyond words as they watched the four glutton kings and Zhong Ningtao, who had a good appetite for a normal person, gobble down everything on their table. Though they had seen individuals with similar appetite in the past, seeing so many of them together at the same table was a first. Later on, the chefs decided it was a great compliment and felt obligated to head down to the lobby to extend their sincerest thanks and commemorate the occasion with some photos. Zhong Ningtao paid the bill with his credit card. Then, remembering something, opened the black briefcase he was carrying and took out a few bundles of cash. "Here, Shengxiang done. This is a 30,000 allowance for each of you. Most of the stores here accept credit cards, and you even get discounts when you use them. 1 China yuan could be exchanged for roughly 7 Xingxiang dun." Lu Chang reached out to receive the colorful and exotic notes. "Feel free to explore this place. It is one of most bustling places in Fulua," said Zhong Ningtao. "Ren Li, make sure you follow them. No, follow me. You are forbidden to act alone. Oh yeah, I believe you all have morning practices?" There's a quiet and secluded area if you turn left from the hotel. What time do you usually wake up in the morning? Renli. Around 5:30, she replied. It's all right, Guy Zhong. I won't get lost on the way to morning practice. Zhong Ningtao looked at her with thoughtful eyes. I'll be up at 5:30 tomorrow. Before Run Li could protest any further, he continued, there's a Shangxiang dojo near here. Should I reserve it for all the coming afternoons? Yes, they replied at once, glimmering eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhong Ningtao chuckled. You guys are really good kids when it comes to martial arts. After a stroll around the area, Lu Chang and the others returned to their hotel and dispersed to do their own things. Lu Chang looked at his phone and found no reply from Ko. Putting his phone down, he turned his computer on to find the data Zhong Ningtao had sent him. Clicking on one of the links to his opponent's past matches, he began reviewing them. After loosely skimming through, he found the content short of comprehensive. He unlocked his phone, found Unparalleled Dragon King in the forums, and opened up the chat box to send a message. Old Dragon, you there? Don't beat around the bush and ask if I'm here. Spit it out, whatever's on your mind. Replied, Unparalleled Dragon King. Do you have the detailed data on Tang Zeshuan, Takashi Yamashita, Waku, Vagar, and Banam? WTF, are you planning on watching the King of Youth Pro League? You know about it? Replied Unparalleled Dragon King. Is it weird to know about it? Asked Lu Chang. Yes, very, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. The martial arts scene in our country is too strong, so is the competition. After I came back from overseas, I realized people here don't care much for foreign martial art scenes other than international arenas and a few major countries' professional competitions. Never knew we had common interests. Ha ha, I just chanced upon it, replied Lu Chang, establishing himself as one of the uninterested people to dissipate any unnecessary excitement from Unparalleled Dragon King. Oh, you are in Fulua? Replied Unparalleled Dragon King, immediately forming the deduction that Schrodinger's tiger was on a trip with his girlfriend after meeting her parents and has taken an interest in King of Youth Pro League after chancing upon it. Yeah, replied Lu Chang honestly. Good for you, I would have went there myself had I not been such an otaku, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. Okay, I'll collate their data and videos and send a copy to you. Guaranteed to be better than anything you can find online. Let me know ASAP if there's any details on the match or bloopers. The replays of some matches can't be found online. Leave it to me, replied Lu Chang. By the way, I heard our country received 4 wildcards. Is there any mention of who's going in the promotional posters and TV programs there? Replied Unparalleled Dragon King. Heh, you asked the right guy. I know this. They are Peng Liyun, Ren Li, Lu Chang, and Xiaoyang, he replied. WTF, what's there for Shangxiang and the other countries to win? What gave them the confidence to make these wild card selections? Replied Unparalleled Dragon King, shocked to the extent that he forgot to add an emoji. He originally thought it would be good enough to even have one of the 2 heavenly sons on the team. Don't know. I would like to know why too, replied Lu Chang. Oh man, I'm pumped. Super hyped for King of Youth Pro League right now. I need to tell little Eternal Nightfall and little Fan about this. Keep me updated. Okay, catch you later, replied Lu Chang as he saw a reply from Yenjika. Sending pictures of good food early in the morning. Chang, you just sank our little ship of friendship, replied Yenjika. And did you fall into the river of love? Replied Lu Chang. Humph, who are you? I don't know you. After a few minutes of flirting, Lu Chang started talking about the interesting encounters with Peng Liyun and the others, paying so much attention to his new companions that he remembered nothing about what he himself did. Who would have thought that they were easy to get along with? Replied Yenjika. Chang, technically you are on the national team. I mean below 24 years old national team. During certain international team arenas, the government will organize national teams. Of course, you can also handpick your own members and participate as a private team. Time flew as they chatted happily. After unwillingly bidding good night, Lu Chang fell into a deep slumber. When he arrived at the training venue the following morning, Peng Liyun and An Chaoyang were already there. In the corner of his eye, he saw Ren Li and Zhong Ningtao strolling in lazily. They exchanged greetings, found their own spots, and began practicing kung fu. By then, Lu Chang was already making improvements in his mastery of the Ice Spirit Force and Yen Emperor Force. After practice and breakfast, they arrived at the Shengxiang dojo that Zhong Ningtao had reserved and began practicing. "Why don't we do some mock matches later? I can imitate Vagar's battle style," suggested Peng Liyun. He must have watched the videos too. "I can try Xinjai Sect and Jaha Fist," said Ren Li, thinking. "I'll do Waku," said An Chaoyang. It took a brief moment for Lu Chang to catch on. "Then I'll try my best to imitate Takashi Yamashita," he said. This was the advantage of having strong teammates. They could all imitate opponents of other styles using the characteristics of their own kung fu to elevate the experience gained from practice. After familiarizing themselves with their roles, Peng Liyun walked to the center of the dojo and did some warm-up kung fu, stirring up sizzling bolts of electricity. Then he turned and looked at the Lu Chang, Ren Li and An Chaoyang, and gestured. "Who's first?" As they sweated it out in the dojo, Tang Zishuan and Takashi Yamashita were at the Japanese representative's lodging, attentively watching the past matches of Lu Chang and the others. Not just them, Vagar, Waku, and Banam were doing the same during the breaks of their training. Time flew. A few days later, at night, the prelude of the King of Youth Pro League began. The slaughtering between 24 martial artists, 8 seeds and 4 wild cards was about to begin as the lots were going to be drawn. Shengxiang Stadium, Fulua. The well-lit stadium was flooded with people that bore a sea of enthusiasm. The competition begins with double elimination. There will be 1 round for each fighter per day, until there are 16 left, explained Zhong Ningtao, leading Lu Chang and the rest to their designated areas. Similar to the youth tournament at the provincial level last year, nodded Lu Chang, paying close attention to the layout of the stadium in order to perform his role as a good husband and capture any interesting sights. Shengxiang was greatly influenced by Buddhist culture, evident from the many golden vajra and arhat in the stadium. Some menacing, some imposing, some in pain and some sullen. At a glance, they roused anxiety and fear in the heart of the onlooker. Among the intimidating gazes of the statues were 3 spacious arenas that formed a triangle, covered in swastika carvings that carried messages of clarity, illusion, and detachment. The inner and outer influences combined seemed to have an effect on the mood of martial artists. "Clever move," commented An Chaoyang. Speaking at a normal volume even with his headphones on, Peng Liyun snapped out of his daydreams and took a look himself. "This must be what you call home advantage." The Buddhist statues and the swastikas should have been the handiwork of eminent sadhus. They bore a similar but stronger effect to the forwarding formula Lu Chang had written for Wang Su, providing an advantage for sadhus by disturbing the peace of mind of non-sadhus. "Yes," said Ren Li as she walked forward to snap some shots of the statues and swastikas, soon returning when she saw the tense expression on Zhong Ningtao's face. "Gai Zhong, I'm not blind. There's no way I'll get lost if it's just a few steps," she whimpered. "Can't be too careful?" Zhong Ningtao said thoughtfully, feeling exhausted physically and mentally from the past few days. Beside him, Lu Chang was busy sending the photos he took to Yen Zheka, getting into a discussion on the various home advantages. Cough. Zhong Ningtao cleared his throat. "This is it, guys. Rev yourselves up, but don't let your guard down. Most of these players are, or once were, the geniuses of their countries that are more of less 6th pin standard." "Got it." Lu Chang nodded solemnly. Technically, his level was merely on the high end of 6th pin since he had not yet reached the inhuman stage or entered morphing. Therefore, he could not afford to be careless with his opponents who possessed the bizarre kung fu he knew little about. Just as Peng Liyun was about to say something, the radio announcement blasted in English and Shengxianjis, repeating once for each language. "It's our turn," urged Zhong Ningtao, straightening his back and shuffling to the front of the team, and Chaoyang took off his headphones and hung them around his neck. Peng Liyun's eyes brimmed with focus while Ren Li and Lu Chang switched their phones to silent mode and slid them into their pockets. About 10 seconds later, the national anthem began to play. Lu Chang and the others could feel their blood boiling with excitement as they followed Zhong Ningtao's lead through the tunnel into the venue and towards the guest seating area. They stood there, the center of attention. Following a prickly stare, Lu Chang saw a brutish, beefy man in a traditional samurai costume among the Japanese representative team, inspecting him with a profound gaze. Bam! Their eyes met, gazes clashing. The light reflected in Muko Yamashita converged, forming a white, wavy light that shot at Lu Cheng's eyes. Lu Cheng squinted as his iris darkened like an endless galaxy, the red in his eyes becoming the sun, the white, the stars. As the world in his eyes revolved, the incoming radiance was devoured completely. At the same time, Renli felt a twitch in her heart. Following Lu Cheng's gaze, she saw a beautiful girl with light makeup in a yukata. She had a cute round face and mirror-like eyes, and exuded a phantom-like elegance. It was no other than the descendant of Xinzhai sect, Tang Zishuan. Whoosh! A strong gust swept up from nowhere, clumsily thrashing everything in its path. And Chaoyang also found a resonance. Turning his head instinctively, his eyes met the eyes of a haggard and yellow-skinned sadhu clad in red robes. And in that moment, he felt a strong detest and abandonment for worldly matters imposed into him. All illusions, imprison me no more. Water gushed from and Chaoyang's mind, gurgling with the exuberance of life, washing away the despair and despondence that had sprouted. What powerful spirit infiltration, thought in Chaoyang as he diverted his gaze, looking towards other mighty ones. Beside him, Peng Liyun saw Vagar as his cold countenance came into sight, donned in creaseless navy blue military uniform as a snake of electricity danced in his eyes. Bing bang boom. A loud noise came, the stadium lights dimmed but quickly recovered its glamour. Lu Chang kept walking, looking away from Muko Yamashita and at Tang Zishuan, Waku and Vagar, each with an unique aura that came crashing at him. With the army formula and fighting formula secretly aiding him, he did not fall into any disadvantage. Lastly, his gaze fell upon the dark-skinned Bantam among the Nanjing representative, sitting with arms crossed and staring at them with icy eyes akin to a beast eyeing its prey. The national anthem stopped as Lu Chang and the others arrived at their seats, sat down and stopped glancing around, while their opponents also withdrew their gazes. To think they gave us 4 wild card invitations. What on earth were they thinking? Mused in Chaoyang in hushed voice, bundling his long hair together. 4 countries added up, yet they could not find more than 5 inhuman stage martial artists below the age of 24. Maybe they didn't expect us to be so ungracious to send our best, jested Zhong Ningtao. True, nodded Ren Li, not realizing his humor. She turned to Peng Liyun and the others. Why did you guys join anyway? I haven't had much actual combat ever since reaching inhuman stage and was dying to test my skills. Then the opportunity came and here I am, smiled Peng Liyun. What about all the Shangqing sect seniors that have reached the inhuman stage? Asked Lu Cheng. Why would he miss a chance of having actual combat? Peng Liyun smiled. Like you said, they are my seniors. I'll be reprimanded if I challenge them out of the blue. A few seniors from my batch have scarcely been coming back to the sect ever since I was promoted. Seems like he's a devil at Shangqing sect too, thought Lu Cheng as he found the answer to his doubts. After which Ren Li spoke up on her own. I just completed morphing and hope to get accustomed to the inhuman stage through actual combat, so I came. My master made me come. She said it's a good chance to strengthen my foundation for the breakthrough to the inhuman stage next year, said En Chaoyang. What about you? Ren Li turned to Lu Cheng. The others also waited for his reply intently. They were closer to each other by now, so Lu Cheng dropped the formalities and replied with frankness. I'm short on money. They fell silent. Lu Cheng felt them staring at him as if he was from another planet. He wanted to explain, but the drawing of lots ceremony and dull speeches had already began. Lu Cheng sneakily snapped a shot and sent it to Ku. describing his emotions during the stare-down from before. "Sounds impressive," replied Ku. "I saw the committee referring to you guys as China's wild card team, and it didn't sound quite right for some reason. Then I finally realized what was weird after I read Unparalleled Dragon King's explanation on the forum. China's wild card team, my foot. It's more like China's overpowered cheater team. Especially you big pervert." When she typed towards the end, she thought of something and blushed with a complicated look in her eyes. Lu Cheng felt a connection and replied, "I won't agree if others called me that. But his little fairy had the rights to." While he was chatting, Unparalleled Dragon King also hit him up, excited. "Little tiger, I looked up many sources online, but the camera angles are all fixed on one arena. I'm counting on you later. Don't forget to take pictures and do the live reporting." Lu Cheng was grateful to Unparalleled Dragon King for providing competition replays so he could not turn him down. But at the same time he didn't want to raise his hopes too much, so he replied, "Sure, but I have other things to do, so I'll only be doing it while I'm free," replied Lu Cheng. Worst comes to worst, he can just ask Peng Liyun or In Chaoyang for help. Moments later, the drawing of lots officially commenced. The only rule for the double elimination matches was that players from the same country would not face each other. Peng Liyun drew first, his opponent was a Shengxiang boxer, and Chaoyang was to fight a powerful opponent from Miluo. Another minute passed and Ren Li's name was called. She was pit against a Shengxiang Padu, Fawaku. Lu Cheng waited patiently until it was down to the last few when he finally heard his name. "China, Lu Cheng." He adjusted his posture, watching as his opponent was being drawn by the guest. "Japan, Ichii Sakata." "Ichii Sakata?" Lu Cheng nodded as he recollected the details of this samurai. This was one of the non-inhuman opponents Zhong Ningtao warned him about. Also a disciple of the extreme Hadu sect, once on equal grounds with Muko Yamashita and a supernatural ability holder. He got overtaken by the latter eventually and currently nearing the age of 24. He had ran into a brick wall and had no hopes of advancing into the inhuman stage. I was just imitating Muko Yamashita a few days ago. For my first opponent to also be from the extreme Hadu sect. How coincidental, thought Lu Cheng. At the side of the Japanese representative, Ichii Sakata, who had dyed his hair blonde, was looking tensely at the matchup, as if he could already imagine what was going to be on the newspaper headlines. Can the genius of the past restore his former glory? The drawing of lots ended as the representatives returned to their respective changing rooms, starting their preparations for the first round of double elimination matches. A message came from Yen Zheka. "I'm so pissed. The broadcast for your match clashes with my lesson time." Lu Cheng sat down on the long bench in the changing room, typing on his phone with his head down. "Don't worry about it. You can watch the rebroadcast. It's going to be my win anyway," he replied. "Whoa, Cheng. Someone's getting better at talking big," she replied. "Ichii Sakata has supernatural power and can shoot waves at you. He's basically an inferior version of Muko Yamashita, and among those below the inhuman stage he's definitely top 10. If we are talking about those below the inhuman stage, then I'm undoubtedly number 1. Where's your confidence in me, classmate Ku?" replied Lu Cheng. I know my Cheng can morph anything he wants to, but wasn't I just trying to accumulate good karma for you? Hurry and apologize to me. How can you not understand your big sister's good intentions?" replied Yen Zheka. "Sorry," replied Lu Cheng as a smile surfaced. "I must confess, I was only running my mouth just now." Yen Zheka almost spit out her milk. She replied with a meme after recollecting herself. "Are you trying to inherit my debts by killing me with laughter?" Ji Mingyu, who was sitting opposite her daughter, threw her a resigned glance. "Kuku. Since you were young I have taught you not to play with your phone while you eat. You are getting worse now, typing away even when you are drinking milk," she reprimanded. "Mother, but I didn't have a phone when I was young," objected Yen Zheka as she quickly adjusted her posture. Ji Mingyu was rendered speechless for a moment. "Focus on the main point. Okay? answered Yenjika as she quickly devoured her breakfast in small and elegant bites. Wiping her lips with a napkin, she picked up and unlocked her phone to see Lu Cheng's reply. I'm fairly confident that I'm stronger than Ichii Sakata, but since I have not yet morphed, the gap between us isn't huge. Therefore I ought to take him seriously and go all out. Especially since I need the prize money for plane tickets to visit my little fairy. Glad you remember. Yenjika was pleased at his reply, her dimpled smile sweet and gentle. How would you like me to cheer for you? I won't say anything too mushy though. Give me a kiss? Replied Lu Cheng, suddenly feeling a little nostalgic. Cuckoo. It feels as if I'm back to the Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge tournament. It was a familiar situation. Cook not being able to cheer for him on the spot, since they were an ocean apart. Idly chatting on QQ and cherishing each other's presences. Her long-distance cheering. The only difference was that they were merely friends at that time. But now with time their relationship had strengthened to the point where the two had promised to spend the rest of their lives together. Yeah. Yenjika bit her lips as she fell silent. She paused, typing with tender emotions. Chung, I miss you. She stared at her messages shortly, then deleted the words one by one. She did not want to affect his mood before his match. She drew a deep breath and replied, It's different. At that time you earned the money for yourself, but now it's for the sake of seeing me. That's true, replied Lu Cheng, feeling motivated. After chatting for a while, Yenjika began to get ready for school, tying her hair up, putting on her glasses and packing her school bag. Lu Cheng looked up to see Peng Liyun leaning against the wall with deadfish eyes in a daydreamy state, and Chaoyang was rocking his body to the rhythm of the music in his headphones. Ren Li had her phone in her hands, playing videos of her opponent's past matches, but her eyes were fixed on the floor admiring the bricks that bore a unique and exotic pattern. Bunch of losers. This unfitting phrase popped up in Lu Cheng's mind. He shook his head in a resigned manner and began to look through the data on Ichii Sakata in his phone. That was when he was interrupted by two loud claps. Zhong Ningtao was clapping to wake the losers up, and when he had their attention, he announced, You are more or less representing China in this King of Youth Pro League. Therefore standardized martial arts suits have been prepared for you. Go get yourself changed. When the match officially starts in 15 minutes, you can either stay in the changing room or head down to the grandstand. Make sure you listen to the radio announcements. Be at your respective arenas one match in advance. Don't nod blindly. Ren Li, you must follow me. Ah, whimpered Ren Li. It's just a martial arts stadium. It's not as if I can't find the arena on my own, she thought. Holding his laugh, Lu Cheng took the martial arts suits from Gai Zhong. There were two sets of the same design with differing colors meant to distinguish between opponents from the same country in matches after top 16s. The first set looked really cool. Pure white in color except for a red stripe that went from shoulder to waist like a ribbon. The second set was more showy. Red in color and embroidered with golden stars. Lu Cheng changed into the first set in the changing room, topping it off with customized white martial arts shoes from Wu Qinggui's company. When he stepped out of the changing room, he saw Peng Liyun and Chaoyang in the same outfit. Only Ren Li seemed to prefer the red one. Their shoes all differed since they all had different sponsors. Want to go to the grandstand? Suggested Lu Cheng as he remembered his task of live reporting the event with texts and photos. Sure, replied Ren Li enthusiastically, before turning to look at Gai Zhong meekly. Let's go together. The experience is better to view from the outside, smiled Zhong Yueyun, throwing a glance at Zhong Ningtao while, and Chaoyang nodded in agreement. Okay then. Zhong Ningtao turned around, pushed the changing room door open and quickly returned to Ren Li's side, not wanting to take any risks. The planning committee had left extra seats for the fighters in order to prevent them from running into the public audience. Lu Cheng and the others chose a spot far away from other representative teams. Some of them started to review the past matches of their opponents. Others planned their fights while Lu Cheng, having done both, began snapping pictures for Yenjika and Unparalleled Dragon King. A live-streaming thread had already appeared in the Longhu Club, where Unparalleled Dragon King had dumped Lu Cheng's pictures and commentaries. Heartfelt thanks goes out to our reporter, Little Tiger, who will now bring us the live text commentary of the important matches that do not get broadcast. Clap, clap, clap. The first reply was from Eternal Nightfall, Yan Xiaoling, who rarely came to that side of the forum. Little Tiger, have you seen my idol? Brahmin was the next to reply. Yes, replied Lu Chang as he turned his head to look at Peng Liyun, only to see his own reflection in his distracted, filmy eyes. For reals? Quick, hurry up and take a picture. If you do, I won't ever badmouth you again, replied Brahmin. I just want to see Ren Li, replied Okamoto's fan. Yes, get a picture of Peng Liyun and in Chaoyang too, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. This isn't easy, thought Lu Chang as he winced. He looked around and got an idea. Let's take a picture together, he suggested. Sure, answered An Chaoyang and the others nonchalantly. Lu Chang smiled and passed the phone to Zhong Ningtao. Do us a favor, guide Zhong. Ha ha. Taking a commemorative picture? Don't worry. With your talents and progresses, there will be many more opportunities of fighting side by side in the future, said Zhong Ningtao, camera in hand, taking a few steps back and angling his shots like a professional. Snap, snap, snap. After a round of flashes, he handed the phone back to Lu Chang. Check through the photos. If they are not good, I can retake them. Not bad. Way better than the pictures I take at least, replied Lu Chang happily. Then he noticed that he, Peng Liyun and An Chaoyang were stiff like aliens in the pictures. Ren Li, on the other hand, looked great with her faint smile and handsome figure. He sent the photo to Ku first and received her teasing, then forwarded it to the main characters, and lastly to the livestream thread. Wait, how did you get right in front of them? Unparalleled Dragon King, and the others immediately noticed the glaring oddity. I messed up, thought Lu Chang as he covered his face. That's how professional I am. You the man, little tiger, replied Wonton Seller. Keep going, little tiger. I'll call you brother, daddy, or even grandpa, replied Yan Xiaoling. If I become your relative, my seniority will eventually decrease, replied Lu Chang. I'm so jealous, replied Brahmin. Lu Chang didn't give any further replies. He spent the majority of his energy focusing on the match and sharing details with Yan Zheka here and there, only taking pictures and giving commentaries for the exciting parts that did not get broadcast, occasionally exchanging opinions with the others and including their views in his commentary. This induced many exclamations from Unparalleled Dragon King, such as, Little Tiger is so professional. He can already be a commentator, and his views sometimes are better than the actual commentators. I'm not fighting alone, replied Lu Chang. In that period, Peng Liyun and Ren Li went up successively for their own matches. Against opponents who have yet to reach the sixth pin, their victories were flawless. Yet the viciousness and ferocity of Shengxiang boxing had left an impression on all of them. Miluo and Nanjing boxing were similar, except the former had flashier moves including kicks, while the latter was more of an assassin's nature, malicious and underhanded. Soon it was An Chaoyang's turn. He did not have a huge advantage and only managed to defeat his opponent, a mighty Nanjing boxer, after a tough battle that lasted more than 10 minutes, fully experiencing the viciousness and cruelty of Jaha boxing in the process. As the first round of double elimination matches were coming to an end, Lu Chang excused himself in the forums, stood up and walked towards the middle arena. His match was starting, and it was on broadcast too. Over at the Japanese representative side, Ichii Sakata took a deep breath and stood up slowly. His expression was grave. Tang Zishuan and Muko Yamashita, who had completed their individual matches, tossed their gazes towards them. Do not fear, do not cower, Pepe'd the Japanese guide, his face solemn. Yes, bowed Ichii Sakata, turning and walking towards the arena. I'm so pissed. How can Little Tiger leave us hanging at this crucial moment? Replied Brahmin. At least this match can be found online, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. What do you guys think? What does Little Tiger have to do during the most important match? Replied Invincible Punch. Who knows? Maybe he has an appointment? He wouldn't have known the order of the matches before the lots were drawn. Replied, Okamoto's fan. Shengxiang's red light district is pretty famous. Bullshit. Little Tiger went there with his girlfriend. Maybe he just had something on. What's wrong with that? Replied Dumpling Seller. Unparalleled Dragon King had to remind the rest about the competition amidst the lively discussion. It's starting. Ichii Sakata has skills and supernatural abilities. He's going to be a tough match for Lu Chang, which is rare among the fighters below in human stage, he replied. Everyone quickly shifted their focus back on the match. When Lu Chang was steps away from the arena, he felt a buzz from his phone. Holding it up, he found a 2-second voice message from Yenjeka. He pressed the play button and held it close to his ears. Out came a soft mwack. She really sent a kiss. Lu Chang paused, let out a chuckle and returned a kissing emoticon. Handing his phone and wallet to the supervisor, he walked up the steps. With every step he took, joy, excitement and slight fear formed and mixed evenly inside him. He stood in the middle of the arena, feet slightly apart in a form that presented no openings, gazing imposingly at his opponent advancing briskly. The blonde Ichii Sakata felt something in his opponent. His steps began to dawdle, slower with each step, until it seemed as if he was walking against strong winds or sailing against turbulent tides. His back was straight without the slightest curve as a crazed expression broke out on his face, like a soldier that is about to commit a reckless charge or kamikaze attack. A step, two, until Ichii Sakata was in the arena and at his designated spot, about 10 meters apart from Lu Chang. Worthy of a Japanese warrior who values mental strength and spirit, thought Lu Chang as he dispersed the army formula in his mind, withdrawing his aura and visualizing a godly mountain, standing amid the blizzard, clad in thick white snow. He was just testing his powers, using the army formula he familiarized with in the 2 months. He visualized a malicious aura to suppress Ichii Sakata, hoping to disturb his peace of mind, shred his fighting will, or at least measure his strength. But it did none of that. In the past 2 millenniums, Japan was deeply under the influence of China, evident in how their society runs, and also in their martial arts. Yet, in their own culture and environment, their martial arts had developed its own uniqueness. To a country that was often plagued by earthquakes and typhoons and had scarce resources, life was ephemeral and fragile. Hence, in life, they did not seek to bloom slowly like the sakura flowers. Instead, they valued kinetic ability and spirit in their martial arts. After the physical training stage, the Chinese would seek to control spirits with willpower and in turn control the body with spirits. This was a gradual process to achieve internal balance. The Japanese, however, directly used their strong and extreme kinetic ability to create corresponding changes, producing unique waves called hadu, then using that to stimulate their body to allow quick bursts of terrifying strength and mind-blowing speed. Among them, the extreme hadu sect was a classic representative. Lu Chang relied on his willpower and spirit to control his body, using visualization as a bridge to move his muscles, fascia, and organs, creating special waves to complete his produces force and create certain effects. Extreme hadu sect, on the other hand, used extreme kinetic ability to channel emotions such as rage and killing intent, allowing natural changes in their bodies and creating a corresponding wave, which they then used to stimulate their body or as an offensive attack. That meant that they did not have the force concentration stage, and when they had internalized waves to become an instinct and truly mastered the pulse, they would be considered to be equivalent to the inhuman stage. Before they reached this stage, they would train intensely without any care for their body, making early deaths a common occurrence for Japanese samurais. Also, if their spirits are shattered, their power will decrease drastically. Unlike them, for Dan stage martial artists in China, even if they lose their motivations and have their willpower shattered, they wouldn't go back to square one since they were already at a level where every aspect of them is balanced. Their physical foundation would not crumble in an instant. At most it stops progressing or slightly weakened due to the loss of control. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Lu Cheng's mind before ceasing, as Ichii Sakata bowed to him with a solemn expression. He returned a greeting with his clenched fist in his palm, not lacking in manners. At this moment, the referee raised his right hand, announcing in English, "Begin." Since it was an international competition and language barrier existed, there was no need for talk time. Had Lu Cheng not observed this from the other matches and mentally prepared himself, he might have been caught off guard. "Begin." As soon as he said it, white light simmered from Ichii Sakata's body as a deep humming filled the air. He pressed his palms against each other in reverse, lowered them to his waist. Then with the swinging of his body, he thrust forward his shoulders and extended his arms, forming a cannon stance. Buzz! His palms snapped open like the jaws of a dragon, shooting out a white beam as fast as lightning at Lu Cheng. Extreme Hadouken, Dragon Roar Hadouken. At the same time, Lu Cheng took a step forward, arched his body and sunk his hands. With a hook and a flick, he sent out a slithering clump of pellucid white frost flame and a brutal fireball that went straight at his enemy. Burning ice and flame. Bam! The scarlet flame clashed with the white beam, neutralizing each other while sweeping up a strong gust. Ichii Sakata seemed to have expected it, and right after the Dragon Roar Hadouken, with a fanatical expression on his face, he stomped on the ground with both feet and leaped up, instantly closing the distance between him and Lu Cheng, putting himself before Lu Cheng. He stretched out his right hand, formed a palm knife, and with his falling momentum he sliced towards his opponent's neck, leaving a pale white light trail in its path. Extreme Hadouken, Fierce Tiger Shock Cutter. Unhurriedly, Lu Cheng pushed with both of his legs and swung out a right uppercut to meet the opponent's slicing blow. Bang! The edge of the palm met the fist. Ichii Sakata's body trembled, swung his arms slightly backwards, melting and coiling around Lu Cheng's wrist like a serpent. At the same time, he jerked his waist and whipped out his left foot, crackling as he kicked towards his opponent's waist with intense ferocity, while leaving a trail of white light behind. Extreme Hadouken, Razor and Flexible Wrestling. A kick and lock combination that could easily disorientate the enemy. Not only did the kung fu from this sect have hitting techniques, it also included wrestling techniques. Lu Cheng ignored Ichii Sakata's armlock, immediately adjusting his muscles, fascia and organs as he visualized many rays of cold radiance that were crystal clear, yet filled with loneliness and darkness. Ice Spirit Holy Light Diagram. After a period of tough training, he had made decent progress and can then barely manage its visualization, making his first advancements from Frost Force to Ice Spirit Force. Bam! The coldness condensed into a radiance that followed Lu Cheng's fist that punched out from his waist. Bam! Ichii Sakata's razor met with the fist covered in frigid mist as his right hand found its way to Lu Cheng's wrist. However, the skin that came into contact was as slippery as ice. With nowhere to exert his force, his hand slid off with a shoop. Ice Sect, 15th move, Ice Armor. Ichii Sakata rapidly adjusted, channeling his fervent Hadou to stimulate his body in order to break the layer of ice armor. Suddenly he felt an indescribable chill infiltrating from his left foot that came into contact with Lu Cheng's fist previously. In an instant, the numbness had spread throughout his whole leg as white mist condensed on his pants. His lips turned pale, ignoring the dangers he borrowed the stimulation his body had received to forcefully twist his waists, kicking again as he switched from defense to offense. Bam! Ichii Sakata's right leg swept out horizontally, an extension to the razor moves from before. Extreme Hadouken, Whirlwind Kick. Lu Cheng's body moved on its own. Withdrawing his chi and blood, he twisted his waist, allowing him to squat down and seamlessly dodge the incoming attack. Boom! The Dan force in his body surged, his body stretching all of a sudden as his arms bloated, his right palm shooting upwards like a cannon. Bam! Pale white waves surfaced on Ichii Sakata's body briefly, his right leg eerily stopping midair before it tensed up and hacked downwards like a battle axe. Bam! Fist and leg collided at high speeds, frozen in midair momentarily as muscles and veins became frighteningly visible. Thump thump thump. Lu Cheng backed away 3 steps while Ichii Sakata, suspended in the air with nowhere to direct the impact, flew backwards. Snap! Lu Cheng pushed his legs to shift his gravity, pouncing forward like a ferocious beast that has locked on to its prey. In his mind he rapidly changed the image he had visualized from ice spirit holy light that held endless darkness and no warmth, to dark skies covered with thunderclouds. Severe warning. Ice spirit force version. Just as Ichii Sakata hit the ground, he saw his opponent pouncing in front of him. With a grunt, he hurriedly threw out a right punch. As his fist went forward, his body began emitting dense white light. The light formed a dragon and a tiger, instantly igniting Ichii Sakata as though it was fire, turning him into a huge lump of Hadu, as his fists punched towards Liu Chang in the roars of tiger and dragon. Extreme Hadu Sect, ultimate move. Roaring Dragon Mighty Tiger Punch. This was initially an ultimate move exclusive to the warriors that have mastered Pulse, but due to Ichii Sakata's supernatural ability of a similar nature, he can forcefully use it at his current stage. Bam! Liu Chang's fist, covered in pellucid ice mist, punched into the huge lump of white light. He felt the terrifying strength and power in his opponent, as if it contained scorch of flames and the force of explosion, and stepped back involuntarily, leaving a footstep and a crack with every step. He managed to recover after a few steps, but his right arm was still trembling uncontrollably. But no follow-up attacks came from Ichii Sakata. He stood rooted to the ground as the white light slowly seeped out of him, exposing his bare body. His blonde hair was bestrewn with ice crystals as he stood shivering, eyes riddled of focus and consciousness escaping him. At that moment, Liu Chang raised his hand to form a seal and visualized an ancient word. Attainment, he said in a low voice as he bounded to his opponent at a speed that almost left afterimages. In that moment, among the Japanese representative team, Takashi Yamashita's irises shrunk. Darkness engulfed him, leaving not a hint of light to be seen nor a trace of warmth to be felt. Even the concept of coldness seemed to be fleeing, not to mention any sounds or colors. This was the world Ichii Sakata was trapped in, roaming aimlessly in the endless void until his inner struggle, kinetic energy and spirit had brought him to his senses. He woke and felt the coldness biting into his skin and numbing his thoughts. Damn! His mind screamed of danger, light filling his eyes as he caught a glimpse of his opponent that was about to flash past him. The competition, the honor and expectations, was he about to let it all go? No. Struggling, he tensed and whipped out his right leg, leaving a trail of white light as he kicked upwards at Liu Chang. In that kick, he had channeled Hadu to stimulate corresponding parts of his body, the strong momentum twisting his body, from which he borrowed strength to deliver a kick with his left leg as two legs successively delivered a flurry of kicks. Bam, bam, bam. The continuous, crackling sounds of his kicks sounded as if they combined into one, white radiance permeating the air as tornado kicks were being ushered in. At his moment of crisis, Ichii Sakata had a burst of amazing strength. As Liu Chang was closing in, at the encounter of such ferocious retaliation, he steadied himself and stopped in his tracks, visualizing the image of the god of flames riding a scarlet dragon under the blazing sun. His abdominal muscles expanded, stretching his fascias on both sides of his body to bring an explosive force to his shoulders as he launched a right punch. Bam! As his fist passed through the air, an invisible flame igniting around it, dancing. Boom! Boom! Scarlet flames exploded, tumbling and splashing forward, sweeping up waves of flame that held terrifying impact. A loud bang echoed in the air as the sea of scarlet flames devoured layers of white radiance. Ichii Sakata kicked at the flames rapidly with both of his legs, negating and nullifying its effects. Bam! Flicking the joints in his arm and stretching his fascias, Liu Chang fired a second punch, hitting the back of his opponent's foot at the end of his motion, stopping his combination of kicks. His arm recoiled on contact. Trembling from the impact, he withdrew and released his chi and blood, his left arm bloating and stabbing at Ichii Sakata like a huge lance. Bam! Ichii Sakata's right arm glowed with white light, expanding to twice its original size as he chopped down with his palm, stopping his opponent's fist in time. With a push and a pull with his palm knives, he tried to cut through his enemy's muscles and fascia. However, Lu Chang retracted his fist at first touch, borrowing the force which he redirected to his lower abdomen as he delivered a low right kick. Bam bam bam. Bang bang bang. With his first move connecting, he immediately began to suppress his enemy, dancing the 24 blizzard strikes, backed up by his limitless force concentration, as he launched a flurry of attacks that kept increasing in ferocity and power. Ichii Sakata could not break away even after cycling through his extreme Hadu sect karate moves, forced to stimulate his body with Hadu, and once in a while falling back a few steps as he struggled to keep up. Throughout the whole time, he felt the coldness biting into his bones and heard the gales roaring in his ears, as if he went from the tropical Shangxiang to the Arctic or Siberia. As he fought on, his heart skipped a beat as he realized what he felt was not an illusion but reality. Frigid winds was blowing around him and snowflakes fell and melted instantly when they touched the ground. He's about to morph? Mused Peng Liyun, who was not in his usual state of daydreaming, one hand holding his phone and the other stuck in his pockets. In the past, Lu Cheng's supernatural ability and dance stage explosions had a clear line in between, but in his continuous force concentration attacks, his frost force began to show, turning to instinct. What did that mean? It meant that his root pulps was already changing from the inside and that he was about to enter the door of the internal stage, about to begin his morphing. So fast, frowned Ren Li, feeling the pressure as her competitor was closing the gap between them as a strong desire of improving sprouted in her. And Chaoyang gasped slightly, losing track of the music at his ears. It hasn't even been a few months, he mumbled. It hasn't even been 4 months since the Nationals in April, and Lu Chang had already improved from upper end of 6th pin to the state where he was on the edge of making a breakthrough. He was practically advancing at the speed of a rocket. After his short astonishment, he remembered something as he turned to Ren Li and Peng Liyun. It won't be a month before Bai Shaoxing breaks down in tears, he jested. It's not good to gamble, nodded Peng Liyue, logging into his Weibo to scroll through the popular posts made by all-knowing man in ganghood in the past years, as if mourning him. Ren Li pondered shortly and took out her phone, going to the corresponding gambling site after she made up her mind to make some quick bucks. After about 10 seconds, she gave an embarrassed smile and turned to Chaoyang and Gai Zhong. She said, How do I use this? She had heard of it but never actually gambled before. Among the Japanese representative team, Tang Zishuan sat quietly, gazing at the arena. If Ichii Kuin cannot make a breakthrough here, this match is not going to end up well for him, she said in a flat voice. Yes, agreed Takashi Kuin. The old-fashioned, serious-looking guide glanced at him and asked in a low voice, Takashi Kuin, can you beat this fighter named Lu Chang? The air trembled behind Takechi Yamashita. A milky white light flashed and ceased, forming a blurry image of a dragon and a tiger. Yes, he replied curtly. Even if Lu Chang had went through the breakthrough and morphed, the way the Chinese described it, he was confident he could beat him. In the forums of Longhu Club, unparalleled Dragon King, who could neither see or touch the frigid winds and fluttering snow, had made a sentimental comment. Lu Chang's improving so fast, even his physique is at the level of upper 6th pin. It's not all impossible for him to make the breakthrough to inhuman stage before the end of this year. Yeah, I thought a strong 6th pin standard opponent would give him some problems, but from the start till now, Ichii Sakata never even stood a chance, commented Road to the arena. We'll have to wait and see. None of the martial artists got to their current stages by luck. Lu Chang can't afford to be careless, especially when he has an advantage, commented Pig Riding Knight. Brahmin and Eternal Nightfall were too engrossed in the match to sing their praises. Bam bam bam. Bang bang bang. Ichii Sakata felt the frigid gales getting stronger as his body numbed. He knew he would eventually lose if he let Lu Chang run over him. This can't go on. He had to make the breakthrough right then and there. Ichii Sakata's heart screamed, desperately making attempts. But his decisions came too slow as Lu Cheng's advantage had spiraled out of control. Despair grew in him as he fought on. He could see a scene where the referee raises his right hand to announce his defeat, the scorns and criticisms filling up newspapers and websites. No, he can't lose here. Not to someone at the same stage. He thought about his father, who was also from the extreme Hadu sect, and his ardent hopes. He thought about his friends fawning over him. He thought about the worship in the eyes of female fans. He thought about all the privileges he enjoyed in life. He knew that if he lost that aura and fell to the ranks of ordinary warriors, he would lose it all and never be able to raise his head again, and no matter how strong he actually was, no one will pay him attention again. No. Not like this. Ichii Sakata's brain buzzed, his eyes turning bloodshot and his long-suppressed emotions erupting at once. Fear, vengeance, killing intent, and among which other negative emotions. At that moment, the pale white light he emitted was stained by a slight shade of scarlet as he calmed down. Come! Ichii Sakata roared, stepped forward with his left leg and threw a swift right straight. With a loud bang, the scarlet light enveloped his body, emitting a dense killing intent that intimidated Lu Cheng's heart and spirit, disorientating him for a brief moment. Extreme Hadu Sect, Super Ultimate. 7 Sins Hadouken. His negative emotions acted as fuel for his Dragon Roar Hadouken, giving it a similar intimidating effect as the army formula. Memories had caused Ichii Sakata to explode in power, and at that moment he succeeded in his breakthrough as he delivered the strongest punch in his life. In the deep rumbling roar of dragon and tiger, the pale red Hadu formed a sharp, death scythe that sliced at his enemy with his fist as the edge. Lu Chang had already felt a sense of danger when Ichii Sakata's white Hadu mutated, his hands closing to form a seal, and in his mind he visualized the forwarding formula. In the deep, reverberating noises, he came back to his senses and jerked backwards. He did not dodge to avoid Ichii Sakata's 7 Sins Hadouken, since it was too fast and furious to be dodged. Instead, he did it just to buy some time for himself. In his heart, he had visualized the sun crashing onto vast expanse of the frozen river. Boom! Ice and flame collided in his fists, spiraling into a black dot or a whirlpool. Bam! Lu Chang firmed his steps and arched his back, drawing his right arm back before shooting it out. Mutated version of Severe Warning. Palm. His fist collided with the pale red Hadu, knocking its color out, along with all his killing intent, fear, and strength, as if the black whirlpool had absorbed them all. Boom! The whirlpool disintegrated as a savage force bounced back and crashed on Ichii Sakata's fists like huge tides, sending him into the air. Lu Cheng's right arm gave way, sore and swelled, but before it recovered he pushed his legs and pounced towards his opponent with a crackling sound. At this moment, Ichii Sakata launched a milky white Hadouken, scattering the dust in its path. Just as Lu Chang was about to return a punch, he realized he had lost track of his opponent for some strange reason. In that instant, Ichii Sakata's presence had vanished completely from the arena and his senses. A mirror of ice formed in him, suddenly realizing the threat that came from behind him. Lu Chang twisted his waist, facing sideways, and deftly kicked with his left leg. Bang! The heel of his foot hit Ichii Sakata, revealing him from the shadows, shaking him, and stopping his killing technique prematurely. The technique Ichii Sakata used was the ninjutsu backstab he had secretly practiced in 2 years, yet it backfired on him. Seeing his attack land, Lu Chang sent another kick upwards. Bam, bam, bam. One kick landed, followed by a second and a third, juggling his opponent in the air. He drew a quick breath that exploded in him, rapidly turned, and with a left kick he sent Ichii Sakata into the air like a soccer ball. Thump! Ichii Sakata, unable to control his balance, crashed into the ground, heard an ancient chant of formation, as Lu Cheng's white martial arts hung by his ears. The referee raised his right hand, announcing in English, "Lu Cheng wins." The foreign words echoed in Ichii Sakata's ears as he lay flatly on the ground, his mind blank, not remembering to even get back on his feet. He felt as if he just woke up at home in the afternoon, dazed and languid. He had exhausted all his strength and made the breakthrough, yet he had lost. Looking at Lu Cheng's undamaged shoes, It was as though he never exerted his full force and reserved his strength this whole time. When Takechi-kun had overtook and surpassed him, he consoled himself by saying that those who run fast might not run fast later, and the second half of the lap was what mattered. When Takechi-kun had mastered the true ha while he was running in circles, he comforted himself by saying that he was invincible, the most powerful in his league, and it was only a matter of time before he could advance. But now, facing a 20-years-old opponent in the same league yet losing so miserably, what can I console myself with? Lu Cheng withdrew his suspended hand and coughed, interrupting Ichii Sakata's thoughts. His fervent expression had faded completely, leaving eyes filled with confusion and sadness. Lu Cheng did not know enough Japanese to hold a conversation. Therefore he simply cupped his fist in his palm and said softly, "Well fought." Japanese warriors valued etiquette above all, and Ichii Sakata had no intention of embarrassing his country. He bowed habitually, turned and staggered down the arena, completely ignoring the stinging pain in his arms. He had used ninjutsu, backstab in desperation when his lower body wasn't stable and had the effects of the mutated severe warning lingering in him. Therefore, even though he had parried Lu Cheng's flurry of kicks, he got juggled into the air which almost tore, if not severed his arm. Lu Cheng had no interest in his opponent's journey or his story, forgetting to even thank the audience. He walked down the stone steps in brisk steps and took back his phone and wallet from the match supervisor. Unlocking his phone, he sent a message to Yen Jika. "I won." At this moment, Peng Liyun and the others who held their right hand in the air, waiting to congratulate Lu Cheng, awkwardly withdrew their arms and tried to play it off by looking around and commenting on the fights at other arenas. Yen Jika, as if waiting, replied in the blink of an eye. "For the match to last 3.5 minutes, Ichii Sakata lives up to his name." "Pfft, don't flatter me too much, I'll get cocky," replied Lu Cheng. What comment was, any opponent that could last more than 1 to 2 minutes against him was considered the cream of the crop in the 6th Pin League. "Heh, you can call me a professional Cheng flatterer," replied Yen Jika. "All right, now I can focus on my lessons again." Lu Cheng kept his phone, returning to the grandstand in high spirits and high-fived Peng Liyun and the others. At what's with the expression on their faces? "What's wrong?" Lu Cheng asked. "Nothing." Peng Liyun's eyes began to lose focus, and Chaoyang shifted his focus to his music while Renli held her head down, trying to figure out a way to make a bet. In the Longhu Club forums. "Ha, I'm reading the Japanese forums and damn it feels good looking at their comments. You know Japanese? Hurry up and translate it for us. We want to read their praises," replied Eternal Nightfall Yen Shaoling. "Waiting," replied Brahman. Shortly, Unparalleled Dragon King began translating comment by comment. Ichii Sakata is no more than an ordinary man now. Ichii-kun outdid himself but still lost. He didn't even stand a chance from start till end. The part when he snapped and did 7 sins kill surprised me and gave me hope, but in the end it didn't have any effects. Idiots! Stupid Ishihara and the Martial Arts Committee, why would they give China 4 invitation cards? That Lu Cheng guy has been famous since last year. I have been seeing his name even around here. Looks like a genius that might even be stronger than Takechi-kun. I heard that China has even more geniuses like him. For example, the other competitors that came with him. They are from an ancient country with rich history after all. I'm putting my hopes on Kaori-chan and Takechi-kun. Kaori-chan is the best. Ha. Looks like the Japanese are quite well-mannered. No one's being a sore loser. Can't understand what they are saying, but still it feels so good, replied Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling. Nothing tasted better than your enemy's defeat, praises, and envy. Little dragon, we'll leave the important task of translating such comments to you in the future. Lu Cheng felt even better after reading the contents from the livestream post and gave no further replies. At the end of the first round of double elimination matches, he returned to the hotel with his teammates. Standing before the window on a high floor, He gazed down at the resplendent sea of lights that were the symbol of human civilization, filled with confidence as he waited for the next round. He held up his phone to share his feelings with his sweetheart. "There's prize money once I reach the top 16ths. For a while, Lu Chang waited for any incoming alerts, but Yen Zheka was concentrating on her classes and couldn't reply promptly. He subconsciously unlocked his lock screen to draft another text, but deleted it word by word on second thought. He didn't want to affect Yen Zheka's studies by texting too frequently. After freshening up, Lu Chang turned all the lights off and found his way to his bed in the dark, looking for something to do to kill time. After seeing Fatty Zhang's post on Moments that was complaining about being awakened by hunger and wanting to eat supper, he kindly sent him the stolen images of Shangxiang food. "Damn you! I'm going out to eat at Old Lu Barbecue now, and I will make sure to send you the pictures later." "You are welcome," replied Zhang Fei. "Pinch your fats and stroke your protruding tummy. Does it not hurt your conscience?" replied Lu Chang. "Anyway, I'm about to go to sleep, so I won't see anything you send." As he was teasing Fatty Zhang, Yen Zheka's reply came. "I'll be waiting for you to treat me with the prize money. Oh yes. Empress Dowager will be flying to China around the 14th of September. Okay." Lu Chang quickly switched to another app and booked a 14th of September ticket to America, sending the screenshot to Ku. "I want to tear 10 pages off my calendar right now," replied Yen Zheka, confessing her inner thoughts in a light-hearted manner. They chatted for a bit, but lesson time was soon to begin, and Lu Chang also had to turn in for the night, so they exchanged goodbyes. The following morning, he woke up on the dot, did his usual routine, and headed to the training area to continue his tough daily training. In his visualization, cold light broke out, pellucid and sparkling with dreaminess, yet bearing darkness and loneliness that knew no ends and extreme coldness that homed no warmth. As he was getting a hold of the basics, he felt subtle changes in his frost supernatural ability as it became more illusory and elusive, like a whirlpool that absorbed warmth. This was the upgrade from Frost Force to Ice Spirit Force. He had already learned the ropes and was beginning to strengthen his foundations. After practicing Ice Spirit Force for a while, Lu Chang took out the Emperor Yen diagram that had already lost a lot of its power. He concentrated on comprehending and attempted to visualize the denseness, explosiveness, and eruption in the diagram. He was, however, a few steps away from it, and his visualization proved to be unsuccessful. Emperor Yen Force seems to be a highly condensed version of Zhu Rong Force, thought Lu Chang, switching to physical exercises when he had exhausted his spirits. An uneventful day passed as they spent their morning sparring and afternoon resting, eventually arriving at the Shangxiang Stadium at night for the second round of double elimination matches. Since only one round had transpired, none of the fighters had been eliminated with 2 losses yet. Therefore, there was going to be 36 fighters and 18 matches again. This time, Lu Cheng's name was picked early. "I wonder who it is. Hope it's not a Japanese warrior so I can experience different martial arts," he thought. A few seconds later, the guest picked his opponent, loudly announcing the name on it. "Miluo Vagar." "Vagar?" Lu Chang turned his head, stunned, and saw the cold countenance of a man donned in navy blue general uniform looking towards him impassively, silver sparks dancing in his eyes. Fuck! Meeting the number 2 seed in the second round of double elimination matches. I mean, he wasn't a Japanese warrior, that's for sure. "Vagar," was the first reply that came to the livestream thread in Longhu Club, made by Unparalleled Dragon King. Things are getting interesting. Indeed. Right as Lu Chang approaches the Inhuman stage, he's about to clash with a mighty one who's at the quasi-inhuman stage, in the second round of double elimination matches that is of no consequence to the both of them. This is a rare learning experience for Lu Chang. This in itself is enough, the ending does not matter. "Personally, I think Lu Cheng's chance of winning is low," replied Road to the Arena. "Who knows? Lu Cheng's physique, mastery of his moves, and rhythm of battle are all at the level of upper end of 6th pin. Factoring in his strong supernatural abilities, it's not as if he does not stand a chance against a mighty one that recently reached the Inhuman stage," replied a plumber eating mushroom. "But the chances are very low," replied Pig Riding Knight. "Vagar is pretty famous in his neighboring countries. If it wasn't for his excessively powerful supernatural ability interrupting his root pulps, he might have reached quasi-inhuman stage 1 or 2 years earlier. I feel that among the 4 of our fighters, only Peng Liyun has a high chance of beating him. Even Ren Li might not be at that level of attainment yet. I heard that the professional competition scene hasn't matured in Shengxiang, Miluo, and Nanjing. In comparison to our fighters, shouldn't their fighters have less combat experience? This must be advantageous for Lu Cheng, replied Above the Sky. Ha ha, my dear sister-in-law, even though Shengxiang and Miluo's professional competition matches aren't advanced, their fighters do not lack real combat experience, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. Due to the political instability in their countries and the influence of neighboring war-torn zones and poor economy, there are many blood-stained underground arenas, street fights, and even wars in parts of the area. This grants them way more experience in life and death brawls as compared to Lu Cheng. Even though Vagar is the son of a warlord and a general-to-be, his favorite activity was to practice his fist fighting in the battlefield and sharpen his spirit with killings. In time, if this guy does not die, he will definitely become a lord that rules his own land. Wah! You guys are making me nervous, replied Brahman. Ever since the end of the Nationals, this is my first time feeling nervous emotions, replied Eternal Nightfall Yen Shaoling. So you are a zombie with no emotions most of the time, silly Nightfall, replied Unparalleled Dragon King, who made it his habit to tease her. Humph, little Nightfall is angry now. I'll only forgive you if you post another livestream thread in Lu Cheng Club. Sure, Schrodinger's tiger, little tiger, keep up the good work today. Even though this match is definitely getting on broadcast, we could do with some live photos, replied Unparalleled Dragon King, as he searched for the on-site reporter. My opponent is Vagar. Putting the forums aside, Lu Cheng immediately sent the results of the drawing of lots to Yen Zhika. It was only the second round of double elimination matches, and he had already ran into a mighty one that was guaranteed to make it to semifinals. Yen Zhika was up early as promised, training in her martial arts and worrying about her hubby's competition. Vagar, Cheng, I realize that your luck in drawing lots is always awful when it comes to individual arena matches. Lu Cheng had already eased into his usual self since he had a chance to fall back on even if he lost. Must have been because I have blown all my luck in this life on other aspects of life, he replied mischievously. Yen Zhika smiled lightly, looked towards her side and paused. Sweet talker, don't worry. You have Sister Ka's luck to watch over you. Cheng, I think it would be better for you to rush him down at the start of the match, replied Yen Zhika. Vagar, being the face of his country, had already been discussed and analyzed by the two. Therefore they could jump right to the topic without excess explanations. Great couples think alike. Lu Cheng felt a shiver from his excitement for the battle to come. The reason why Inhumans were given their name was because every aspect of them was monstrous. The insane stamina Lu Cheng had relied on to outshine the others in his league was not merely a ticket to the level playing field against the mighty ones in Inhuman stage. In a prolonged fight or a battle of attrition, he did not stand any chances and might even give his opponents more opportunities to overpower him over time, using their advantage in their stages and power. The only way to beat a powerful opponent like Vagar was to go all out from the start, forcing the opponent to a disadvantage and leveraging on the head start to find winning opportunities. Defeat the enemy before they have the chance to utilize their advantage. Whether it was China, Japan, Miluo, Old Europe, or the New America, the essence of martial arts at various stages were the same. Inhuman, for example, was the mutation of the root pulp as a result of training. The way to attain it was the factor that differed among countries. For example, Miluo had combined the martial arts concepts of both China and Borneo and developed a unique training system under the influence of frequent wars, shaping the body and stimulating potential with sickeningly tough physical training. This awakened all the treasures in a person's body and gradually guided the root pulp to cause a mutation. Shangxiang and Nanjing were more or less similar. Therefore, in their countries, if the martial artists did not make it to the quasi-inhuman stage when they were young, they would suffer a miserable life after middle age as the overexertion and wounds from their past would haunt them for the rest of their lives and plague them with sickness and pain. Most died before the age of 50. In a safe place with a good economy, not many would choose the way of martial arts other than the greedy and desperate souls. However, in Shengxiang, Miluo and Nanjing, where the country was in turmoil and the economy was in ruins with sky-high unemployment rates, the poor mostly did not make it 50 years old anyway. Therefore, many people did not hesitate to take the wager in hopes to change their lives. Lu Chang remembered that an academic who practiced martial arts had done research on the situation and wrote a book called The Influence of Geopolitical Environment on the System of Martial Arts. As he was discussing the winning strategies against Vagar, Peng Liyun was picked and pit against the 8th seed, an upper 6th pin with strong supernatural abilities, Li Shaokong of Nanjing. Seems like everyone's luck today isn't that great, mused Peng Liyun as he played with his phone in his hands. As he spoke, Ren Li was to fight an unknown Japanese warrior and An Chaoyang against a mighty one of quasi-upper 6th pin from Miluo. Lu Chang gave Peng Liyun a thoughtful look and nodded. No, just the two of us. They exchanged a smile without any feelings of upset or anger, only an eagerness to battle their opponents right then and there. Not long after, due to being picked early, Lu Cheng's match against Vagar began. Then he saw unparalleled Dragon King's request, hesitated and turned to Peng Liyun, Ren Li and An Chaoyang. Do you mind taking some pictures for me later? Compared to Zhong Ningtao, he trusted Peng Liyun and the others more, for they were all fighters. Ha! The others looked confused at first, then switching to an odd expression that seemed to say, We didn't know you were like this, Lu Chang. This is narcissism on a whole new level. Cough. Lu Chang reddened. I have some friends making a livestream thread on the King of Youth Pro League and asked me to take a few pictures for them. He doesn't know who I am, so I can't just tell him I'm going up to fight. Give me a second, he explained. I see, smiled Peng Liyun. I have an account I used to lurk in the forums too. The heck? What's your user ID? Asked Lu Chang. I only frequent the Shangqing Sect Club and my personal club, so I doubt any of you know me. It's String Trickster, replied Peng Liyun. What about you guys? I just read and never comment, so I don't have an account, confessed Ren Li, slightly embarrassed. I'm afraid that I might get into a squabble. You? Getting into squabbles? Exclaimed Lu Chang. Yes, I get super mad, Ren Li said earnestly, but no one really believed her. I rarely visit the martial arts forums. I spend most of my time reading, discovering music, checking reviews and writing, said An Chaoyang. Writing? He must be what you call a literary giant. I better not offend him so he doesn't pen me down as a weirdo, thought Lu Chang. Mine's Schrodinger's tiger. Help me post some pictures in the livestream thread later. Schrodinger's tiger, String Trickster, our names match, joked Peng Liyun. Something was triggered inside him as his eyes began to lose focus and enter his daydreamy state again before Lu Chang could give a reply. Turning back at the arena, Lu Chang sent a text to Yen Zhuke. It's my turn. How are you going to cheer for me today? Good luck, replied Yen Zhuke, following which she sent a picture of a marriage certificate with her and Lu Cheng's names and photographs on it. How about this? Feeling the motivation yet? Yes, replied Lu Chang. He was fighting for his family. He unlocked his phone and switched tabs to the livestream thread, handing it over to Peng Liyun as he inhaled, left his seat and headed towards the arena. On the other side, the beefy Vagar sprang to his feet, rousing thundering cheers and loud chants of Vagar in the stadium. As a genius fighter with a strong personality, he was extremely popular in Shangxiang as well. Thump, thump, thump. He walked in heavy strides, majestically walking up the stone steps with a grand nobility like a man who reigned over tens of thousands of people. Lu Chang did not give way to his pressure, exerting his own aura like a snow-clad holy mountain that had stood for tens of thousands of years, a cold gale swirling around him that hid a terrifying bloodlust. Bam! They stepped onto the arena at the same time, their gazes aligning as electric sparks seemingly appeared. Standing in position, Lu Chang closed his eyes as he recalled Vagar's characteristics. Thunder and lightning supernatural ability, practical and effective kung fu, adept at using wrists and knees, fast and strong quasi-inhuman stage, What a terrifying opponent. Therefore, he had to strike first to get an upper hand. Vagar pushed down his Milieu-style general hat, shading half of his eyes, in which silver sparks shone more menacingly. After a brief moment, the referee raised his right hand and swung it down. Begin! As soon as his voice rang against the floor, Lu Cheng lifted his hands and formed a seal, chanting in a deep voice. Attainment! Lu Cheng's deep voice echoed in the air as he darted out like a bolt of lightning, leaving what seemed to be afterimages behind as he rushed towards his opponent at an unbelievable speed. Vagar was donning a general hat. He steadied himself, extended his left foot out while drawing his right in, then pulled his arms apart and struck a boxing pose. Suddenly, he lowered himself and bounced up like a spring, his muscular body swishing through the air. As he descended, he bent and pointed his knees directly at Lu Cheng's chest, giving his white knee pads wrapped around his legs a murderous aura. The martial arts style of Milieu emphasized the basic movements, punching, elbowing, kicking, and kneeing, over intricate ones. By mixing and matching them in a natural way that best suited real combat, it was capable of delivering swift and vicious attacks seamlessly. To conquer their enemies, Milieu fighters adopted special methods of training that hardened their elbows and knees like steel. Vagar timed his leap flawlessly, allowing him to get ahead of his opponent and prevent him from setting up any killer moves. It was an impeccable attack, for if his knees were blocked, he can immediately follow up with the deadly combination of an elbow slam and a kick. Just as Lu Cheng was about to collide into Vagar's knees, where the cunning trap awaited him, he withdrew his chi and blood in a rapid motion, condensing his force, spirit, and momentum into his lower dantian. And he stopped on a dime. Being Lin Kei's longtime teammate and having guided Yan Zhika through her practices, Lu Cheng was well-versed with their yin-yang twist and meteor force. Through self-learning and under Yan Zhika's guidance, he slowly learned the trick to ceasing movement at will by utilizing the footwork of force concentration and north wind. Though not as amazing as the original, it was good enough for a critical moment like this one. Screech. The piercing noise caused by friction was shrill as it cut through the air. Lu Cheng was a step away from where Vagar had predicted him to be. That small distance caused Vagar's knee thrust to lose most of its momentum, and by the time it had reached Lu Cheng, it was nowhere near its maximum power. Boom! Lu Cheng's dantian force erupted like a volcano, his muscles ripping and expanding, physically enlarging his body as the floor beneath him split and cracked into ugly fissures. He swung his shoulders and sent a right punch forward that seemed to weigh a ton. Bam! His punch landed directly on Vagar's kneecaps, sweeping up gusts and sending him backwards in the air. Snap! Pushing his legs into the ground, he sprang up like a bolt of lightning, arriving before Vagar in the blink of an eye. Forming seals with both of his hands, he visualized the ancient character that represented insurmountable fighting spirit. Fighting formula, he growled. Eyes turning bloodshot, Lu Cheng pulled his feet together, closed his legs and relaxed his waist, directing all the strength and explosive power to his right arm. Boom! His martial arts shoes busted in sync with the flying pieces of gravel as he raised his bloating right arm in the air, blocking out light from above like a canopy. Then he let it fall, sweeping up a strong current that boomed in the air. 9 words formula. Fighting formula. Right off the bat, Lu Cheng had gone all out and used everything in his arsenal. Vagar braced himself for the blow, for dodging was not an option when he had just steadied himself from the previous attack. His hat drooped over the gleaming eyes on his icy countenance as sparks of electricity enshrouded his hands like a loose glove made from lightning. Bam! His right arm flew into an uppercut, fist sizzling with electricity. Bang! The clash of their fists sent tremors down Vagar's right arm. With a loud crack, the arena floor below him gave way and swallowed him by a few inches. With the fighting formula, Lu Cheng had completely suppressed his quasi-inhuman opponent and nailed him on the spot. This too was foreseen by Lu Cheng. As his right arm recoiled and his body swayed, he took a quick breath to condense it all. The numbness in his arm, the momentum from falling back, his chi, blood, spirit, and force to his lower abdomen. He steadied himself on the spot like a ball of condensed energy. His dantian erupted, causing his thighs to expand as he whipped out his left foot and kicked towards the side of his opponent's kneecaps. Vagar was a step too slow. Barely managing to lift his leg in time to return a weak kick, his leg collided into the heel of Lu Cheng's foot. With a dull thud, he reeled forward and saw Lu Cheng's right cross coming towards him. Hurriedly, Vagar gathered his strength and steadied himself, returning an uppercut of his own. A savage blow wreathed in silver sparks. At that instant, Lu Cheng's fist paused momentarily, then slowed down in its rhythm until Vagar's heavy strike was near. That was when he smashed down with all his strength. In between the pause and release, he found the time to visualize Ice Spirit Holy Light and took the opportunity to cast Severe Warning. A frozen picture of a lonely, frigid darkness weaved in phantom-like, dreamy pellucid frostlight only to be shattered by the roaring of thunder as yin and yang clashed. Boom! The deafening roars of thunder resounded as Lu Cheng's frost-clad fists smashed into his opponent's gloves of electricity. BRZZT. Sparks flew as Vagar stood blank-faced, the bottom half of his left arm shrouded in mist and sprinkled with ice flakes. His eyes had lost their vigor, like the eyes of someone that had just walked out of a frozen slumber. Upon the impact of the forceful punch, Lu Cheng staggered backwards, right arm swaying, but found himself an opportunity to flick his left wrist and send a pellucid white light of frost that flared towards his enemy. The succession of killer moves did not allow his opponent even a moment to catch his breath. The frost light flashed before Vagar, who had regained his senses through his strong physique. In the face of an attack that could neither be blocked nor dodged, he tensed and let loose all his power, emitting a blinding light from his body as snakes of electricity sizzled and danced around him. Secret move. Thunder explosion. Bam! The frost flame was struck down and melted into scattered rays of light. Lu Cheng had already steadied himself by then, and with a visualization of the dreamy and deadly ice spirit holy light, he sprang forward again. In his mind, he clearly knew that at his current mastery of internal explosion punch, it was not at all likely for him to deal enough internal damage to restrict his quasi-inhuman opponent's movements in less than 3 moves. Therefore, in order to not get countered and lose the opportunity to activate a more internal explosion, the optimal move for him was to suppress his opponent with severe warning. All things in life come to an end, and Thunder Explosion was no exception. Lu Cheng deliberately slowed down the tempo of his assault to give enough time for the slithering silver serpent sparks to die down. Then he stepped forward, steadied his feet, and punched towards Vagar's lower abdomen. His fist shot out like an arrow, rapidly donning a raiment of white mist in its path. Beneath his general hat, Vagar's eyes grew increasingly cruel as he lashed out another punch covered in his electric glove. This was the power of an inhuman that had completed morphing. Every blow hit hard, and his control over his supernatural abilities was phenomenal. Just as Vagar's punch took off, Lu Cheng straightened his back and pulled his right arm backwards, evading the attack and connecting a low kick with his left foot. The coldness seeps up from the feet in a blizzard. Bam! Vagar sensed the danger and dispersed the strength in his punch. He whipped out his right leg, which was least 1.5 the size of Lu Cheng's, and dealt a rigid kick that cut through the air. In that moment, Lu Cheng adjusted his center of gravity by arching forward, and with a stomp of his left foot he had circled behind Vagar. With his right arm raised, he was ready for another attack. His presence was like a gust of frigid wind that penetrated every nook and cranny. In that moment, the image of the ice spirit holy light in his mind was completely shattered by the tumultuous thunderclouds. Boom! All was in place, and his downward punch was nothing less of a severe warning. Vagar had been in a bad spot since the onset of the fight, and things hasn't been going in his favor up till this point. And now, with his right leg still extended, the enemy's assault had put him into a dangerous position. He could feel his anger rising. In the face of crisis, he had to put all his disdain and arrogance aside. With a deep breath, he was ready to reveal his trump card. Zap! Rings of electricity revolved around him as he sent one leg upwards and leaned backwards with a spinning motion that resembled a drill crashing into Lu Cheng's left fist. Vagar's ultimate move. Spark drill. Thud. The strong light produced temporarily blinded most of the audience. No one was clear of what was going on inside the arena. Inside the arena, Vagar was on one knee, his eyes distracted and his general hat lying on the floor as wisps of steam rose around him. On the other side, Lu Cheng's hair was standing on its end, his body convulsing and his vision filled with those silvery serpents. He saw the chance, but the paralysis was too strong for him to even use forced concentration. In the time of a breath, the two had recovered and was going at each other again. Bam! Lu Cheng could actually have won there, mused Peng Liyun in the clangor. Their attention drawn away from the exciting battle, Ren Li and An Chaoyang nodded at his words. By the way, have you taken the pictures Lu Cheng asked for? Remembered An Chaoyang. Peng Liyun brooded for a moment. Totally forget about it, he admitted. The three fell into a brief silence until Peng Liyun handed the phone, still unlocked, over to Ren Li. You are the best at photography here. You can have the honors, he prompted earnestly. You got it? Replied Ren Li as she took the phone from his hand, brimming with her usual confidence. Snap. Ren Li shifted her position slightly and snapped 3 pictures of the arena. After browsing through them, she was content enough to upload them to the livestream thread. She watched the battle a little longer before refreshing the thread, curious about what other people thought of her photography prowess. Schrodinger's tiger, it's so blurry, replied unparalleled Dragon King. Little tiger, are your hands trembling from excessive hand exercises? Replied Okamoto's fan. I can only differentiate them by the color of their clothes, replied Above the Sky. Ren Li's eyelids twitched with indignation. At the speed they were moving, it's already the best I could do with a phone camera. Though her explanation wasn't off, she made a mistake by adding the exclamation mark. Little tiger, are you in a bad mood? Replied Wonton Seller. I was wrong about you overworking your hands. It's evident now that you have a lot of pent-up frustration, replied Okamoto's fan. Get lost, replied Ren Li. Gross freak. No one replied for the next 10 seconds or so, until Wonton Seller broke the silence. Did little tiger get hacked? The little tiger today seemed as if he wanted to pick a fight with the whole world. Ren Li gave the phone a reflective glance, then deftly signed out of the forums and locked its screen, looking out at the arena as if nothing had happened. By putting everything in his arsenal, formulas, moves, combat experience and fighting talents, together for harmonious perfection, Lu Cheng had outdone himself and suppressed Vagar from the get-go, coming close to actually defeating him. Yet, the inhuman monster managed to tough out the fierce assault and wriggle his way out of his predicament, which brought the two back to the same starting line. However, after the round of attacks, Lu Cheng vaguely felt as though he had made a breakthrough in his journey of martial arts. Not in terms of stages, but rather his prowess in actual combat. Bam! With the glove of electricity on his right fist, Vagar's punches struck heavily, forcing Lu Cheng to defend himself with his dance stage explosions. He used force concentration to reduce the numbing effects of the electricity, moving around agilely while relying on borrowed strength. Bam bam bam. Vagar's kicks and elbows and knees and punches rained down on Lu Cheng without a pause, like waves of a tsunami crashing down. But instead of water, it was all electricity. The immense pressure gave Lu Cheng neither a chance to activate the 9-word formulas nor any simplified version of physical invulnerability state, and he had to take the assault head-on by triggering dance stage explosions with the techniques from 24 Blizzard Strikes. Bang bang bang. Their limbs kept clashing, producing gust and serpent-like sparks. Many a time, Lu Cheng came so close to turning the tides by connecting 7 to 8 hits in a row with borrowed strength. But each time Vagar paused his perfect timing to disrupt the attacks with Thunder Explosion, and other similar moves that were often followed by strong punches and kicks, preventing any chances for Lu Cheng to set up his killer moves. With his advantage in stage and power, He was slowly marching towards victory by wearing Lu Cheng out. Lu Cheng saw little hope in the turnabout, and the hopeless situation made him feel like he was the subject of the boiling frog experiment. The terrors of an inhuman mighty one was being deeply ingrained in him. Without a miracle, it would indubitably be his loss. The realization began to dawn on him, yet he could not find a chance or method to break free from the suppression. The enemy was too strong, and the ending seemed to have been already set in stone. It was all or nothing. Once Lu Cheng had decided on that, his eyes grew more determined as he concentrated on his force and threw his weight into every step he made while swinging out with his bloating right arm. Zatzap! Vagar lashed out with his left fist in its silvery glove, directing colliding into Lu Cheng's fist. Bang! With a dull thud, sparks splashed all over the place. Lu Cheng reeled back from the recoil. All of a sudden he straightened his back and deliberately flew backwards, stanceless and vulnerable. Vagar would never let such an opportunity slip. Bouncing his strong leg muscles off the ground, he chased after Lu Cheng and instantly closed the distance between them. He was planning on closing the fight next in the next couple of moves. The speed of an inhuman was akin to an upper sixth pin with inbuilt effects of attainment formula. At that moment, instead of finding his balance and stance, Lu Cheng raised his hands and formed another seal, visualizing an ancient character that conjured images of a horrifying battlefield that reeked of thick blood. He had flown into the face of danger for the chance to use the 9-word formula. One had to throw himself into the fire if he wanted to rise from the ashes. "Army!" chanted Lu Cheng in a deep voice. His bloodlust seemed to have materialized into a lance that stabbed at Vagar, stirring up his inner fear and cowardice towards death. Vagar's movements began to slow, but being an inhuman mighty one that had sharpened his will through slaughters on the battlefield, he managed to snap out of it before getting hit by severe warning. Lu Cheng's mind was clear as ice. Holding back his disappointment, he decisively gave up the opportunity to strike his opponent's stomach. He twisted and turned his waist as his muscles continued bulging, and in the blink of an eye he had slipped to the side of his opponent with the footwork of North Wind. Boom! His swift movements sliced through the air, sending blades of wind towards his opponent's eyes. Ascension to heaven's stars. Just as Vagar squinted, Lu Cheng formed another seal, pointing his hands towards himself. "Fighting!" he roared. His physique grew rapidly, muscles bulging and pulsating, in a ridiculous manner as if he was turning into a heavenly warrior from the tales. His right fist weighed down, ready to be unleashed. "It really is the fighting formula," mused Peng Liyun. He wasn't sure for the first time since it all happened so fast, but looking at it again he was certain. To think of it, Lu Cheng had acquired quite a number of the 9-word formulas. Among the Japanese representatives, Takashi Yamashita frowned. Against the explosive fighting formula, Vagar dared not let his guard down. The silver in his sparks intensified as he leaned sideways and spun circles of electric serpents, rapidly drilling towards his enemy. Ultimate move, Spark Drill. As if waiting for this moment, Lu Cheng straightened his back and evaded the attack, all while dragging his right fist. Vagar's Spark Drill missed and landed nearby. That was the outcome Lu Cheng was hoping to achieve at the cost of wasting his fighting formula. In his mock battles with Peng Liyun, the latter duly mimicking Vagar's battle style, had given him a good idea of what the mighty one from Miluo was capable of. He knew that right after using Spark Drill, or Invincible Thunder Explosion, Vagar couldn't immediately attack again and had to take a moment to catch his breath. That was his chance. Snap! Lu Cheng shot forward like an arrow, appearing before his enemy in a snap. A thick layer of ice armor formed on his left arm. Raising it like a shield, he then formed a fist with his right hand, poised for attack. At the same time, he had once again visualized the image of Ice Spirit Holy Light, that heatless void of darkness, and was ready to deliver a killing blow with another severe warning. Dodging was not an option. Neither was he ready for more explosive moves or in the position for blocking. A hateful look flashed across Vagar's eyes, which were gleaming ever more cruelly. Without a warning, He leapt high up into the air, slanting his legs and stepping towards Lu Cheng's skull. Come! Lu Cheng had prepared for this. Visualizing thunderclouds breaking through the ice, he straightened himself and flew upwards with an uppercut headed towards his opponent, who could no longer change his direction. Rocket-like punch. Severe warning. Had they clashed like that, at worst Lu Cheng would recoil downwards and stagger. Vagar, on the other hand, would be knocked out of his mind and fall heavily on the ground. It was the perfect opportunity for Lu Cheng to win. But at that moment, Vagar twisted his shoulders and crossed his legs, forming a silvery white ball of electricity that went sizzling downwards at the speed of a bubble. It hit Lu Cheng directly, and Vagar rode on the impact to adjust his position midair. That was an experimental move he had never revealed in real combat before. Zap! Lu Cheng, who was flying upwards in an uppercut position, felt his body turn numb. His attack missed as they met side by side in the air. Bam! Vagar took the opportunity to deliver an elbow to Lu Cheng's chest, barely managing to block it with his left arm armored in ice. Lu Cheng flew backwards from the impact. From the clash, Vagar gained a downward momentum and landed first. He sprang up towards Lu Cheng, dodging a huge fireball the latter had casted at him in desperation. Boom! Lu Cheng's final move hit the ground of the arena, detonating a strong explosion that set off a scarlet sea of flames, accompanied by strong gusts. Bam! Right after Lu Cheng maneuvered using the impact, Vagar was already a step ahead, crashing into him in his spark drill form. Blocking with both of his arms, Lu Cheng began seeing stars as he was immobilized on the ground. When he had regained consciousness, a burnt smell filled his nostrils, and from the corner of his eyes, he saw the silhouette of the referee with his right hand raised. Vagar wins. The deep and hoarse voice echoed through the stadium, and the crowd went wild. In a sea of cheers, some of which he understood and others he didn't, Lu Cheng returned from his dazed state to accept the reality of his defeat, as he heaved a sigh of relief and began to relax his sore arms. He should have been happy, proud even. Vagar had been at the quasi-inhuman stage for more than a year, and coming close to defeating him twice was no easy feat. He had earned the right to walk off with his chest out. Yet, he could not feel a hint of happiness within himself. Instead, there was only disappointment and regret. He was so close, victory was just a step away. My strategy, predictions, and actual performance were all on point. Outstanding, in fact. Yet I was a step away from seizing the winning opportunity. His logic kept telling him that it was the best outcome. Had he not used ice armor defensively, he might have been left with broken arms from the last two smites, which would have spelled the end of his adventures in the King of Youth Pro League. Even so, Lu Cheng could not readily accept his defeat. Not when he was that close. Right now, the most realistic course of action would be to speed up his progress in mastering the Emperor Yen force, and attain a new mastery in his Zhurong force, which would cause him to start morphing. With his mind racing, Lu Cheng paid Vagar a gesture of respect, then turned and walked to the edge of the arena and down the steps towards the match supervisor. His wallet was returned to him before he could ask for it. But the wallet was the only thing that was given to him, and that confused Lu Cheng since he was planning on sending a text to Yen Zhika. Then it came to him he had passed his phone to his teammates. He laughed and shook his head. After pocketing his wallet, he walked towards where Peng Liyun and the others were at. The side effects from the electrocutions were wearing off. The beefy Vagar in the arena took a last thoughtful look at Lu Cheng's silhouette. Walking towards the center of the arena, he picked up the ragged remains of his general hat and dusted it. Without putting it back on, he walked out of the arena, straight out of the stadium without turning back. Impressive! Went the praises of the samurais who were watching the competition from the Japanese representative side. Ichii Sakata's face was pale as though he had taken a great hit. The day before, he knew there was a considerable gap between him and Lu Cheng, but right now the gap between them caused him despair. In the battle that just took place, Lu Cheng had displayed power close to an inhuman, and that was something that set him apart. How on earth did he do it? I'm sure he didn't promote yet, with his supernatural abilities. But I have them too. People used to call me a monster, but now I have to admit that the real monsters are still out there. Takeshi Yamashita turned towards him. Ichii-kun, Lu Cheng's current level is not something beyond your reach. Don't focus too much on attaining Hadu. Once you have reached his current level, things will become easier for you, said Takeshi Yamashita with a stern face. Understood. Ichii Sakata replied, uncertain. The extreme Hadu sect has no place for cowards, warned Takeshi Yamashita with a frown. Understood, replied Ichii Sakata with a solemn expression. Back in the Longhu Club livestream thread, everyone seemed to have forgotten about the little fiesta from before, and were currently engaged in a lively discussion on Vagar and Lu Cheng's battle. Such a pity, replied Wonton Seller. A pity indeed. I actually thought Lu Cheng might win there, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. There needs to be a new category in between the Inhuman and Commandant stage, as well as the 5th pin and 6th pin, and that category will be called Lu Cheng. Damn. I almost had my world views destroyed. If his opponent was someone who had recently attained the Inhuman stage, he might have actually won, replied Road to the Arena. I think Lu Cheng is going to make the breakthrough soon, suggested Pig Riding Knight. No way. You can't be that fast even if you ride on a rocket, replied a plumber eating mushroom. Yeah, there are cardinal rules even for making breakthroughs, agreed Invincible Punch. These surmises were quickly drowned out by other replies. Even though my idol performed spectacularly, I can't help but feel a little down at his loss. But looking at you guys complimenting him has lifted my spirits again. Keep the praises coming. I can do with more of them. Eternal Nightfall. Come look at this, replied Brahmin. Already seen that. I'm busy making a new thread for all the prayers hoping that Lu Cheng does not get another Inhuman opponent in the next round, replied Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling. Somewhere in the grandstand, Lu Cheng walked to Peng Liyun and high-fived him. I never liked Vagar much, especially at how he wore that police hat everywhere as if he was something special. I guess those days are over for him now that he's lost his hat, quipped Peng Liyun in a kind, praising way. Seems like the rumors were true. Other than zoning out frequently and being a battle maniac, the Devil King was a nice and easygoing guy. Lu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the way Peng Liyun had put it, and Xiaoyang reached out to high-five him too. What a show, commended and Xiaoyang. Haha. I couldn't take my eyes away from the match for a second to take any pictures. Pictures, remembered Lu Cheng. I guess that means you didn't post anything? He asked, smiling. Nah, we did not forget about that. Ren Li is the best at photography here, so we entrusted the task to her, replied in Xiaoyang, unabashed at the fact that he was the one who had a digital camera. Ren Li stepped forward at being mentioned, handed Lu Cheng's phone back, and nodded. Someone was bad-mouthing you on the forums just now, so I gave them a good scolding. Huh? Replied Lu Cheng in confusion. Once he had put 2 and 2 together, a bad feeling grew in him. He quickly unlocked his phone, went on the forums and into the livestream thread, then began scrolling up. Thanks a lot. His mouth was twitching at what he saw. The one commenting earlier was not me. I did not get hacked either. Truth is, I felt that my photography skills were not good enough, so I had someone help me, but I didn't expect her to comment in my place. Her? Was it your girlfriend, Little Tiger? Replied Wonton Seller. So it was a girl. That explains why she was so sensitive, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. Girlfriend? Lu Cheng denied it in a hurry. No, it was a friend. A female friend other than your girlfriend? Look at you go, Tiger, traveling with other female friends, replied Okamoto's fan in a teasing manner. You read too much into it. There are other friends that came along too, replied Lu Cheng. Save your explanations. All I want to know is she pretty? If she is, getting scolded by her just now wouldn't be half bad, replied Okamoto's fan. She's all right, Lu Cheng replied hesitantly. These conversations made him a little nervous. Not that he had anything to be nervous of, but if there's one thing his long-distance relationship had taught him, It was that when two people are oceans apart, maintaining trust and emotional security is like treading on thin ice. Repeated doubts and suspicions could be the breaking point. Therefore, to prevent the relationship from turning sour, both sides had to know how to avoid suspicion. Even if you have nothing to be guilty of, you should consider how others might see it and proactively avoid situations that might raise doubts in your other half, which might turn into suspicions and eventually, the big fight. A person's freedom is always relative, especially after they are attached. Should I tell Ku about this? If I don't, she probably wouldn't find out either, and that would be the end of it. But if she visits the livestream thread on a whim and finds out about this, she's definitely not going to be happy about it, even if she doesn't say it. Shortly after weighing the options in his mind, Lu Cheng made his decision. He switched to the QQ Messenger tab to first inform Yenjika of his loss. I watched some parts of it just now, and I thought you were going to win, but it's all right. Once you complete morphing, you will win for sure, replied Yenjika. That was her way of consoling her precious Cheng. After a round of encouragements and warm exchanges, Lu Cheng decided it was a good time to bring out the topic. Fuck. Peng Liyun got me into big trouble. He stole a glance at Peng Liyun after hitting send. Comrade Liyun, this is for the greater good. You'll have to take this one for the team. What did he do? Replied Yenjika. You remember how Unparalleled Dragon King asked me to host the livestream thread by uploading pictures? Before it was my turn, I got Peng Liyun to help. But you know what he did? He threw the responsibility to Ren Li, and Ren Li ended up in a squabble with the people on the forums, and I had to clean up after their mess. Replied Lu Cheng. Pfft. That's pretty unreliable of them. That prim and proper Ren Li got into a squabble? Replied Yenjika. Since Lu Cheng's competition was early in the morning, she had some time to spare before lesson started. She went to the forums and browsed through the livestream thread, and hardly realizing it herself, she was biting her lips lightly. I heard from Peng Liyun and in Chaoyang that Ren Li often get into arguments online, said Lu Cheng, feeling the need to add more candidates to his list of scapegoats. That's something you wouldn't expect from her image. I find the contrast kind of cute, replied Yenjika. What is she like normally? Feeling pressured by the question, Lu Cheng picked his words carefully. She's kind of klutz but extremely confident in everything she does. The coach was with her for the most of the duration since she's horrible with directions. There wasn't much interactions between her and the rest of us. I see. That's not what I imagined her to be like, replied Yenjika. She exhaled and shook her head, smiling before moving on to another topic. Then she received another message. It was from a classmate that went abroad with her, Huang Shiwen. Want to chill with us tonight? There's a party at Tom's place. You'll see lots of people from our hometown. Not to mention, there will be many popular seniors from our school. It didn't take long for Yenjika to turn it down. I'm not good with crowded occasions. Come on. Where's the fun in holing up at home all the time? How are you going to mix in with everyone if you don't get to know them first? If you keep on being a lone wolf, you might end up being isolated. Imagine the regret you'll have when you can't turn to anyone for help in the future. So, make yourself look pretty and have some fun with us tonight. It will be a good change of pace, convinced Huang Shiwen. I don't see any good in mixing in with the rest. After typing it, she thought it was too harsh, so she went on to rephrase it. Then she thought it was too mild and undetermined, so she had to write it again. I have to admit that I am a boring person that isn't good at socializing. But hey, I like it this way since I can concentrate on my studies. You really don't have to invite me in the future. I'm honestly not interested. Was the one she decided on. After checking through and making minor adjustments, she hit send feeling as if a burden had been lifted off of her. To think I went out of my way to invite you, thought Huang Shiwen, vexed at being turned down. She put her phone down. She's not coming. Seriously, she's a real buzzkill. Right. One of those unsmiling spinsters. Back in the Shangxiang Stadium, Peng Liyun saw Lu Cheng looking at him. What's wrong? He asked, stroking his chin in confusion. Nothing, Lu Cheng replied, smiling. Your sacrifice was not for naught, Comrade Liyun. Peng Liyun frowned while shaking his head, deciding it was best to not extend the conversation with such a weirdo. That was when a round ended and he was due next, against one of the seeds, Li Shaokong. Li Shaokong stood at a little above 5 feet, gaunt and dark-skinned with the typical features of a Nansenjis. However, he looked older than his actual age, and his dark pupils were mesmerizing and demonic. His powerful spiritual supernatural ability could hypnotize his opponent, tampering with their emotions and inviting out the negative ones, such as fear and cowardice. It had a similar effect as Army Formula and Roaring Lion Voice. Plus, he could activate it without any visualization, making him a dangerous opponent, evident from his status as the 8th seed. And Xiaoyang took off his headphones as he watched Peng Liyun head towards the arena. He looked at Lu Chang with great interest and asked, "Any thoughts on what his game plan might be? Spiritual supernatural abilities are a pain in the ass, and things tend to go wrong if you drag out the fight. If it were me, I would begin with a move along the lines of thunder from a clear sky. Cloudless thunder blade to intimidate and damage the opponent. It comes with paralyzing effects too, heh. Unless Li Shaokong predicted it beforehand, he's not going to effectively avoid it. From there, I would aggressively attack and suppress him to prevent him from activating his spiritual supernatural ability. With Peng Liyun's abilities, he might be able to close the fight within 10 to 20 seconds, replied Lu Chang after some thinking. That is the best approach indeed, nodded and Xiaoyang. Then, as if reliving a past memory, he shook his head with a bitter smile. But that wouldn't make him Peng Liyun. The Peng Liyun I know is more than happy for a chance to fully experience the combination between a strong spiritual supernatural ability and the assassin-styled milieu martial arts. Hearing that, Lu Chang remembered the first proper fight he had with Peng Liyun. You are right, that is something Peng Liyun would do, he agreed wholeheartedly. Glancing towards and Xiaoyang as he spoke, the two shared a laugh. Once, they were both victims of the Devil King. I doubt he'll do that, said Ren Li with a tinge of uncertainty. Her image of Peng Liyun was someone who would always go all out. Lu Chang and Xiaoyang exchanged a glance before answering in unison. You don't get it. Even though he seemed to go all out when he fought weaker opponents, Peng Liyun always went easy on the rhythm and selection of his moves, allowing them the chance to unleash everything they had to satisfy his inner martial arts maniac. By then, Peng Liyun and Li Shaokong had entered the arena and were standing face to face. The referee waited, then raised his right hand. Begin! As the words hit the ground, Peng Liyun lowered himself, then swung forward, causing the arena to tremble as he drifted towards his opponent, instantly closing the distance between them. Flash attack! I knew it! Lu Chang and Xiaoyang exchanged looks, both equally amused and impressed. As they expected, Peng Liyun did not begin the fight with thunder from a clear sky, cloudless thunder blade, or any similar moves. A person with capabilities is bold enough to take risks. Compared to when he was in his pre-morph state, the biggest difference in Peng Liyun's abilities then was that all of his moves were imbued with divine wrath force. His punches and kicks were enwreathed with purple lightnings, as if surrounded by dragons, sizzling and crackling along with his movements. Li Shaokong was trying his hardest to defend against it, but the paralyzing effects came crashing into him harder and harder each time, and soon he began to struggle. In the process, he kept looking for the chances to manipulate his opponent with his spiritual supernatural ability. Each time he created the opportunity, he saw hope, but it was always vanquished by a timely counterattack from Peng Liyun. As time elapsed, Li Shaokong eventually used up everything in his arsenal, and his spiritual supernatural ability was at its limits. Had the situation be any different, had his opponent been someone else, he felt as though by now his enemy should be kneeling down and begging for mercy. However, the Chinese martial artist standing before him handled him with ease. His opponent's true strength remained unknown to him, and no matter how hard he tried, his moves were being countered easily. Li Shaokong grew more desperate by the minute, and began taking more risks, hoping to force his opponent to his limit. However, His risky attempts were unsuccessful and his plans went to shambles, with the final result being the referee making the announcement, "Peng Liyun wins. So strong." Moko Yamashita heard a female voice commenting beside him. Looking over his shoulders, he saw Tang Zixuan, wearing a solemn expression over her sweet one. What happened next was Ran Li taking her opponent down easily, a sweeping victory for An Xiaoyang, and the second round of double elimination coming to its end. After the bouts that night, 13 contestants were disqualified due to accumulating 2 losses, leaving the remaining 23 of them to fight over 16 positions. Enter top 16 or say goodbye to the prize money. The next morning, Lu Cheng woke up on time, had a chat with Yan Zheka, then eagerly proceeded to begin the day of training. His goal was to comprehend the essence of the Emperor Yen diagram in the shortest time and bring an enhancement to his Zhurong force. Holding the diagram, he let his mind indulge it and began carefully visualizing it. But the immense gravity and erupting flames kept getting in the way of his inner peace. The flashing epiphany was so close yet so far. Compared to the previous days, there had been improvements, but something was still lacking. He felt his impatience grow, so he retracted his thoughts and visualization, heaved a sigh, and began envisioning the mirror of ice to calm himself down. After a round of kung fu practice, his body and heart had both calmed down. He stopped, brooded, and formed a new plan by extrapolating from other visualization experiences. This time, he stopped looking at the Emperor Yen diagram and adjusted his muscles, fascias, and organs according to the prairie fire diagram. He felt the flowing flames in him getting under control as he visualized the image of the god of flames, Zhurong, with his head of a beast and body of a man, standing barefooted on a scarlet dragon. Since he knew that Zhurong force can be enhanced to Emperor Yen force, he could likely find inspiration in this direction that could help his progress. Based on his own understanding of the Emperor Yen diagram, Lu Cheng carefully manipulated his Zhurong force, weaving wisps of it together, molding them into one solid entity in hopes that it could bring about extreme changes. After a time, he slowly compressed the 2 streams of condensed Zhurong force into one, causing a strong suction force to form at their cores and quickly pulling in the outer layers of flames. Liquid flame was spit out as the strong change occurred. Lu Cheng shuddered, and the image of flame god Zhurong nearly collapsed. Barely keeping it in rein, he released the mutated flame force in a punch. Boom! Flame ignited before him, smoke expanding and spreading. Nearby, civilians ran for their lives, thinking it was a terrorist attack. Looking at it, Lu Cheng could not hide the joy from his face. "I think I'm starting to get it." A few minutes later, sirens shrilled through the air, followed by a group of military police rushing towards him, as he stood there not knowing what to make out of it. Thanks to the interference of Coach Zhong and a call to the embassy, Lu Cheng was let off with a stern warning before the military police made their way off. Cough. Try not to make such a scene during your training sessions. We need to conduct ourselves properly when we are abroad, advised Zhong Ningtao, exasperated. He thought Ran Li was the only troublemaker, but little did he expect the most reliable and matured Lu Cheng brought about his own share of problems. He just can't leave any of them alone, can he? Amid the amused gazes of Peng Liyun, Ran Li, and An Xiaoyang, Lu Cheng laughed drily and gave his assents. He turned back, found a desolate place, and began to visualize the Emperor Yen diagram once more, making use of what he had learned previously. Dust gathered, swirling, then reached its limit and crumbled, squeezing out heat and igniting itself, erupting into liquid flames, brightening the darkness. Even with this as a guide to begin, Lu Cheng failed a couple of times before barely grasping the tricky spirit of the painting. The flames got under control, turning into raiments and crown and forming the statue of Emperor Yen in his mind, but once again fell into shambles just when it was about to take shape. To that, Lu Cheng, who was huffing and puffing, was happy instead of upset. Even though he failed, it was evident that he was making progress. He had opened the door and was stepping onto the right path. All that was left was just the dull and tedious part. This achievement was partly due to the change in method, but of course also from his hard work accumulated over time. Huff, he was on the edge of shouting. Whipping out his phone, he sent a text to his wife. I'm starting to get the Emperor Yen force. For that, I was almost arrested by the cops in Shengxiang. Pfft. How did that happen? Did you put too much volume into your outbursts of joy that it scared the children? Replied Yenjika, who was in the middle of lesson breaks, delighted and pleasantly surprised at the news. My Chang is the best. Which part are you complimenting me on? The part where I made a breakthrough in my Emperor Yen force, or the part where I scared children? Replied Lu Cheng joyously. Figure it out yourself. A dimpled smile appeared on Yenjika's face. After getting the full story from Lu Cheng, she was happy for Lu Cheng at his deepened comprehension of Emperor Yen diagram, and amused at his blunder that had caught the cop's attention. The following day, Lu Cheng did not spar with Peng Liyun, Ren Li and Chaoyang and told them that he was close to making the breakthrough. Then he began studying the Emperor Yen diagram with immense focus, and during his breaks he would chat with Ku to soothe himself. At 3 p.m., sitting with his legs crossed, he finally visualized the image of a heavy, scorching and majestic Emperor Yen statue. The streams of flames in his body gurgled, then condensed and gradually turned steady. Lu Cheng opened his eyes, cracked a tired smile and picked up his phone to send a text to Yenjika. I got it. He found the key to the Emperor Yen diagram, and it wouldn't be long before he could complete the enhancing process. At that point, he began feeling drowsy, so he sent another text to his girl. Cuckoo, I'm gonna catch a wink, and if I don't text you by the time you are awake, call me to wake me up. He felt that he might not be able to wake up on time in his current state, and it would be a disaster if he overslept and got disqualified. Meanwhile, it was midnight in America. After sending the message, Lu Cheng collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber of many dreams. What woke him up was a series of sudden knocks that went thump, thump, thump. He got it, struggling to break free from his strengthless state. Holding his phone, he realized it was not even 6, which meant that Ku was still in her dreams. Carrying his wrinkled clothes, he lazily walked to the door and pulled it open. Peng Liyun was standing outside, one hand in his pocket, relaxed and smiling as he spoke. Gai Zhong sent me here to remind you that we are gathering in 10 minutes. Okay, replied Lu Cheng, a little dazed from having just woke up. Peng Liyun smiled. You are beginning to morph, aren't you? Try making your breakthrough under the water. It works wonders. Thanks, replied Lu Cheng as he smiled to express his gratitude. He kept it to himself that he had already heard the piece of advice from his master. Watching as Peng Liyun left, he walked to the bathroom, rinsed his face with cold water and styled his hair, feeling completely refreshed as the tiredness seeped away. Cracking a smile, Lu Cheng took out his phone and sent another text to Yenjika. I'm awake now, feeling charged up. As he hit send, he looked at his invigorated self in the mirror and muttered, Round 3, here I come. After changing his clothes, Lu Cheng was just about to get out when he suddenly heard a special notification sound from his cell phone. Picking it up and taking a look, it was from Yenjika. Using the monkey wearing pajamas and rubbing its eyes expression, she replied, I have specifically set an alarm for now. Yet you woke up by yourself. Lu Cheng could not help but burst into laughter. He replied honestly, the coach sent Peng Liyun to wake me up just now. Ku. Why did you set your alarm for now? Shouldn't you be deep in sleep at the time I sent the message? I woke up in the middle of a night, glanced groggily at my phone, and set the alarm at the same time. Yenjika sent a monkey brushing teeth expression. Come, let me interview you for a while. Student Lu Cheng, do you have anything to say about finally being able to visualize the Emperor Yen diagram? Are you excited? Agitated? What's the most intense feeling you have? Lu Cheng examined his body and touched his stomach, which was giving him some discomfort. He said with tears from laughter, the most intense feeling is hunger. Forgoing sleep and meals wasn't a joke. I hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. Sniggle. Yenjika laughed out loud and rolled on the bed. She replied with disdain. It's all your fault. I was still intending to catch up on an hour of sleep. Now I'm all awake from laughing. Not waiting for Lu Cheng to reply, she sent another, "Seems like I can only start my morning training earlier now. Haha, that's great. You shouldn't neglect martial arts. The body is the capital for revolution," said Lu Cheng. What he wanted to express was that when you are in good health, you are able to concentrate better, and therefore be more conducive for learning. After over 10 seconds, Yan Zhika replied, "You are so dirty-minded." Dirty-minded? Lu Cheng was stunned for a moment and couldn't connect to the same wavelength with student Ku. After thinking for a while, he finally understood. Instantly, he sniggered, "Ku, what are you thinking of? What I meant was that the body is the capital for learning." However, you aren't wrong in interpreting it that way. Not wrong. Hehe. Laugh your head off. It's you who led me astray. That's right. You must have misdirected me to think this way. Yan Zhika blushed as she typed on the keyboard. "Tell me what you want to eat now. I'll search for the images for you immediately. I'm forgiving. I want to eat stir-fried mixed vegetables made by my student Ku." With a change in thought, Lu Cheng's mind state became gentle. Yan Zhika instantly covered her small mouth and turned her gaze away. She glanced towards her side, forgot her initial thoughts and said, "In that case, bring a cookbook when you come over in September. We can make something to eat together." Yes, I will definitely complete the mission by Coach Yen," replied Lu Cheng together with a clenched fist expression. The two of them continued chatting for a while. After generous compliments from Yan Zhika, Lu Cheng carried his items, left the room and arrived on time at the lobby to meet with his teammates. Yan Zhika, who was in the United States, had also put her phone down. She left her bed quickly with light steps, opened the door and got ready to freshen up in the restroom. Right when she switched on the lights, she suddenly felt something. She turned her head around and saw her mother Ji Mingyu standing with her hands crossed outside her room, looking quietly at her. "Mom, why are you up so early?" said Yan Zhika subconsciously. Ji Mingyu smiled gently and continued with her posture unchanged. "It's because of your alarm. Why did you set it an hour earlier today? What is Lu Cheng up to again this time? To make you have to wake up early?" Yan Zhika's eyes lit up. She raised her chin up and replied honestly, "Cheng has mastered Emperor Yen Force, and will be undergoing morphing soon." In the lobby, Lu Cheng and Chaoyang, who was the earliest, didn't have to wait too long before seeing Peng Liyun walk over casually. As for Ren Li, she successfully appeared under the escort of the coach. Zhong Ningtao was about to say something when he suddenly heard a growling sound. It seemed to be someone's stomach twitching vigorously and expressing its discontentment. Those who were around all had good hearing and sharp eyesight. Ren Li, Peng Liyun and Chaoyang all turned their gazes towards Lu Cheng. Before Lu Cheng could say something and tried to control the noises, his stomach started growling again. "I'm a little hungry." His face had turned red as he replied, "It's over. I have a few blips in front of the four of them. I'm no longer able to establish a reliable image now. Haha. In that case, let's head off quickly. I found a rather good Chinese restaurant," said Zhong Ningtao with a smile. Peng Liyun took a look at Lu Cheng, tilted his head to Chaoyang and laughed. "I just recalled a song." "Me too." And Chaoyang's fingers moved quickly and downloaded the music. Through his headphones, the music was played. "I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry." As the music was playing, he smiled and looked towards Wang Zheng. "Do you like it?" "Not at all." Lu Cheng forced a smile on his face and raised his right arm. He introduced with a serious tone and said, "Look at this fist of mine. It's already clenched tightly." And Chaoyang's personality was more inclined to be gentle. He might insult others from time to time, but for the most part was a good example of looking different than who he really was. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. Through this period of time, they had been getting closer and closer with one another. During dinner, all of them showed restraint. When Lu Cheng was half full, they finally relaxed. Although the food of this Chinese restaurant couldn't be considered as great, They were still very satisfied after not being able to have food from their home country for several days. It was just that they were unable to enjoy themselves to the fullest as they were concerned about the competition at night and had to ensure that their bodies were in the best conditions. 10 minutes past 7, Lu Chang and the rest had arrived at the stadium. Along the way, they witnessed a street fight and stopped to observe for 5 minutes. At this time, the audience had already gathered. The drawing lot ceremony for the third round will be starting in less than 20 minutes. There were only 23 contestants left and the probability of meeting someone strong was clearly higher. Obviously, there would be some lucky guys who would get a walkover and would be able to watch the battles happily. In the fans forum of Lu Chang, Eternal Nightfall, Yan Xiaoling was creating a wishing tower enthusiastically. As long as Lu Chang doesn't draw someone at the inhuman stage, I will start waking up on time. He copied the content of this thread and was praying silently with Brahmin, and all good names are taken by dogs. If Lu Chang was to lose another round, he would be eliminated. Dumb Nightfall. Why is it waking up on time and not waking up early? Unparalleled Dragon King observed for a while and asked curiously. Yan Xiaoling sent a surprise expression and said, "Waking up on time will mean that I have to wake up before 12 in the afternoon." 12 in the afternoon? Do you have to make a wish for that? You will definitely be struck by lightning. No. You are too short and the target is not obvious and so it wouldn't hit you, mocked Unparalleled Dragon King with a, "It's the summer holidays now. Do you understand the summer holidays? Uncle, you can no longer understand the state when students are having their summer holidays. Although I have set the rules of waking up before noon, you should know that I have been sleeping when the skies are almost bright and waking up at 4 to 5 o'clock. Yan Xiaoling replied with, "Oh damn, how decadent," said the Unparalleled Dragon King. Yan Xiaoling replied disappointedly, "Yeah, it's indeed decadent. But it feels darn good. Little Nightfall, the way you speak is getting more and more like an old hooligan," replied Brahmin. She used to be such a cute girl in the past. Since she had this forum, it only took a year for her to act like someone who had been through a lot. Lu Chang chatted with her mum Qi Fengyu through voice call for a while. After reporting what had happened for the day, he saw Yenjika send a web link over. With a ROFL expression, she said, "Xiao Ling is really funny." Huh? Lu Chang clicked on the web link and was directed to his own forum. He saw the wishes from everyone and felt touched. He also couldn't help but laugh at Yan Xiaoling's waking up on time. Thinking back, he had also not been as decadent during the summer holidays after his examinations. The latest he would go to sleep was 3 in the morning and he'd wake up at 12 in the afternoon. Occasionally, he might have burned the midnight oil. He exited the thread and switched back to the chatting page. With a, he said to Yenjika, "Ko, the draw is about to start. Aren't you going to make a wish and pray for me?" Yenjika replied, "I'm not worried at all. With my karma blessing, you would definitely not draw someone at the inhuman stage. Relax." "Haha, did you pick up the way they chat?" replied Lu Chang with a light smile. He turned his head around and looked at the guest that was walking towards the ring. Excluding Peng Liyun, Ren Li and Chaoyang and himself, as well as Vagar and Sakata Ichii that he had faced previously, there were still 17 options. If he considered not getting a walkover, the probability of being matched with one at the inhuman stage was 4 out of 17 or less than 1/4. The probability for matching with a seeded contestant was 7 of 17 or slightly more than 1/3. It's already close to half. As he would be eliminated if he lost again, he couldn't remain calm and composed. It wasn't very long before he heard his own name. Subconsciously, he straightened his back. After waiting for a few seconds, the guest had drawn his opponent. Shengxiang Bako. Bako? He is not a seeded contestant. Lu Chang heaved a sigh of relief as the thought flashed through his mind. Bako was one of the representatives of Shengxiang's national boxing arts. He possessed some form of evil arts that were similar to curses and had battle capabilities close to someone at the inhuman stage. With his standards, it was actually sufficient to be seeded 7th or 8th. However, due to the hidden rule that each country could only have 2 seeded contestants, It's a shame that he failed to be selected as Vagar and Gusai were seated. After overcoming various obstacles, he had finally made it to the main competition. When the competition started, his luck wasn't very great and he had drawn the top seed Kaori Karasawa. It was also when he suffered the bitter taste of defeat. In the second round, he won easily and kept his slot. Now that he was in the same position as Lu Cheng, there's no longer any reason to hold back. Still all right, as long as he isn't at the inhuman stage. Lu Cheng nodded his head without arrogance or fear. He sent a message regarding the information to Yen Zhika so that she could use her battlefield reporter identity and share this piece of information into the live thread. At the place where the representatives of Shangxiang were, Bako, whose hands were wrapped in blood-red colored bandages, also nodded his head with confidence. Just as Lu Cheng looked down at his phone, and Chaoyang was also drawn out. His opponent was selected quickly. Nanjing Banam, the fourth seed. Banam, what kind of luck is this? Said Chaoyang, taken aback by the results of the lot drawing. Afterwards, he shook his head and smiled a self-mocking smile but returned to his relaxed manner because the pressure wasn't overwhelming. In fact, a part of him looked forward to the fight. From his point of view, he hadn't accumulated any losses, which meant that he was safe from being disqualified even if he lost, and it would make such an excellent experience. Having an intense battle with an inhuman mighty one who practices a different style of martial art. This idea was reinforced by Lu Cheng's fight with Vagar the day before, how it gave Lu Cheng a boost in his proficiency in actual combat, and how it filled a void in his root pulp caused by overly fast advancements. Seeing that and Chaoyang wasn't too bothered by the abysmal lot he drew, Lu Cheng immediately began poking fun at him. This is what you get for provoking me with the eating song just now. And Chaoyang couldn't decide whether he wanted to frown or smile. Then Lu Cheng continued, trying to sound serious. You know, I have the supernatural ability to reflect curses and bad luck. And its basic application is that anyone that hurts me, provokes me or makes fun of me will receive retribution. Then he drew a cross on his chest with a finger in the wrong sequence. Believe in Lu Cheng, and you shall become immortal. I almost believed it until you said that last line, chuckled Chaoyang after a short pause. Unable to hold it in any longer, he burst into laughter along with Peng Liyun, Ren Li and Zhong Ningtao. You almost fell for it? Quoting Xiao Ming's catchphrase, with your IQ if you were a girl, I could swindle you go to bed with me twice, thought Lu Cheng, laughing along. In a good mood, aren't you? Said Chaoyang, looking towards Lu Cheng as he bundled his long hair together. Indeed, replied Lu Cheng happily, feeling relaxed mentally and physically. His trainings bore fruit, his morph was imminent, and his next opponent wasn't an inhuman mighty one. What was there to be unhappy about? Then Yen Zhika's reply to his previous message came. See, I told you you won't get an inhuman opponent with my good karma blessing you. Now I can be completely at ease. I'll skip the cheering part later now that I have lent you all my good karma. Completely at ease? Completely? You seem to have exposed your true feelings. Lu Cheng chuckled, feeling even better. Then Peng Liyun's lot was drawn. His opponent was a Japanese samurai who was neither Tang Zeshuan nor Muko Yamashita. After him, there were only 2 brackets remaining, and after confirmation, it was decided that Ran Li would be the lucky one to be awarded walkover. Do girls with a bad sense of direction have better luck in general? Whispered Lu Cheng, edging towards Chaoyang. Possibly. If their luck isn't good, then they would be lost all the time, quipped Chaoyang, playing along with Lu Cheng's joke. The two glanced over, only to see Ran Li with her cheeks puffing up slightly, looking very unhappy. What is she unhappy about? Chaoyang whispered, confused. Lu Cheng pondered. I guess she's disappointed at missing out on a fight. The two exchanged looks, then began pitying the unappreciated walkover lot. In the Lu Cheng fan club forums, Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling had tagged, Unparalleled Dragon King. Is this Bako guy strong? What level is he at? How much weaker is he compared to our Lu Cheng? Close to inhuman probably, replied Unparalleled Dragon King, but his power mainly stems from Nanyang evil arts, and the strongest curses happen to be ineffective against Lu Chang. It's fine if he doesn't use them, but if he does it's going to turn into a real comedy. So, all things considered, he's a cut below Lu Chang. Based on Lu Chang's usual outstanding performance on the spot, Bako's chances of winning are slim. Haha, seems like our prayers came true, replied Yan Shaoling. Seems like you have to start waking up on time, replied Okamoto's fan. Grovels with head in hands, shivering, replied Yan Shaoling. Don't worry. I'll make sure you follow through with what you said, replied Brahmin. Before the duel began, at the side of Shangxiang representatives, Waku, a gaunt, olive-complected and barefooted sadhu clad in red robes, walked down from the upper seats and stopped before Bako. Watch out for his supernatural ability to reflect curses. I have seen his data, Bako replied gruffly, adjusting the scarlet bandages on his hands. Though he looked skinny for a famous Shangxiang boxer, every inch of his muscles was toughened like steel, capable of releasing explosive bursts of strength. His stumpy eyebrows curved at their ends and gave him a vicious appearance. Curses are not the end to my spells, he said confidently. Snap! Beneath his scarlet bandages, a cluster of what seemed like tiny life forms began to wriggle, a sight that would make one's stomach turn. Knuckles cracking, Bako suddenly clenched his fist, before striding past Waku and towards the arena. Lu Chang, who was impatiently lurking on the edge of the venue, hopped into the arena and got into position as soon as the previous fight ended. He was still in his good mood from before, and for once he did not make his presence known by visualizing the army formula, which would have applied mental and spiritual pressure on the incoming Bako. He was fairly carefree and at ease. But of course, once he mastered Emperor Yen's statue, his Zhurong force could soon be enhanced, which meant that he would soon begin morphing and officially step into the threshold of immortals. This held great symbolic importance, similar to how mastering force concentration would put one into the Dan stage. It marked that one was truly fit to be called a mighty one, worthy of being in the upper levels of the martial arts world. Once he reached this stage, even if he lost the competition and went home without any prize money, Wu Qinggui would still raise his spokesperson pay accordingly. On top of that, there was the bonus for winning the nationals. This was the worst-case scenario, but objectively speaking, against Bako, who was not an inhuman, he had a high chance of winning. Although he still took him seriously, there wasn't enough pressure to affect his mood. On top of that, the ticket booking to America went without a hitch, and Ku went out of her way to wake him up by waking up earlier than usual. Then there was that piece of news from Mom, telling him that the house they recently purchased went up in value by 50,000 renminbi in a matter of months. He was also getting along swimmingly with his new teammates. Everything in life seemed so wonderful, thought Lu Chang without a care in the world. He didn't waste the waiting time either, and visualized the heavy, majestic, scorching and terrifying Emperor Yen's statue in his mind, slowly guiding the flame force in his body to condense and mutate. This was the process of enhancing Zhurong force to Emperor Yen force. The truth was, even without the enhancement, with the basic mastery of Emperor Yen diagram, he could use the Emperor Yen force through a series of steps and visualization. However, since he had to compress the force during battle, the visualization would have taken a good couple of seconds, making it quite useless in actual combat. Once he had enhanced his flame force correspondingly, he can save those couple of seconds and effectively utilize Emperor Yen force in battle. If his root pulp mutated and completed his morph, then he wouldn't even need the series of steps. Every strike with brief visualization would be imbued with Emperor force. Wisps of flame merged as rays of scarlet turned white. Lu Chang, while enjoying the changes within in his body, slowly built up a main path of Emperor Yen force that branched out into more paths. That was when Bako walked into the arena and saw the young man casually standing in a relaxed manner, with a smile and not a trace of bloodlust. Such arrogance, such carelessness, thought Bako, the flame in his eyes burning brighter. Strangely, Lu Chang felt no pressure at all. Instead he felt like he was in the state of enlightened mind, like in Xianxia novels. Even his flame force seemed alive. Without paying much heed to his opponent's reactions, he smiled at Bako and bowed. The referee raised his right hand. "Begin!" he boomed. With the wonderful feelings coursing through him, he felt mentally and physically at ease. He stepped out with his left leg, naturally visualizing the attainment formula. In the low hum of the ancient character, he covered 30+ feet within a step, appearing before Bako with a whoosh. Swinging his right arm using the forward momentum, his punch flew out with a boom, imbued with a violent flame force from visualizing Yen Emperor statue halfway. Bako's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that he was unable to dodge in time, he steadied himself and held both hands in front of his chest. Lu Cheng's punch went at the speed of lightning, enveloped with a layer of dazzling whiteness, landed right on his opponent's hands. Boom! Amidst the sounds of explosion, waves of tumbling flames and blasts of gusts, Bako involuntarily took a step back. That's when he realized his scarlet bandages were in flames. A part of them was already charred, with black particles falling and turning to dust, fluttering in the wind. Bako's iris shrunk. Since when was Lu Cheng's flame force this powerful? On the spectator stand, and Chaoyang took Lu Cheng's phone, followed his instructions to take some pictures occasionally, and upload them onto the live thread with a sentence of explanation. This was to describe the development to Unparalleled Dragon King, Eternal Nightfall, and the rest who couldn't witness this competition. Sob, sob, sob. "Little tiger, you are really a good man," said Wanton Seller. "Even the heavens and earth are touched," commented Brahman. Seeing their excited compliments, the smile disappeared on and Chaoyang's face as he couldn't help but criticize. "I'm the one who did the good deeds without leaving my name behind. If Lu Cheng had not told me that I'm the most reliable among them, I will not have done this so diligently. Kacha." He took a picture of the ring, appended the comment and uploaded it. "Lu Cheng seems relaxed while waiting. Kacha, kacha." And Chaoyang seemed to have found something interesting and was uploading pictures after pictures. Bako looked like he has a deep grudge against his opponents. The relaxed looks of Lu Cheng make it feels like he is attending a festival and not waiting for a battle to start. As he commented, he suddenly paused. He was slow in pressing the capture button and typed the following words. Lu Cheng's is so fluent with these two moves. His flame force was also stronger than expected. In the picture, the fire waves were raging and extending outwards. It looked just like a real explosion. At this very moment, not only did Bako lose the advantage of using curses, both of his hands were also trembling and were clearly burnt. This was because he withstood the strong explosion from the flame force and had received a certain degree of damage. It was also clear that he was in pain and feeling sore. In his contracted pupils, he could already see Lu Cheng raising both of his arms, formed seals and was ready to shout. "This is bad." Bako thought to himself. In a split second, he made his decision. He lowered his body suddenly and avoided the edge of the frontal attack instantly. Following which, he pushed both of his hands on the floor, straightened his back and swept his right leg towards the ankle of the approaching Lu Cheng. He was forcing him to dodge, forcing him to be distracted so that he couldn't use the army formula. This was the mantis kick, from China, that had the unique characteristics of shangxiang mixed in it. If Lu Cheng was to use this move without force concentration and with only his hands as support to exert force, the power on the leg might be fierce but would definitely not be considered as sharp. However, the fist arts of shangxiang focused a lot on the kung fu of kicking and withdrawing. Through training, their entire leg was just like metal. A mantis kick could even split a metal bar, not to mention the fragile ankle. Within the explosion sound, Bako predicted Lu Cheng to jump to avoid his low, sweeping kick. The joints of his arms suddenly bent and then straightened instantly. This allowed his body to leap up creepily and towards his enemy in midair. Bam! His elbow was tilted at an angle while his knee smashed upwards. With his metal-breaking momentum, he executed a series of consecutive attacks. While in a perilous situation, Bako fully executed his strength and demonstrated what a grandmaster in national fist arts was like. At the same time, He had forcefully negated the disadvantageous position he was in. However, at this moment, although he saw Lu Chang had jumped, the seals made by both of his hands were not disordered in any sense. His expressions were serious, solemn, and unchanged. He looked completely composed, as though he was watching a fight between children. Oh no! As the thought flashed through his mind, he could already hear a low voice propagating throughout his ears. Army formula. The ancient voice resonated, and Bako could hear a buzzing sound in his brain. He felt that he was drowning in the bloodthirst of thousands of people, resulting in the failure of his curse and caused frightening boomerang effects. He could only feel countless hideous faces with grudges wanting to drag him to endless hell by pulling his legs. No, no, no. He was screaming incessantly in his mind while trying his best to resist. However, he wasn't able to break free from the fear, no matter how hard he struggled. After connecting with the army formula, Lu Chang quickly lowered his arms and swung his wrists as he descended. A glowing white light was emitted and headed directly at the enemy, who was still in a daze while in midair. Each move connected tightly and consecutively. As compared to the battle with Vagar, he had indeed improved steadily. Ice Sect, 26 style. Ice Burning. Modified. On the other side, Bako could see that he was on the verge of falling into hell. Suddenly, he felt pain cruising throughout his 5 organs and 6 viscera. It felt like there was something wriggling there vigorously, leveraging on this stimulation. He woke up in fear and broke free from the influence of the army formula. At the crucial moment, secret arts, body protection. However, just as Bako walked out from the fear and terror in his heart, he saw a ball of frost light coming straight at his face, burning quietly with cold ice flames. Poof! Bako tilted his head backwards and his thoughts almost stopped. If it wasn't for his strong body, he would have fainted directly. While feeling a biting cold and stiffness, he wanted to shout but felt slow and powerless. Knowing that this wasn't good, he quickly released the fear in his body, and instantly both of his legs landed on the floor. Bam, bam, bam! His skeletal muscles exploded in an instant. Something seemed to be wriggling and expanding in every part of his muscles as he broke through the ice layer covering his face. At the same time, his body had creepily turned from slightly slim to exaggeratedly muscular. When compared to before, he was even taller by half a head. Bang! The ring was shaking vigorously. Bako stomped his feet and threw his punch as he generated a gust of wind that could blow a kid away. It's just the right time. He had long made his visualization and completed his hand seals. With his hands pointing at himself, he wriggled his abdomen, involved his throat, and shouted, "Fighting formula!" Bam! He had also grown taller. Surrounded by sounds of broken things, he pulled back his right arm and shot out a quick punch as though he was firing an arrow. His fist collided head-on with Bako's fist, which was wrapped in tattered black bandage. Boom! This time, it wasn't a dull sound but a deafening explosion. Both of them shook at the same time. Bako, who was still experiencing lingering frost and damage, was slower by half a step. Instantly, he saw Lu Chang had contracted his breathing and gathered his mind, residual force and recoil at his lower abdomen. This allowed him to stand firmly at his original position. Bam! The Dan aura in Lu Cheng's body gushed out like an erupting volcano. His left leg expanded, and with a jerk in his knee, he had swung his kick towards Bako. At this distance and attacking speed, Bako wasn't able to dodge. He forcefully stimulated his blood and breathing to drive out his potential, following which he contracted his leg muscles and kicked out. Bang! After a dull sound, he, who was slower and had a weaker kick, bounced off and moved back. His body was still shaking and was about to fall. Lu Chang took a small step forward, covered his left arm with crystal-cold frost, and pushed upwards. He clenched his right fist and struck solidly. A layer of fire started burning as his fist rubbed against the air at high speed. Zhu Rong Force, exploding fire fist. Boom! Bako had no chance for counterattack and could only lower his elbows and cross them in front of him to defend. He looked extremely sorry after withstanding the blow from the fist and the flames caused by the explosion. This wasn't over yet. Lu Cheng swung his left arm down with momentum, grabbed hold to Bako's shoulders and pulled him towards himself. Using the momentum, he moved to his side, raised his right arms and threw an elbow strike at the speed of lightning. Bam! Bako barely withstood it with his arms. However, he was sent retreating from the blow. His chest had taken a hit, making him felt pressured and wanting to throw up blood. Lu Cheng moved again. His strength wasn't great but accurately kicked the side of his opponent's knee. Bako, who was already unsettled, finally lost his balance. Bam! Lu Cheng twisted his waist and his other leg swung out closely behind. His leg was contracted tightly as though it was a battle axe. It was tough and fierce and sent Bako flying instantly. Taking huge steps forward, he didn't give Bako the chance to use his curses to struggle. With a visualization of the dreamy and dark, ice spirit holy light, he threw an uppercut with momentum. Severe warning. Bam! Bako lowered both of his arms and perilously tried to withstand. However, his vision suddenly went dark, and he seemed to have lost his thoughts too. Plop! He had become a stone and fell heavily onto the floor. He fell right at the feet of Lu Cheng and Lu Cheng quickly stopped, his fist at his throat. The face of the referee from Shengxiang immediately changed. He sighed secretly, raised his right arm and announced loudly, "Lu Cheng wins." Till now, Bako, who had received consecutive blows, had not recovered from the freezing of his thoughts. Kacha! And Chaoyang had captured this moment and quickly switched to the live thread. He was still thinking of the explanatory note to be appended. In the thread, Eternal Nightfall, Yan Shaoling was anxiously rushing him. And then, what happened after Lu Cheng's flame force is beyond expectation. Schrödinger Tiger, wake up! They must have exchanged several blows by now. What's the situation now? Said Brahman. And Chaoyang paused for a while, quickly typed some words and sent over with the picture. And then Lu Cheng won. After a short period of silence, the forum users started expressing how they felt one after another. Oh damn! I really wanted to use quality 3 consecutive blows. Is his opponent made of paper? I heard that he is close to the inhuman stage. My mum is asking me why I'm kneeling down while looking at the forum. I'll like to see a comedy. And Chaoyang pondered seriously and explained, Bako didn't dare to use curses on Lu Cheng. Moreover, he was surprised by the erupted flame force at the beginning of the match and quickly lost the medium for his curses. Because of this, his overall strength has decreased by a huge chunk and he is no longer near the inhuman stage. Unparalleled Dragon King sent an exclamation mark and said, just as I have said, there should be a line drawn between 6th pins and inhuman stage. It should then be named after Lu Cheng. The road to arena seconded and continued. It feels like his opponent is completely helpless against Lu Cheng. You guys wouldn't speak like this in just a few days. And Chaoyang withstood the urge to reply and thought to himself. In just a few days, Lu Cheng will likely start morphing. When the staff got onto the stage and tried to transport Bako to the ER room, he finally awoke from the lengthy darkness, shivering from coldness. He then saw Lu Cheng waiting to pay his post-match respects. Subconsciously, Bako shriveled, his vicious countenance turning tense. He quickly held down the conditioned response, stood up and managed a bow. Out of all his battles against opponents from the same league, this was the worst one so far. He could not even do as much as return a blow. He initially thought he had reached the peak of his league, nearing to Waka's level. For his opponents to stand a chance of winning against him, they had to outperform themselves or it had to be mistakes on his part. Even if Lu Cheng was strong, he couldn't be much stronger than the others. Who would have thought he turned out to be a monster that defied all logic? Had it been a real fight, a fight without a referee, the swift kick Lu Cheng landed on the side of his knee was sufficient enough to break his leg. No matter how much Shangxiang boxing can toughen one's limbs like metal, They couldn't be compared to real steel before the root pulps mutated. Even if they were like real steel, in a situation where one cannot channel his strength to defend, Lu Chang would likely have broken it no less, especially when it was the vulnerable side of a knee. Lu Chang knew that Bako wasn't severely wounded, so he patiently waited until he stood up, then clasped a tightened fist in his palm as a form of respect. After going through the formalities, he turned towards the stone steps without looking back. Bako watched him in silence, until his opponent had vanished in the distance. Suppressing the lingering coldness in him, he stumbled out of the arena with a slight limp. Over where the Shangxiang representatives were, the sixth seed, Gusai, stood up and walked beside Waku with his eyes fixed on the arena. "How strong," he muttered. Had he been in that spot, he would have to go through a grueling battle to defeat Bako, and a moment of carelessness might even end with his defeat. Gusai was also a sadhu, but his plump body resembled a mountain of meat, and his skin shone a dark gold, which made a sharp contrast from the gaunt, olive-complected Waku. Waka's eyes were on the arena as well, moving silhouettes flashing in his eyes. Stronger every match, no less, he mused. Lu Cheng's strength grew by the day, and that was something visible to the eye. Over at the Milieu representative's side, the beefy Vagar had slipped into a red set of general suit, crowning a large brimmed hat as usual. Sitting at the highest level, he watched in silence, like a statue that embodied strength and beauty. But as he watched Lu Chang take down Bako easily, a silvery white light sparkled in his eyes beneath the hat's shade. Over at the Japanese representative's side, Kaori Karasawa gently bit her lips and nodded in approval. Moko Yamashita stood unmoving, without a word. On the day before yesterday, when the guide asked me if I had the confidence to defeat Lu Chang, I answered firmly without the slightest hesitation. I believed that even if he made the breakthrough, he wouldn't pose a threat to me. But right now, after witnessing this battle, my resolve has slightly wavered, but of course only slightly. The Nanjing representatives remained hidden in the desolate side of the grandstand. Banham sat in a yoga pose, eyes shut firmly as he meditated, not paying attention to any of the matches. He wasn't about to be careless in the battle against An Chaoyang, because careless boxers didn't live long in Nanjing. Lu Chang returned to his teammates and high-fived them in sequence, before retrieving his phone from An Chaoyang. Refreshing the livestream thread after he had unlocked the lock screen, he secretly gave a thumbs up to An Chaoyang. "Well done," as expected from the most reliable one among us. An Chaoyang returned a smile in high spirits, then stifled his emotions to prepare for the fight against Banham. Lu Chang switched tab to Messenger, reporting the outcome to his boss. "So easy." "See, I told you," replied Yenjika, not forgetting to express her contempt at Bako. "What a weakling. Did he even last for a minute?" "No, less than that," replied Lu Chang. "Didn't they say he's stronger than that Sakata from Japan? How did he end up losing so fast?" Replied Yenjuka. "Is it because your skills improved after your basic mastery of the Emperor Yen diagram? Or did he panic after having his evil arts countered?" "You said all there is to say, so what can I say?" replied Lu Chang. "All that's left for me to say is, right, right, right. Coach Yen is absolutely right." Yenjuka, who just left the dining table, giggled and shook her head at the reply. In high spirits, she walked to the dresser, tied her hair up, and put on a pair of black-rimmed spectacles that covered almost half of her face. Another joyous day, motivated for today's studies. It was 7 a.m. where she was in America. She hurriedly packed her school bag, bid her farewells to Empress Dowager, boarded the car of full-time bodyguard, Aunt Du, and headed toward school. Lessons began at 8. During the journey, she quietly browsed through her lecture notes and books, occasionally chatting with Lu Chang or swinging by the live stream thread, saving the images of anything related to her Chang to her phone. At 7:40 in the morning, her ride arrived at campus. With her belongings in hand, she exited the vehicle and walked towards the lecture building, where she ran into Huang Shiwen and 2 other upper-class women, who were also from China. She gave a slight nod as greeting, before walking past them breezily, disappearing into the building under the warm sunlight. So arrogant and unapproachable, mused one of the upper-class women. She really thinks she's something else, added Huang Shiwen. Lu Chang was famous at Songcheng University, and Yan Zhika was well known even before him, so Huang Shiwen obviously knew that they were in a relationship. However, from her point of view, if two people were countries apart, no matter how strong they felt for each other, the feelings will eventually diminish and die out because of temptations. Therefore, she felt that their relationship had already been sentenced to death. That's why she was proactive in inviting her and trying to establish a connection, which would in turn increase her popularity among her classmates. As the heavenly son of China at the moment, Lu Chang probably has girls swarming around him. You won't be able to keep him in check even if you were right beside him, keeping an eye on him at all times, much less a long-distance relationship. He might be able to restrain himself at the start, but as time goes on, he'll eventually move on to another girl. What kind of man doesn't cheat under such circumstances? Let's see you cry when that time comes, muttered Huang Shiwen, shaking her head before joining the upper-class women in school life gossip. Tap, tap, tap. Yan Zhika walked up the stairs deftly, along the corridor sprinkled in sunlight, towards the lecture room. That's when she heard her Caucasian classmates beside her having a lively discussion. The king of the Youth Pro League is real dope. You watched it too? You remember in the last match how he punched out like this? Freaking sick. One of the boys stepped out with his left leg, punching out in a sliding motion with his legs. It was evident that he was a die-hard martial arts fan. This movement was familiar to Yan Zhika, since it was Lu Cheng's punch that knocked out most of Bako's evil art antics, and Chaoyang took a shot of it too. The corners of her lips went up. Then she pressed her pinkish lips together, her pace brisker than before. In the Shangxiang Stadium, a sea of cheers erupted as the highlighted match was about to begin. Waving to his teammates, and Chaoyang dug out all of his belongings. Cell phone, digital camera, headphones, wallet and other miscellaneous items, and left them with Lu Chang. Just before he pivoted and headed out for the arena, a voice called out from behind. And Chaoyang. Huh? And Chaoyang looked back in confusion, and Lu Chang was there, smiling with his right fist extended. An encouragement ritual before the match began. At that moment, and Chaoyang was taken back to the days in Huahai University Martial Arts Club and the times he had during district contest and national competition 4 years ago. He chuckled, lifted his fist and bumped it against Lu Cheng's fist. Do your best, cheered Lu Chang, waving his fist vigorously. Following his lead, Peng Liyun and Ren Li joined in, each fist bumping and Chaoyang before cheering him on. Go get them. Good luck. And Chaoyang waved his fist gently as a sign of thanks, then turned and strode towards the arena, with newfound determination and a fighting spirit. Over at the Japanese representative side, Muko Yamashita turned to a man standing beside the coach. He had unkempt hair, a pair of spectacles fixed on his nose, and was hammering away on his laptop. How's the data gathering coming along? Muko Yamashita inquired in a low voice. The man with unkempt hair pushed a finger up his spectacles. It's starting to take shape. We can perfect it through more competitions, but we haven't gotten the most important bit, their genetic information. Unlike China, we don't have enough mighty ones for research, so we have to resort to other means. The most valuable ones are the samurai's past mutation, and the Chinese aren't wary about this. Maybe they don't see its importance, so they pay little attention to the area. He paused, then looked towards Ichii Sakata, who was attracted by their voices, and said, with their DNA, and the ones of Vagar and Waku that we have collected over the past years, our research will advance by leaps and bounds. Ichii-kun, whether or not you can attain the true Hadu, might ride on this. Even though China doesn't pay much attention to this aspect, they are still being quite cautious. We haven't gotten anything the past few days. Looks like their coach did a good job cleaning up. Muko Yamashita paused, then continued. You think Shangxiang, Miluo and Nanjing might be doing the same thing? The man with unkempt hair curled his lips. With their technology, heh, he scoffed. fully expressing his disdain without having the need to finish his sentence. After sending and Chaoyang to the ring with their encouraging eyes, Lu Chang and the rest went back doing their own things. One was in a daze, one was looking at his phone while the other was still researching a route to the washroom. They were all waiting for the start of the competition and didn't interact further. Why don't you guys talk a little more? Do you guys still discuss how you would approach the previous match? Or what your chances would be? Gai Zhong asked with interest and broke the silence. Lu Chang took a look at him, smiled faintly and replied, "Those are the matches that we are rather confident of. As of now, saying that and Chaoyang will lose would be like cursing him. Believing that he will win will accumulate bad karma for lying. Either option isn't right, so we might as well not say anything." Yeah. Run Li nodded her head in approval. "Yeah, it is just like he said," replied Pang Liyun as he returned from the heavens. Lu Cheng's summary was on point. As he took steps towards the ring, and Chaoyang retrieved a hairband from his clothes and secured his long hair so that it wouldn't interfere with his fight. After jumping onto the stage, he stood on the left side of the referee. He adjusted himself and tried to get the lake in his heart to settle down and have no ripples or waves, willing himself to become calmer. At the same time, the reflections of his surroundings were connected to his thoughts and allowed him to clearly identify his opponent quicker and more accurately. Water sect, special kung fu. Lake and mirror liked wisdom. After reaching the physical invulnerability state, it could evolve further. Its name would still be Lake and mirror like wisdom. It was just that there were some words before it. Water sect, 7th style. His eyes became gloomy. There were ripples swaying lightly, and Chaoyang's aura started to extend into his surroundings. Banham's stature wasn't tall but was strong as an iron cast, and his hands and legs were wrapped in white bandages. When he saw his opponent, he immediately felt as though he was facing a piece of boundless sea. It was deep and distant, swaying lightly, and was capable of both holding and swallowing everything. When this aura spread outwards, his surroundings became pressurized, creating a feeling of anxiety and frustration. It was the calm right before the storm, the atmosphere before a major battle. Banham's Jaha boxing was a traditional boxing art in Nanjing. It was developed from the fundamentals of close combat martial arts from China, killing arts in the battlefield, assassination techniques of the army, and various other martial arts. It was similar to the style of Dark Infinite Sutra, although it allowed him to possess the secret technique to influence the mind of his opponent. He did not like to engage in head-on confrontation. By slowing himself to change his pace, he was like a fish in water and managed to creepily break away from the aura suppression of Chaoyang. After arriving at the predetermined position, he didn't seem to be affected much. It was only now that he started to seriously scrutinize the opponent opposite of him and making a comparison with the impression he had after looking through the information. He always looked like he was lacking sleep and seemed to be able to yawn any time. He's a very smart martial art practitioner. Smart wasn't describing his intelligence but rather his talents as a martial arts practitioner. Rumors had it that he often had his own perspectives. Because of the distance, language barriers, and other factors, the information Banham had on Chaoyang wasn't complete. Therefore he, who had just advanced, became even more careful. Just as the two of them began scrutinizing each other, the referee raised his right hand and waved down quickly. "Begin!" Banham pounced. He wasn't moving in a straight line, but instead made a beautiful arc to avoid the edge of his opponent. In just one moment, he had pressed into the side of his opponent, and Chaoyang did not move. Seeing that he couldn't lock down his opponent, he decided to just remain in his position and waited for Banham to approach him. His biggest strength was his lake and mirror-like wisdom, and this technique had the limitation of distance. The dull and deep lake in his heart just managed to reflect the figure of his opponent when his view suddenly turned black. It was as though all the lights of the stadium were turned off and there weren't any stars or moon to illuminate the place. It wasn't just that. The silence from the area surrounding him gave him the creeps, as there wasn't any sound at all. If it was another martial arts practitioner, he would have panicked. However, Chaoyang had made mental preparations in advance. He didn't care about the darkness and the sudden creepy loss of sight and hearing. As he followed the signs of the movements from the lake, he clenched his fist tightly, shifted his elbows sideways and smashed across. Bam! From his fist to his arm, he felt a relatively cold bit of flesh and an extremely dark and sharp force. As the sounds of impact propagated, the darkness was broken instantly, and Chaoyang was able to see the light and hear the surrounding noise again. The creepy scene previously was the inhuman ability Banam had mastered, darkness. Bam! Banam failed in his first attack and immediately switched to a close combat form. After a fist blow, he immediately tilted his elbow and smashed across or changed it to a palm for slice attack or poke. At the same time, he used his knees to attack from the bottom too. The crazy series of attacks were as fast as a hurricane and caused Chaoyang to be unable to use force concentration on time. And Chaoyang was completely overwhelmed by his strength and speed. With every strike, there was a dim shimmering at the edge of Banam's palms or fingernails. Bang! Relying on lake and mirror-like wisdom, Chaoyang was always able to plan in advance. Using the advantage of being in the inner lane and the defensive characteristics of Water Sect, he was able to barely withstand the attacks. It might seem that he was already on the line, but in actual fact, he was not close to defeat yet. As a boxing arts practitioner with a distinct style, Banam did not have the patience to accumulate his advantage slowly to a victory. As he fought to the point of satisfaction, he suddenly changed his tempo. He looked like he was going to continue fierce attacks, but in actuality he was slower by half a beat. He was waiting for Chaoyang to make the resulting response. As it happened, a dull light shimmered in his eyes and formed a creepy flare. Jaha boxing, serene sting. Seeing this, Chaoyang's heart constricted. He could no longer care about other things. He made a decisive decision to directly constrict his blood, air, mind, and force. As Banam was executing his secret arts, Chaoyang poured all of his strength to his lower abdomen. It was well-timed without a moment of error. If he did not have lake and mirror-like wisdom or practice multiple times during normal days, Chaoyang would never have been able to achieve similar feats. It wouldn't matter if he was faster or slower. With the dull light brightening then dulling once again, Banam took half a stride forward and shifted his arm quickly. He swiftly extended his fist and waited to leverage the time as his opponent was still affected by serene sting. However, his serene sting felt like he had hit a dead man who had lost his flesh and blood, and as a result, it didn't have much effect. With the force accumulated in the abdomen erupting, Chaoyang regained his senses instantly. Using the momentum, he extended his arm and struck with his right arm out to stop the attack of his opponent on time. In the dull impact, both sides were shaken. Banam, who did not strike with full force, was at a slight disadvantage. However, Chaoyang grabbed hold to this opportunity by using the strength of his opponent against him and executed consecutive explosion at the dance stage. With the momentum of the flood, striking harder and harder with each strike, he was able to turn defense into offense. He continued taunting his opponent and gradually gained the upper hand. Double explosion, triple explosion, quadruple explosion, all the way to 9 consecutive explosions. He was borrowing strength all along and was getting fiercer as the battle continued. His strike was heavier with each strike and his kick was fiercer than each before. Banam could only remain defending against the attacks or take steps back. His tendons, vessels, and organs seemed to be experiencing drowning as he gradually felt obstructed. This made Banam feel a little unwell. He believed that his attacks previously were too rushed with too many problems. They weren't compatible with his own thoughts on typical days. As a result, his opponent was able to grab hold on to this opportunity. As he defended himself, he suddenly remembered something about mentally extracting aura from his opponents. The aura felt just like a frustrated hurricane approaching. Instantly, he realized he had fallen for the trick and made a mistake. He's indeed a very smart martial arts practitioner. Bam! It was another fierce attack. After that attack, Chaoyang made a change to his pace and started to visualize approaching raging floods and ever-increasing water level in his mind. Following which, the image of a dam collapsing under pressure appeared in his mind. Water sect, simplified physical invulnerability move, deluge, and Chaoyang's stature became taller and bigger and cracked the floor with just his weight. Without throwing a punch, he tilted his body and leaned over. Bam! Banam made the right response and defended on time. However, his center of gravity was still affected as he staggered 2 steps backwards. And Chaoyang immediately pressed ahead and attacked consecutively with both of his arms. Interswitching his legs, he continued with crazy consecutive explosions. From time to time, he would mix in other strikes from the water sect to supplement the simplified physical invulnerability move, deluge. His strikes resulted in endless pa sounds and forced Banam to a position of distraughtness. Is he going to win? Zhong Ningtao wiped the sweat off his huge back and couldn't help but sigh. Could and Chaoyang really defeat an expert at the inhuman stage? Even if his opponent had just advanced not too long ago. After he spoke, Rinli glanced at him, shook her head and said with a low voice, "Nope, he's about to lose." Ha! Zhong Ningtao didn't know whether he should doubt his eyes or ears. And Chaoyang had clearly accumulated the momentum to win. He immediately turned towards Lu Chang and Peng Liyun. One of them was covering his mouth while the other seemed to be deep in thought. Both of them didn't seem to be harboring high hopes. In the intense battle, just when he was intending to execute one last deluge, and Chaoyang suddenly felt exhausted and the circulation of his strength wasn't smooth at all. As a result, his strikes were slower by half a beat and allowed Banam to escape from his suppression to his side. This type of exhaustion did not disappear but gotten more serious. And Chaoyang suddenly remembered in the exchanges of blows with Banam previously, Banam's fingernails, the edge of the palms and other areas were shimmering with some dull light. He also connected this thought to the killer move Hidden Scent, used in the match between Ren Li and Lu Chang. Could Banam's darkness subconsciously weaken his opponents till they were exhausted? I was using force concentration constantly previously to negate the effects, and that was why I lasted until now. Without the first strike, his advantage quickly dissipated, and Chaoyang was forced back into a difficult situation. After being ambushed by Banam twice, he finally could not withstand further attacks and exposed his weakness. As his opponent exploited his weakness, the voice "Banam wins" sounded. Puff. There's still a distinct difference in strength. He heaved out a sigh and bowed at Banam, after which he turned around and left the ring. When he returned to his original position, he did not talk much about the previous match with Lu Chang and the rest. They gave one another a high five, and the hidden chemistry and encouragement thoughts were conveyed without using words. After a while, Peng Liyun quickly finished his opponents off and ended the 3rd round of the double elimination matches. There were a total of 6 people who had accumulated 2 matches of failure and therefore had to leave, leaving 17 contestants remaining. As it was only necessary to eliminate 1 contestant for the round of 16, it would be pointless to spend 1 day to conduct the 4th round. If the first match confirmed the contestant to be eliminated, the audience who arrived at the Shengxiang Stadium would only able to witness a single match. The committee decided instead to immediately start the 4th round of double elimination matches. They will first draw out a pair for the match and then draw the second match after the first match had ended. Before Lu Chang and the rest were drawn, the first match had determined the 17th-ranked contestant in this 4 countries competition. He was the 8th seed, Li Shaokong. The top 16 were out. The first 6 seeds, for wild cards and 6 other contestants had successfully made it to the next round. At this stage, there would be monetary rewards. The top 16 would receive 100,000, top 8 would receive 200,000, top 4 would receive 400,000, 3rd place would receive 500,000, 2nd place would replace 700,000, and the champion would receive 1,500,000. There will be 2 days of rest coming up. Don't run around. Coach Zhong Ningtao reminded them again after returning to the hotel. He made a point to emphasize that to Ren Li, who was in front of him. Lu Chang nodded his head and had no objections. On his way back to his room, he took out his phone and sent Yan Zhika a message. With a pumping clenched fist expression, he sent, "I have to burn the midnight oil tonight." He struck the iron while it was hot and mastered the Emperor Yen force. He had to start morphing within the next 2 days. Yan Zheka, who was in the middle of her class, wasted no time in giving a short and sweet reply to Lu Cheng's declaration. "You can do it, hubby." Lu Cheng chuckled at the reply, then replied with a reaction image of a person in red headband striving to work hard. Putting his phone aside, he got into a stance and began visualizing the dense Emperor Yen statue, clad in liquid flames, in order to control the flame force in his body, guiding and gathering it before compressing it. With some breaks in between, 4 to 5 hours of training quickly passed. By that time, 80% of the world's lights had seemingly been switched off, and darkness ruled the world again. Lu Cheng's eyes snapped open, a flare flashing across his irises, dazzling white to red, like the dangling sun during dawn. Enhancing forces was neither an easy task nor a hard one. After the basic mastery of the essence of Emperor Yen diagram, and with the experience from practicing Ice Spirit Force as reference, he successfully completed the enhancement from Zhurong Force to Emperor Yen Force. The flame force in him turned from scarlet to white, became dense and heavy, and barely formed a circulation that saved him the trouble of having to train from the start after each use. Lu Cheng twisted his neck, then shook his head about as his joints cracked like beans in a pot. He took a moment to regulate his breathing, then grabbed his keycard and set off for the hotel pool on level 31. Everything still fresh in his mind. It was midnight. The pool had been closed off and not a person was in sight. But this was not a problem to Lu Cheng. He flipped in through a window, then hopped past the obstacles on the outer walls as if he was traveling on flat ground, before easily sliding in from the other side. In the darkness, the silent pool stretched endlessly deep to the extent that one could barely see its bottom, much like the ones in those horror films. Lu Cheng slipped out of his shoes and socks, then t-shirt and shorts. Half naked, he dived into the pool. His entrance did not leave so much so as a splash, only ripples that slowly fanned out in rings. He didn't deck end long before he touched the bottom. He crossed his legs and sat down before shutting his eyes. Holding his breath, his body was sequestered from the air. All that was around him was gentle waves, and it was as though Lu Cheng had returned to the time when he was still in his mother's womb. Calmness enveloped his heart, as his internal circulations naturally adjusted, and he no longer had to envision his organs, tendons, blood vessels, and muscles. Ice Spirit Holy Light diagram and Emperor Yen diagram intersected distinctly, and as Lu Cheng worked out the two forces, he slowly began to understand their reliance and influence on the delicate parts of the root pulp. In the environment he was in, the feelings were mysterious and unique. Every once in a while, Lu Cheng has to resurface to renew his breath before sinking to the bottom again, feeling his control and attempting to manipulate it. He failed over and over again. Even though he had stepped into the realms of inhuman, morphing had its own difficulties, and it was not something that could be achieved overnight. Huff! It was just past 5 a.m. and the sky was still dark. Swimming to the edge of the pool, Lu Cheng held on to the ledge with both arms, then heaved a heavy sigh along with his impatience. When he regained his composure, the mirror of ice began forming again. Reluctant to give up, he tumbled and dived down once more. This time, when visualizing Emperor Yen diagram and Ice Spirit Holy Light diagram bore no fruits, he began thinking from another direction and attempted to use force concentration. He withdrew his chi and blood, then his spirit. Ice and flame formed a balance, swirling and intertwining, forming a human body Big Dan that blended well with the starry sky in his lower abdomen. Within the Big Dan, a sudden change occurred, as the ice spirit spread out and stretched into an endless expanse of starry sky in the background. Extremely cold, extremely vast and extremely dark, without a hint of heat or sound. Then the Emperor Yen collapsed, and when it gathered again, it spat out liquid flames and other substances that turned into globes of suns and stars. The perfect harmony between the two was like a reflection of the universe. It was similar yet different from before. Lu Cheng shuddered, and felt like the human body Big Dan he had generated was beginning to resonate with the night sky above him and his surroundings. With a buzz, something caused the Jin Dan in his lower abdomen to quiver. Ripples spread out on the water, below the dazzling radiance of the starry sky, unexpected, causing a disharmony and imperfection. The Big Dan exploded, sending blasts of force out. At that instant, Lu Chang felt a slight tremor in his root pulp, giving him a vague sense of confidence. He suddenly realized he was rising up in the water, all the way until he surfaced at the top. Opening his eyes, he recollected a summary of the events that just transpired. He felt as if the balance between ice and flame and his human body Big Dan was closer to perfection as compared to the Longhu Immortals Jindan. It was also more natural, which was crucial when it came to connecting heaven and earth to achieve the physical invulnerability state. As expected, as times change and things improve, so did training, thought Lu Chang. He was lucky to be able to stand atop the shoulders of all these amazing people. You can learn from people of the past, but you cannot copy them. After he had inspected his body, he sank to the bottom again, following the path of thought he had come up with earlier, using force concentration to balance ice and flames, in an attempt to influence his root pulp. The sky began to light up. Daylight shone across the pool water, revealing large shards of frozen ice and frost marks, and also the gurgling spots of hot spring, where hot, white steam rose into the air. Splash! Lu Chang stood up, right on top of the surface of the water, with only the sole of his foot submerged in water. His wet hair laid flat. His exposed muscles were well-defined and beautifully shaped. Droplets of water slid down the surface of his skin, accentuating his masculine charms. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lu Chang treaded on the water, without any signs of submerging. He ambled to the edge of the pool, collected and carelessly slid into his t-shirt, shorts, shoes and socks, then left the place. Perhaps it was due to his natural possession of supernatural ability, but the miracle he had created was much more ridiculous than Peng Liyun's one. When he returned to his room, he grabbed his phone as a smile crept up his face, and began frantically typing away. "You are going to see my 5th PIN certificate by September." Yes, he had tasted success in leading his root pulp to mutation, which meant that he had officially began to morph. In a matter of 10 or so days, he will be reborn into an inhuman. And starting from then until the end of morphing, he will literally be getting stronger day by day, a visible change that anyone would be able to see. Yen Zhika, in the midst of her last lesson, replied in a flash. "Chang, the other way of describing an inhuman is that they are not a human, and Chang, you are definitely not a human." Sensing the joy and excitement in her words, Lu Chang felt like he was on cloud 9. Shaking his head gently, he let out a laugh, and suddenly he wanted to see her. He wanted to act on impulse and video chat with her, especially since he had been sparring for the past few mornings and missed out on the best times for video chatting. But remembering that Ku was still in class, he managed to hold back and settled with a text reply. During her class, Yen Zheka felt joyous and prideful, but there was also a tiny tinge of melancholy mixed in between. "Chang is becoming better and better, what about me?" She lifted her head and looked towards the lecturer, as a newfound motivation for schoolwork coursed through her. "I too need to become a better version of myself." Normal. "It's freezing," exclaimed a girl. "Ow, it's scalding," screamed a guy flopping out of the water, as if he just dove into a hot spring without mental preparations. At the same time, Lu Chang made a call to Geyser to deliver the good news. "Master, I have mastered the Emperor Yen force." He did not mention anything about the morphing. He wanted to tell his master when the time was right. Not bad," replied Geyser. He was hardly surprised since he already expected it to happen. Smacking his lips, he said, "Looks like you can attempt to morph now, smelly brat. Actually, other than making the breakthrough underwater, there are many other methods that I suspect might be more suitable for you, for example." Lu Chang was thunderstruck. "Master, why didn't you tell me earlier?" he stuttered after some silence. "I already began morphing." After a grueling session underwater, with Geyser's experience, he instantly guessed the current status of his disciple and gave a heh laugh. This is the first time in this old man's life to see such a silly disciple, who doesn't consult their master before attempting to make the breakthrough. He said, before continuing, "Even if we talked about these things before, it was hardly in depth. Haha." Cough. He was laughing to the extent that he was coughing. This was definitely going down as his joke of the year. Lu Cheng reddened and secretly cursed at his master's playfulness. "I was just planning to test it out myself and consult you only if I ran into any problems," he replied with smiles. "Don't bother explaining, cough. Haha. Smelly brat, you have a long way to go," laughed Geezer Sure, who before he hung up, began humming and dug out his treasured wine. The day and a half after that, Lu Cheng caught a wink and carried on his morphing. He also found a suitable timing to video chat with Yan Zheke. On August 20th, Shangxiang Stadium was packed with people. The sea of enthusiasm returning along with more fierce battles. After finding their respective seats, Lu Cheng and the rest had to sit through a theatrical performance before the guest of honor walked up the stage to draw the lots for the top 16 matches. 4 matches were scheduled for that night, and 4 more on the following night. The guest of honor dunked his hand into the box and retrieved a ball. Then he took a glance at the words. "China, Lu Cheng," he announced, displaying the words for all to see. "Shit, I'm the first to get picked," thought Lu Cheng as he let out a laugh. Straightening himself up, he waited for the confirmation of his opponent's identity. Once again, the guest of honor rifled through the ball box before grabbing one out and displaying it. Japan, Muko Yamashita. The 5th seed, Muko Yamashita. Japan, Muko Yamashita. When he heard the announcement from the guest, Muko Yamashita's looks changed. He revealed a smile and mumbled to himself in a low voice, "Great." When Lu Cheng easily defeated Bako in the 3rd round of the double elimination matches, his confidence had actually shaken slightly. This was unforgivable. In the traditions of extreme Hadouken, there was no room for cowardice. He had to make amends immediately and win against him in battle. Now that I'm matched with Lu Cheng, this is just as I wish. I will be using this victory to erase the blight in me. Moreover, this can even help me to complete the secret mission. A researcher with messy hair, who was standing beside Muko Yamashita, adjusted his spectacles and beamed with delight. Sakata Ichii and the rest of the members were all filled with anticipation. There were even some of them showing fervor who shouted, "Muku-kun! It's time to show extreme Hadou-sect to the world." Since the start of the competition, Muko Yamashita's luck in the draw had been great. He had not met any strong opponents and wasn't able to fully demonstrate the dominance of extreme Hadou-sect. Moreover, with Sakata Ichii and other disciples were eliminated one after another, the sect had lost some respect from others. Facing the request, Muko Yamashita straightened his back, nodded his head with a serious face and continued, "All right." Muko Yamashita? Lu Cheng was stunned for a second. He laughed in self-mockery and continued, "This luck is really bad. To meet one at inhuman stage at the round of 16. With regards to the draws, he wasn't surprised nor disappointed at all. In the round of 16, they still followed the rules where contestants from the same country would not meet. Excluding himself and the other 3, there were 12 other options, among which there were a total of 5 at the inhuman stage. The probability of drawing them was almost half. On his way to the Shangxiang Stadium, he had already made the mental preparations to face a strong enemy. Not waiting for Pang Liyun and Chaoyang and Rinli to open their mouth, Lu Cheng lowered his head, looked at his phone, and said to Yan Zheke with a crying from laughing expression, "I got matched with another tiger. Schrödinger tiger versus the wild tiger from the mountains. My money is on the quantum physics sciencers." Yan Zheke made her replies very quickly. It was as though she was taking her phone out from time to check if the results from the draw were out. She scratched her head and said, "If you were drawn against him a few days ago, I definitely would not be confident. However, you have undergone morphing over the past 2 days. I have high hopes for you. In that case, I must not let your hopes down," replied Lu Cheng. Frankly speaking, he did have some confidence. He was even interested to give it a try. Moko Yamashita only managed to create Ha in May and advanced in level. His standards were at least half a step lower than Vagar. I could even fight Vagar to that extent before my morphing. How hard could it be now? Over the last 2 days, using the current lingo to describe my strength would be, it's rising even when I'm drinking water. After replying, he seemed to feel something. He raised his head and found Peng Liyun, Ren Li, and Chaoyang and Zhong Ningtao were all looking at him. What's the matter? Asked Lu Cheng puzzledly. I was thinking of giving you some encouragement or even some consolation words. However, looking at you now, it seems that there's nothing much I have to say. Laughed Peng Liyun. This dude was happy playing with his phone and full of smiles. He didn't need our encouragement or whatsoever. And Chaoyang opened his eyes and nodded his head at the same time as Ren Li. Lu Cheng laughed shyly and pointed to the ring. They are drawing the second group now. For this group, Vagar was matched with an unseeded contestant who was also not a wild card contestant. Using the break-in between, Lu Cheng looked at the screen again and made his replies. At this moment, he saw Talker, sent him a message. I heard that you will be going against an inhuman soon? How do you know? Lu Cheng replied with a shocked expression. I don't think I talked about the 4 countries competition to student Xiao Ming. We have just been talking about random things for the last few days. I suddenly felt like visiting your forum and found that you have been handed over to the nation and are taking part in some King of Youth Pro League. You are even matched against a Japanese expert, Moko Yamashita, who is at the inhuman stage. Is there some animosity between you and his parents? Said Kai Zongming. I'm here specifically to tell you something and to console you for meeting a strong opponent. What do you want to say? Lu Cheng replied casually without thinking. Kai Zongming replied, you must persevere. Scram. Lu Cheng replied in a clear and concise way but still couldn't help but laugh. As time passed, the third group was drawn. Banham's luck was great and he was matched with an unseeded contestant who was also not a wild card contestant. After a short while, the guest started to draw the lineup for the fourth group. He shouted the name of Peng Liyun. The atmosphere at the other representative group changed slightly and was slightly tense. Without letting them guess for too long, the guest grabbed the next round ball, took a look at it, showed it to the crowd and said, Shangxiang Waku. The third seed, Arhat Waku. Great. Peng Liyun lazy expression corrected and a lightning-like light shimmered in his eyes. It seemed that he was looking forward to an opponent of this level for a very long time. Lu Cheng and the rest didn't speak too much and only pitted Vagar for 3 seconds. It's finally your turn to witness who's the real devil. At the place of the representative group of Shangxiang, Waku stood upright with his chest forward. His expression was still sad and full of hatred. The expressions on the other members around had all become worse. After that, another guest drew the matchup for the other 4 groups. Ren Li continued with her good luck and would be facing an unseeded contestant who was also not holding a wild card just like Vagar and Banham. In the live thread, the place had erupted after Lu Cheng was drawn against an inhuman expert. Everyone was commenting fervently and arguing incessantly. Unparalleled Dragon King said with a, don't worry, Lu Cheng's chances in this match aren't small. Even if it wasn't half, he should still have about 30%. Think about it, he almost defeated Vagar and what's more, it's Moko Yamashita who is weaker. As long as he has the same performance as when he defeated Bako, I wouldn't say he has no chances of winning. However, the feeling when fighting someone weaker than you and someone who is 1 stage stronger than you will definitely be different. Lu Cheng probably couldn't replicate the smooth and fluent performance. The pig-riding knight pointed out the problem with that argument and received the recognition from the road to the arena and the rest. Invincible Punch was more inclined to agree with Unparalleled Dragon King's judgment. When Lu Cheng fought with Vagar, he also had a performance above his norm. It's different from that time. He had something new at that time. The army formula can be considered unexpected, which caused Vagar to have miscalculated. As for now, everyone more or less has a good grasp of what Lu Cheng had. When facing an inhuman, it will be very hard for him to clinch the initiative and create chances. A plumber eating mushroom commented. You aren't wrong, but it still goes back to that old question. Moko Yamashita is weaker than Vagar. Taking a discount on both sides, Lu Cheng still has his chances. Unparalleled Dragon King insisted on his own views. Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling continued. What you all are saying all have good reasons. I choose to go and die. No, I meant to pray. Make a wish. I support Xiao Long. Oh right. Did any one of you go and inform all-knowing man in ganghood to be prepared to delete his account? It will take at most 3 months. Brahman was using this to relieve the uneasiness and nervousness in her heart. I had already tagged him. Don't have to thank me for that. I'm a young pioneer. Okamoto's fan replied with an evil smile. At this very moment, all-knowing man in ganghood was browsing the videos of the first few battles of the 4 countries competition. His face got paler as he watched. It will at most be 2 months. It's about time to direct the traffic to my public account. When I have to delete my WeChat account, it wouldn't be a big deal. In the worst case, I can just start a secondary account. Yeah, I better make the best of my time. Otherwise, Lu Cheng might have broken through before I redirected my followers. 8 o'clock that night, the representative groups walked out from their changing rooms respectively and returned to their original location. Moko Yamashita was resting both of his hands on his knees and remained seated while waiting. When the referee had arrived, he stood up suddenly like a mountain towering over the others. Moko-kun, it's all on you now. The researcher with messy hair bowed at him from the side. Moko Yamashita nodded his head slightly in response. The sequence of the draw had Lu Cheng in front, so he had no choice but to give up on the white dojo suit he wore for karate and changed into the reserved red attire. As he was about to walk towards the ring, he suddenly noticed the beautiful Kaori Karasawa from the edge of his eyes. She was standing at a position parallel to his position, and her sweet and low voice transmitted to his ears. Are you really going to do as they say? Humph? Moko Yamashita showed a puzzled face and looked to the side. Kaori Karasawa was looking straight, and her voice went straight to Yamashita without spreading. This would be an insult to martial arts. As long as you appear, you got to respect your opponent. Moreover, Lu Cheng isn't weak. Are you really going to extract materials in a hurry? You might very well lose to him then. Mokukuen. Go all out and defeat him first before seeing if there's another way. Moku Yamashita maintained silence for a while and didn't reply. He took huge strides and walked towards the stone steps with frightening momentum. After walking 2 or 3 steps ahead, he nodded his head very slightly while back-facing Kaori Karasawa. After taking a look at the electronic clock, Lu Cheng also stood up. He took the initiative to do a fist bump with every single one of them and receive various encouragement words of all the best. At this moment, the special reminder music also sounded. He picked it up and took a look at the oven photo sent by Yenjika. Inside it was a cake and other things. The color indicated that it was slightly burnt and it was oddly shaped. Cough. I have taken time to practice this, said Yenjika. Therefore, what you wanted to say is all the best. I'm waiting for you to come back and have it. Lu Cheng helped her to complete her hidden words with smiles. Yenjika replied, You know me the best and all the best. Victory! Lu Cheng shouted out the slogan and exited QQ. Switching back to the live thread page, he threw the phone to An Chaoyang and laughed. Photograph me in a way that makes me look better. After speaking, he walked confidently to the ring. There wasn't fear but only battle will. He's got good mentality, laughed An Chaoyang. Turning towards Pang Liun and Ren Li, he held his phone up, fidgeted with it for a few seconds, then snapped a shot of his teammate's silhouette. A figure that was neither lofty nor hefty, but determined and full of fighting spirit. He studied the picture contentedly, secretly complimenting himself. Please address me as reliable and... The thought flashed in his mind as he uploaded the picture, along with the text he came up with. He disembarks on another journey, fearless in the face of a mighty enemy. Right after posting it, he refreshed the page. To his surprise, a number of new replies had already popped up. This subforum is insanely popular to have so many people trying to leave early comments. he realized. Good shot. A terse compliment from unparalleled Dragon King. Next in line to reply was the young girl, Wonton Seller. Ha 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 ha. I didn't know there was this poetic side to you, little tiger. Come. Let me teach you how to cook. And Chaoyang's brows furrowed. His droopy eyes had narrowed into a slit. He hit refresh once more. This photo is taken up close, Schrodinger's tiger. Don't tell me you are at the grandstand, right next to them? Replied Brahmin. And Chaoyang gulped, before uneasily replying yes. At the same time, Lu Cheng approached the arena. Since his opponent was a powerful mighty one, he could not be as relaxed and at ease like when he fought Bako. Shuddering slightly, the secreted hormones made him more focused and more excited. He knew that the unfathomable state he entered during the previous fight was something that came by chance, not something he can obtain intentionally. Without feeling upset, he retracted his thoughts and visualized. A mirror of ice, lake water caving in. His emotions were like ice. In an unmoving state, his insurmountable fighting spirit and piercing bloodlust were clearly reflected. A layer of aura was naturally spread out, giving shape to a terrifying blizzard, and his flesh was the holy mountain towering amid the natural disaster. The wind whistled as the air grew thin. Lu Cheng went up the stone stairs, a step at a time, until he stepped into the arena and saw Muko Yamashita, almost simultaneously, appearing across him. The inhuman samurai was taller and bigger than him. He had a rough look, with bushy eyebrows and terrifyingly well-defined muscles. The juxtaposition made it look as if it was a fight between an adult and a middle school student. Muko Yamashita had a crazed expression, and an equally impressive aura. A faint white glow emanated from him, stiffening the mood of those around him. The audience was too scared to make a sound. Who? Wherever he marched, the wind seemed to be swirling. At that moment, when Lu Cheng and Muko Yamashita met eyes, the center of the arena seemed to brighten up. The showdown between auras ends with a draw. The referee, an experienced inhuman mighty one, glanced left and right, before quietly raising his right hand as a signal for preparation. Lu Cheng and Muko Yamashita did not need to prepare. On their way there, they had already fine-tuned themselves to peak performance. The referee took a step back and swung his arm down. Begin, he boomed. As the words hit the ground, Muko Yamashita pivoted his foot, lowered his body and swung his right fist out on the spot. Bam! He thrusted his arm, pulled his fist back and glided forward in the whistling wind, like a train traveling at top speed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lu Cheng. In that time, the white light around him suddenly grew strong. Like a torch popped alight, leaving the afterimage of a dragon and tiger amidst the terrifying clangor. Extreme Hadusect, roaring dragon, howling tiger punch. Compared to Ichii Sakata, Muko Yamashita used the move at a higher mastery, perfectly combining with his tackle. This was the level of someone at the inhuman stage. Come. Lu Cheng felt joy rather than fear, his fighting spirit rising. He rapidly withdrew his chi, blood, force and spirit, compressing them to one. The ice and flames balanced, playing out a swirling miniature of the starry sky. Snap! With the image of God's statue in his mind, he pushed his feet and drew them together, then blasted a powerful punch forward with his swelling right arm. Bam! A layer of searing white flame ignited around his fist, continuously condensing and fortifying. The imperfect Emperor Yen force. Boom! The sound of fists clashing was swallowed by the loud bang from the explosion. The tumbling waves of flames and dispersing white light hid their ripped muscles and bulging veins. Muko Yamashita staggered, but quickly found his balance again. Scorch marks appeared on his shirt. Lu Cheng took a step back, into the ground, his muscles sore and numb from the Hadu. After exchanging a hit at maximum power, he only had it worse off by a little. At the grandstand, Peng Liyun's expressions changed slightly. He already started morphing? He blurted in awe. To be able to infuse another force after force concentration was one of the main labels of stepping into the inhuman stage. Lu Cheng's punch made it clear that he had been morphing, and not just for a day or two, and Chaoyang, witnessing the changes on the arena, heard Peng Liyun's words. "What speed," he sighed. How many days had it been since the start of the competition between the four nations? He's practically rushing towards the morphing stage at a steady pace. Sigh, there's no way I could do that. Renli opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but bit her words back as her pearlescent teeth gently sunk into her soft lips. He's inhuman. A forum reply by Unparalleled Dragon King that contained a word that was unbelievable to many. Once someone began morphing, unless they suffer an unfortunate death or become crippled from heavy wound, it was certain that they would reach the inhuman stage. "My eyes must be playing tricks on me," replied Pig Riding Knight. "In such a short time," replied Road to the Arena. "It hasn't even been 4 months from the end of Nationals." Ha 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 ha. Yan Shaoling sent a voice message instead of typing, her voice not much different from an elementary school kid. All-knowing man in ganghood, who was working on a long Weibo post while watching live stream, hoping to get more people to his public account, went still. His face turned pale in the color of ashes. Didn't he need 2 more months to make the breakthrough? It has only been 2 minutes. 2 minutes from when I knew this. What a beast. On the arena, Lu Chang stepped back to unload his force, retracted his chi and force, then launched a counterattack using the techniques from 24 Blizzard Strikes and his limited experience with the yin-yang twist. Bam! His left leg swelled, heels tensed, then he pulled it back from the crack in the ground and whipped towards his opponent's knees. Realizing that his enemy grew stronger yet again, Moko Yamashita, in his battle form, converted all his shock and surprise into a flame in his heart, a flame that ignited his will and inspired him. With a bend and release of his knees, he leapt into the air, avoiding Lu Cheng's crackling kick. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and formed a palm knife. Riding on the downward momentum, he delivered it towards his opponent's neck in the blinding glow. Fierce Tiger Shock Cutter. Lu Chang put weight to his spine, his waist bending backwards in a sudden, not only avoiding Moko Yamashita's attack, but also forcefully changing the trajectory of his left leg. His kick swept upwards, towards the enemy's descending body. A white radiance formed around his legs, turning everything to one as his kick shot out together with his burning martial art shoes. After he began morphing, he could now imbue ice burning in his kicks. His martial art shoe turned solid like a rock. Together with the pellucid liquid flames, it went towards the part between Moko's chest and abdomen. In that instant, Moko Yamashita swiftly raised his left palm, put it against his right palm that just missed, and chopped downwards, delivering a solid, dazzling white hadu amidst the dragon's roaring. Palm. The 2 glows of light scattered without a sound. Borrowing strength from the recoil, Moko Yamashita landed backwards, composed in his movements. Lu Chang straightened back up and stood firm. Bam! Moko Yamashita slid forward again, swinging his fist. In the dense white light, amidst the roars of the dragon, Lu Chang fought bravely without taking a single step back, withdrawing and releasing his chi and blood to deliver blasts of force. Bam, bam, bam. Moko Yamashita delivered killer moves one after the other, going on a frenzied offense. White light shone like a torch, at times it brightened or dimmed, and at times it waved and shaked. His skills were worlds apart from Ichii Sakata, who had to pause in between such moves. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Chang unleashed bursts of strength in the form of exploding flame waves and freezing ice mists, fiercely retaliating against his opponent. Even though he was at a disadvantage due to being slightly weaker, there were no signs of defeat. Bam, 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 bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding reverberated, mixed with occasional loud bangs. White light and flames spread out in layers. At times the ground splintered and cracked as flames splashed against it and snowflakes landed on it. It was truly a fight that defined Inhumans. Moko Yamashita controlled the fight at his pace. Whenever Liu Chang tried to charge up using the 24 Blizzard Strikes version of Force Concentration, he disrupted him with his whirlwind kick and Hadouken, forcing him to start from scratch again. In the meantime, he was charging up his own emotions, in preparation of a burst of killer moves. As time passed, after a flurry of attacks, a mirror of ice formed in Liu Cheng's heart. He knew that he cannot let things go on the way they were going, and he searched to find a way out. Bang! When the left fist with concentrated energy imbued with imperfect ice spirit force collided with the enemy's fist, and shrouded in dense white light, Hadu turned into gorgeous snowflakes. Moko Yamashita felt his arm go numb, and at the same time Liu Chang glided backwards on the uneven ground, borrowing the strength from the rebound, at a speed not much different from going forward. A crystallic layer of ice had unknowingly formed on the soles of his bare feet, reducing the friction to a minimum. Without hesitating, Moko Yamashita took a huge step and chased after him, growling and swinging out his fist before he even got close, with dense white light burning around his body again. While retreating, Liu Chang had already visualized the ice spirit holy light. Dark, cold, magical, and beautiful. Against the incoming enemy, he stepped hard into the ground, pouncing up while jerking out his right arm to deliver a severe warning. Seeing that their fists were about to collide, the white light in Moko Yamashita's eyes suddenly intensified. The white glow around him condensed into one spot, turning into a glove that shielded his fist as it shot out. Knowing your trick of freezing the opponent's thoughts, how could I have not prepared for it in advance? Palm! Liu Cheng's fist landed with a boom, causing the white glow to rapidly fade, turning into a snowball that cracked into fragments. Bang! Penetrating through the Hadu, the two fists met, each covered in black involucre and tendon. Thumping back 2 steps, Liu Cheng's movements were disordered from not being able to freeze his enemy and realizing the difference between their strength. But he did not panic. Instinctively, he found his balance. Bringing his hands up, he formed a seal, visualizing the taunting army character. Moko Yamashita saw a chance. His brows shot up, and in an instant he released all of his gathered emotions. A shade of scarlet filled his pupils, the white light enveloping him turning to the color of blood. Thick and viscous blood. Ultimate move from Extreme Hadu Sect. 7 Sins Hadouken. An assault on both one's spirit and body. Unlike Ichii Sakata, who had to go all out to use it, Moko Yamashita could activate it once he accumulated enough emotions. Army. The low hum of the ancient character reverberated, sending out ripples that glowed blood red. Moko Yamashita's movements lagged for a moment, but nothing else happened, as if a rock was thrown into an ocean. Snap! Moko Yamashita stepped forward with his left foot, pumped strength into his shoulders, flexed his arm and swung out with his right. The dense, bloodthirsty blood glow transformed into a scythe, dragging him forward, slicing towards Liu Chang like a dash of red bolt, not giving his enemy a chance to evade. I have seen you stop Ichii Sakata's 7 Sins Hadouken with an original Kung Fu, but there's a huge difference when I'm the one using it. Play the same card and you'll regret it. Though Liu Cheng's army formula was less than effective, it offset the spiritual assault from the Blood Hadu, saving him from losing his cool and not being able to make visualizations. Arching his back, he glided backward once more. He tried his best to dodge, but couldn't. In the blink of an eye, the blood scythe was before him. However, he found a fleeting opportunity, created by Moko Yamashita's lagging movements and his backwards dodge, and visualized the dark and freezing background of a starry sky, in which contained a faint, pellucid and dreamy ice spirit glow. Boom! Innumerable specks of dust piled up, igniting an enormous, heavy fireball, crashing into the serenity. It shattered everything and caused a strong destruction. After perfecting Ice Spirit Force and Emperor Yen Force respectively, Liu Cheng's mutated version of Severe Warning correspondingly improved through fascinating changes. How long have I waited for this moment to take the 7 Sins Hadouken head-on? Liu Cheng's eyes widened in anger, propelling himself upwards with a tap of the foot. He threw a crushing punch at the blood scythe. Palm! A terrifying vortex formed at his fist, silently consuming the sanguine glow, putting an end to the terrifying and bizarre threat before it fully developed. The two fists briefly suspended in the air when they were about to touch. Moko Yamashita felt himself turning hollow as his strength seeped away, unable to even retract his arm. What's going on? This is completely different from what Ichii Sakata described. It's way stronger and scarier. In his shock, Moko Yamashita realized his sanguine glow was flowing backwards, before the power scattered, jerking his own soul and body. Thump, thump, thump. Blood filled his mouth as he took 3 backward steps. How can Lu Chang let such a chance go to waste? He prayed after him with attainment formula, retracted his chi and blood for another round of explosive punches. Bam, 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 bang, bang, bang. This time he had the upper hand. Driving the 24 blizzard strikes with force concentration, he launched a flurry of attacks, a dance of Emperor Yen and Ice Spirit that grew increasingly aggressive and vicious. Moko Yamashita struggled to hold his ground, but the opponent's increasing strength made it impossible. He took a step back, then another. Step after step, his situation grew more dire by the minute. The Japanese representatives fell silent in low spirits. Is this for real? Moko-kun is losing. Bam, bam, bam. The fight excited Lu Chang. He began pumping more strength into his kicks and punches, mindless of the exertion. He's going to end it in one go. My current stamina is slightly higher than a newly advanced inhuman. Also, Moko Yamashita is in a bad spot. Right now, every punch and kick he puts up in his desperate defense is going to take up more stamina than me, on the offensive from the high ground. Let's find out who wins in a matchup of stamina. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of punching and kicking filled the place, like a war drum being hammered in the audience's heart. The surface of the arena was in ruins. Pieces of rocks flew all over the place. The reason why the first few rows of audience seating had to be kept empty during a fight between inhumans. Moko Yamashita was a patient samurai. Even in the dire state he was in, even as his stamina sharply decreased, he did not panic. Without a word, he accumulated more emotion. He held out until he finally had enough emotion, and the white hadu around him turned sanguine once more. Dark red, flowing, intimidating. Though he was prepared for it and used forwarding formula in time, his attack slowed down, and Moko Yamashita leapt back with a push of his legs. Trying to run? Can you? Spirited, Lu Chang concentrated his chi and blood again, pouncing after him after leaving a trail of cracks. Let's see how you are going to run in your current state. The fierce fight that lasted until then had their blood boiling and their spirits high. Thankfully, Lu Cheng's ice mirror remained unaffected, reflecting his surroundings and making the right judgments. Suddenly, when Lu Chang had closed up to him, Moko Yamashita lifted his hands to form a strange seal. His expression turned grave and solemn. His eyes locked on Lu Chang. You are strong, I'll give that to you. You deserve to be considered a formidable and worthy opponent for pushing me to this extent. But in the end, the victory belongs to me. Reflected in Lu Cheng's pupils was Moko Yamashita wriggling his abdomen while opening his mouth. Wholeness, he growled. 9-word formula. Wholeness formula. To think Moko Yamashita knew one of the 9-word formulas. The wholeness character was strange and mystical, as if it stimulated his body through drawing from the essence of heaven and earth, and Moko Yamashita became spirited again. His exhaustion and weakness vanished in a flash, and he was at his peak state once again, fully compensated for all his exertions. What the? Lu Cheng's iris shrunk, the feeling of disappointment so strong that he could not suppress all of it. After all that effort to get his powerful inhuman enemy to a dying state, he got back to full health with a wholeness formula. How do I win against that? Snap! The ice mirror in his heart glinted. Suppressing his negative thoughts, he chased up to Moko Yamashita and punched him with a bloated arm. The sanguine glow around Moko Yamashita flickered rapidly. Instead of forming a scythe, it raised his speed and strength, allowing to hammer down in time and parry Lu Cheng's attack with a dull thud. Dynakinesis. Stepping forward, with the sanguine Hadu shaking, Moko Yamashita launched a flurry of attacks around Lu Cheng, forcing him to desperately defend through Dan-force explosions. Lu Cheng's muscles trembled, his bones rattled, and his stamina went down rapidly. It seemed like a matter of time before he lost. Huff! The Japanese representative's side heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions relaxed, filled with anticipation. He just needed a little bit more, sighed Gai Zhong. In unison, Peng Liyun and Ren Li shook their heads at his words. At what's the meaning of this? Zhong Ningtao was confused. So you guys think Lu Cheng still got a chance? Mused and Xiaoyang. Not just a chance, Peng Liyun replied tersely. The Moko Yamashita right now is not as strong as he looks, Ren Li added. That's what she said, but definitely not the case to Lu Cheng, who was on the arena. He felt the sanguine glow all around him so dense that it permeated him, evoking his fear and cowardice. Every hit from Moko Yamashita felt so powerful, similar to his power at the start of fight. No. I have to fight back. Getting suppressed like this won't get me anywhere. Though there were changes in his emotions, Lu Cheng's desire for victory stayed true. When Moko Yamashita's sanguine-glowed fist struck again, Lu Cheng actively put his arm up to defend, a thick layer of ice armor forming around them. In a loud snap, the ice armor shattered. Lu Cheng took the chance and flicked his elbow joint, swinging his forearm forward at Moko Yamashita's face, poised for counterattack. Moko Yamashita unhurriedly lifted his other arm to block the second injection of force from Lu Cheng's fist. He tensed up his right leg, ready to put an end to his opponent's counterattack. Suddenly, with the flick of his finger joints, Lu Cheng's hand snapped open. Frozen to his nails were 5 sharp spikes of ice that shone like the aurora. The third force injection. A vicious look flashed across Moko Yamashita's eyes. He lurked backwards in a sudden motion, avoiding the deadly attack, then brought his right foot up in a kick, leaving a trail of light reminiscent to a razor. Offense is the best defense. But after his third force injection, instead of attacking, Lu Cheng leapt backwards with the spring of his waist. Then he lifted both arms, formed a seal and pointed it towards himself. Fighting, he growled. Even if I were to lose, I'm gonna lose on my last bullet. His muscles bulked and his frame enlarged. He swung out his right arm, which rested in front of his body, whipping up a blast of strong wind. Threatening. A shade of scarlet flashed in Moko Yamashita's eyes, the sanguine light around him turning viscous, forming a scythe that enshrouded his outgoing fists. Boom! The fists colliding made a sound of explosion. Moko Yamashita's forward momentum was brought to an abrupt stop. He slid backwards for almost 2 feet, leaving 2 deep trails in the ground. Lu Cheng was enveloped by the sanguine light, felt as if a bolt of lightning struck him. In the moment of weakness, he took a step back. They recovered at the same time. The white light blanketed Moko Yamashita once again, his expression feral. In the roaring of dragon and howling of tiger, he turned to a huge lump of white Hadu and went on the offensive. Lu Cheng did not back down. Forming the seal again, he pointed it towards himself and shouted the ancient character that embodied indomitable fighting spirits. Fighting formula. As the words hit the ground, he swiped upwards with the back of his fist, which was resting at his lower abdomen. Bulging muscles, blood vessels showing so clearly that every vein can be traced. Boom! The white light scattered. Moko Yamashita flew back by 2 steps. Lu Cheng went still, almost unable to regain his senses from the paralysis and burning sensation. He clearly felt that he was reaching the limits of his spirit. Huff! He exhaled. Mustering his remaining might, he visualized the heavy Emperor Yen statue, hot like the scorching sun. He compressed all the remaining flame force in his body in a lump, got it under control by visualizing Zhu Rong Flame God, then took a step forward and swung out a right straight. Simplified trick of Flame Sect. Internal explosion. Lu Cheng chose this move since his previous severe warning got neutralized. With a whoosh, A faint flame kindled the surface of his fist and his arm, flying towards Muko Yamashita, who had just steadied himself. After the last wave of attack, he wouldn't have the ability to use simplified tricks of physical invulnerability state once more. But he had to do it, for it was not over until he said so. White Hadu danced on the surface of Muko Yamashita's skin, igniting him as he lifted his arm to block. Boom! After the explosion, Muko Yamashita felt his insides rumbling from the horrible concussion. He also felt an extraordinarily stinging from his blood vessels, as if it was being burned. Lu Chang didn't have it easy either. His mind was going blank and his muscles were sore. But right now he was euphoric. That's because the punch had revealed the weakness in Muko Yamashita. Seems like wholeness formula was only good for recovering stamina and wasn't capable of healing internal wounds. The wounds Muko Yamashita suffered had remained and accumulated, and the internal explosion punch had fully triggered it. Now's the chance. Spirited, Lu Chang spread out his arms and activated Zen multiple times. His fists rained down on Muko Yamashita's blocking hand and fist in a chorus of dull thuds. His opponent's eyes dilated as a loud buzzing filled his ears, and his insides continued rumbling. After connecting 11 hits, Lu Chang did a final force concentration, raises his swelled arm high up, supported it with Zen, then smashed it down viciously. Bang! Muko Yamashita jerked. He was seeing stars. Dark red blood oozed out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. No longer able to stand, he fell on the ground of the arena like an avalanche, spitting out bile and nearly fainting. The referee looked at Lu Chang, who stood firm despite the tiredness in his eyes. He raised his right hand before making the announcement. Lu Chang wins. The referee's loud and focused voice resonated throughout the arena. The majority of Japan's representative group, no matter male or female, all looked lost, angry, and sad. It was especially so among Ichii Sakata and other disciples of the extreme Hadu sect, who found it hard to disguise their misery and disappointment. How did Mukokuin lose? How could he lose? As one of the signatures of the extreme Hadu sect, he had surprisingly lost to an opponent who was weaker than him by 1 level and in strength. This was a disgrace. This was a blight to the extreme Hadu sect. Now all the audience both in the stadium or in front of their screen will view extreme Hadu sect. As a joke now, Kaori Karasawa used her finger and poked her face. In silence, she shook her head, forced a smile and said, Mukokuin is still too careless. This was mainly because of his own battle style. Next, the information given by Sakata Ichii was no longer up to date. Mukokuin was too direct and too tough in his approach. Without roundabouts and gentleness, he went against the super killer move of his opponent head-on and suffered substantial damages. This had eventually become a serious hidden problem for the later stage. If it wasn't because of this, even without the wholeness formula, Mukokuin still had a substantial chance of taking this match. If he used the wholeness formula, he would have definitely won. It's really a shame. Obviously, Lu Chang's improvements, changes and performance really made others felt pressured from the bottom of their heart. Hearing the sigh of Tang Zishuan, Sakata Ichii and the rest barely regained their conscience, broke free from their extreme emotions and starting to truthfully understand the battle previously. When they looked towards the ring again, their gazes on Wang Zhang had changed. They were filled with more respect for the strong, astonishment for the one who kept on creating miracles, and their anger for this terrifying enemy. The researcher with messy hair was still in a daze and feeling both frantic enthusiasm and lost at the same time. However, not only had Mukokuin, who promised to collect genetic materials for Great Japan, failed, but he was also beaten and had fallen. He was in a very sorry state as he bled and even threw up water. Above the spectator seats, the audience, with darker skin tone, were initially stunned and unable to believe what they had just seen. After a while, they raised both of their arms and started applauding and dancing. This was to cheer on the boxing arts practitioners for his great performance and also for the young guy who defeated someone stronger than him. An unseeded contestant had actually defeated a monster-level 5th seed. No matter which country one was in, similar incidents would always receive admiration and compliments. Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng. From just a few chants, the sound wave gradually gathered and quickly overlapped as one wave was louder than the previous wave. Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng. Standing sideways and hearing the cheers of citizens from different countries, Peng Liyun turned his head around and looked towards the ring. The lazy feeling in his eyes dissipated without a trace. In his eyes, there seemed to be light gathering, just like a flash of lightning. Subconsciously, he looked towards Ren Li, who was beside him. From each other's eyes, they could see their own reaction. Up till now, he might still have a small lead. However, the three of them were almost at the same starting line now. Following this, it would be a race to see who could make the great leap and ascend to the top in one go. People like these were all proud in their core. They were able to identify their weaknesses but would never believe that they were worse than others. And Chaoyang sank into silence and could only stay so. It was only till he heard Coach Zhong Ningtao sighed, "One with a good reputation will never be without real strength," that he raised his head and spat out a breath. At a remote corner away from the spectator's stand, Bantam with his hands and legs wrapped in bandages, Vagar wearing a general hat and Waku closing his eyes and recuperating for his match subconsciously clenched their fists. A silvery white light flashed across their eyes and they were looking seriously towards the stage. Just as I have said, Lu Cheng might just win. In the live thread, Unparalleled Dragon King used the all-purpose. Pig Riding Knight answered, "This was simply 1 year to reach the Dan stage, 1 year to reach the Inhuman stage. Felt like I'm seeing Dragon King when he was young. No, he's more like the warrior sage currently. I no longer dared to doubt him." Road to Arena used A to reply. Okamoto's fans sniggled, "Yeep, kneel down and lick my toes. We really do have foresight." Wanton Seller wasn't stingy with compliments for herself. "I always have high hopes for him and even passed him a voluntary signature book. An Inhuman younger than 20 had ample time to go for physical invulnerability. He could be considered to have entered the reserved forces. Ha 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 ha. He did not waste my efforts for waking up early for the last few days." Yan Shaoling sent a voice message once again. Sleeping early and getting up early? A plumber eating mushroom had recently gotten used to this fellow forum user who had a childlike face and voice. She couldn't help but insult her. Sleeping at 2-3 o'clock in the morning and waking up at 12 in the afternoon. You are really early. As for Brahmin, she replied, if it isn't me calling you, little Nightfall, you will never have made it. Oh yeah. Let's go tag all-knowing man in ganghood on Weibo and tell him that he can delete his account now. Quick. All-knowing man in ganghood was staring at the computer screen at the moment, looking at the private messages and tagged information he had received. The face turned gray and his eyes were filled with panic. After a while, he resolved himself and intended to lie his way through. The King of Youth Pro League isn't directly broadcasted after all, and the majority of martial arts lovers do not know of such a thing. I can just pretend to be blind and deaf for 10 days and pretend I did not see the reminders. I can decide what to do next after Lu Cheng completed his morphing and obtained his 5th pin certification. I will try my best to direct as many followers as I can for this period. After taking a deep breath, his emotions finally calmed down a little. All-knowing man in ganghood started typing words quickly on his keyboard while continuing to look at his Weibo. He got to make the best use of every second to direct his popularity away. These were all money. After completing his typing, he saved them and decided to refresh the page before editing. When he did so, he was dumbfounded to see the number of messages tagging him appearing like flowers after a rain. There were already over 1,000 messages. Number 1 in searches on the Wei Guangdong app. You got to walk your talk. Don't be a coward if you are a guy. I believe you are someone that will not go against what you promised. Don't pretend you are dead. Oh. What just happened? All-knowing man in ganghood looked through messages after messages. He was both shocked and scared. After researching in detail for a while, he found out that just 10 minutes ago, star Mo Jingting, who had a lot of fans, posted a video stream. At the same time, she used a owl head expression and appended a message. To become an inhuman after less than 2 years of martial arts practice, my little uncle is really great. You are my idol. The face of all-knowing man in ganghood turned pale instantly as he allowed the video stream to buffer. Just as he expected, that was a scene of the first exchange of blows between Lu Chang and Muko Yamashita. It was clear that he had undergone morphing. With his body shaking, all-knowing man in ganghood almost fainted. His complexion was extremely bad and was stunned for a full 5 minutes. He stood up and started to walk around his room in a disorderly manner. He was just like ants on a hot pot. In his mouth, he was mumbling in a low tone constantly, "You guys are forcing me to my death. You guys are forcing me to my death." After a period of time, he sat down with a face full of sorrow, anger, and hatred. He could no longer pretend that he didn't see nor hear of the event. His current fans were all attracted by sensationalizing news. If he didn't fulfill his promise, he would definitely be despised by them. Soon, no one would pay attention to him anymore. All-knowing man in ganghood deleted the long article he wrong on Weibo unwilling, as though his parents had died. He retyped new content and was making a last-ditch attempt. Alright, I admit that Lu Chang is one of the heavenly son of this age. I will also fulfill my wager and delete this account. I will pin this message on Weibo for 1 week as an announcement. When the time comes, I will officially delete this account. If you wish to continue following rumors about martial arts, and for those who wish to continue listening to my analysis if competition, please follow public account number XXXXX. Phew. With a week of time, I should be able to direct quite a number of people there, right? All-knowing man in ganghood clicked the send button. His body lay on the backrest of the chair as though all his energy had been drained away. After which, he logged into the platform to observe the increment of followers. However, the increment was very small. After the wave of the hot topic, the number had even stopped. It's over, it's over. All-knowing man in ganghood seemed to be able to see a stack of notes growing wings and flying away from himself. He closed his eyes and lay on the sofa. Beside the driver's seat of a moving car, Yenjika had made use of the time of the journey to watch the big match between Chang and Muko Yamashita. She was filled with anticipation but also uneasiness while watching. After finishing the video, she refreshed the forum excitedly and started to observe the Weibo of all-knowing man in ganghood. The more she looked at it, the more radiant her smile became. Towards the end, she even let out a peal of clear laughter. Hearing this, the dance stage expert Du Yen, who was driving, turned around and took a glance. Recalling what she had seen from the edge of his view previously, he asked with astonishment and envy, "That brat in that competition is your boyfriend? How old is he and yet he has started morphing? I think his name is Lu Chang? I had practiced martial arts for so many years and up until now, the inhuman stage was still only a dream for me." Yeah. Yenjika covered her mouth and nodded her head slightly. As her eyes turned, he supplemented another line in his heart. "The truth is, he's no longer my boyfriend." On the ring, looking at Muko Yamashita, who was struggling to get up, Lu Chang suddenly felt a million emotions. In the match that just ended, he had won because of his bravery. If he was frightened by the wholeness formula of Muko Yamashita and became depressed, desolate, and not dared to counterattack, undoubtedly, he would have died in a prolonged rematch and suffer the bitter taste of defeat. Truthfully speaking, he was a little arrogant before the match and felt that as long as he could continue the kind of performance he had previously, he would have an equal chance of winning against Muko Yamashita with the improvements and surprise elements brought from the morphing stage. However, the truth taught him that it wasn't only him that could surprise others. The rest could do the same to him too. Phew! Pride and self-inflation weren't things that wouldn't happen after one reflected on it. They would return frequently as one's individual strength increased and experience broadened. Therefore, there's no wonder that people in the past talked about reflecting oneself multiple times every single day. Lu Cheng's emotions had settled and the elation brought by his breakthrough had dissipated substantially. In the cheers of the whole crowd, Moko Yamashita, who finally stood steadily, and Lu Cheng bowed in respect to each other. Turning around, he headed towards the stone steps and walked down. It was then that he completely regained his consciousness from the battle, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable joy. I won. I won against the 5th seed. I won against an expert at the inhuman stage. His steps started to get faster, and he couldn't wait to return to his original position. His target was An Chaoyang. No, his target was the phone in An Chaoyang hands. Just as Lu Cheng ambled back, barefooted, most of the lights in the Shengxiang Stadium went off, except for the ones that illuminated the area connecting the arena and the China representative side. In the darkness, a dreamy and radiant path emerged, which fitted quite well with the resounding chants of Lu Cheng. It was a commendation to the victor, a homage to the underdog hero. Lu Cheng felt amazing, his pace growing brisker, as if he was back in his own country, back in the Songcheng University Martial Arts Club. He put his hands up in the air and clapped in the direction of the surrounding crowds, as a form of appreciation. The voices grew louder until he reached the grandstand, when all the lights switched on again. Not bad, complimented Peng Liyun, restraining his competitive side. He extended his hand with a smile and high-fived his teammate. It's your time to shine, Lu Cheng replied, happiness written all over him. After high-fiving Ren Li, and Chaoyang and Zhong Ningtao respectively, he quickly took his phone back and logged into QQ. A message from Yan Zheke. You have truly met your coach's expectations. Lu Cheng grinned, feeling as if the happiness got amplified by a fold. And, what rewards does Coach Yan have in store for me? He replied. The handmade cakes weren't enough? She replied, before sending another along with a reaction image of a tiny monster licking on an ice cream. You see, the rewards that follows includes handmade waffles, handmade little biscuits. It will last you all the way to the Champions Cup. Lu Cheng chuckled. For a moment he could not find a comeback to his wife's reasonable explanation. He replied after a few seconds. This is quite different from the type of reward I had in mind. What do you have in mind? Replied Yan Zheke. It would have passed off as an actual question, if not for the say it and I will murder you image that came along with it. Lu Cheng shook his head, his lips curving upwards. Cough, for example, going home as a couple, he replied, intrepid. And what would the couple do after they reach home, hehe? You ruined the name of another good libretto, replied Yan Zheke, sighing when she realized she got the double entendre instantly. What are you talking about? I don't get it, replied Lu Cheng, mimicking the girl's usual tone when feigning innocence, topping it off with a, I'm very innocent emoticon. Yan Zheke gaped, debating between whether she should frown or laugh, rendered speechless for a moment. She could feel her Cheng's sense of shame degrading by the day. Go away. I don't have a disciple like you, she replied. Bending his head, Lu Cheng was all smiles as he typed and chatted. Run Li studied him thoughtfully. His soft, unguarded smile. It was starkly different from his usual reserved and distant manner when dealing with girls. Is this the real him? Or are the conflicting personalities both part of him? Over at the Japanese representative's side, Moko Yamashita brushed off helping hands and walked back difficultly on his own strength. I will remember this day and get my revenge for this disgrace, he hissed. The expression on the other samurais turned grave, solemnly witnessing Moko Yamashita's oath. This was a tradition of extreme Hadu sect. Of course, if you fall in the arena, you have to pull yourself up in the arena. Once things settled down, the researcher with unkempt hair looked towards the arena, which was then under repair. We need another plan, he said with a tinge of impatience. At the other side, Lu Cheng was having a blast in his conversation with Yan Zheke, sharing his joy of taking down a strong and human enemy. But soon Yan Zheke sent a emoticon of, class is starting. That meant that she might take 10 to 20, or even 30 to 40 minutes to reply a message, which meant that Lu Cheng, who was having a great time, had to restrain himself and distract himself with something else. Even though he was completely understanding, he still sulked a little. Inhaling, He looked towards the ruined arena. Soon he shifted his gaze again. "Okay, study hard and study smart," he replied, sounding optimistic and humorous. After sending the message, he was lost for a few seconds. Then he remembered another matter. Switching to his contact list, he found the display picture of the military contact, Rapid March. Clicking into it, he swiftly entered a few words. Japan Extreme Hadu Sect. Moko Yamashita controls the wholeness formula. Roger that. Rapid March always seemed to be online. Or perhaps it's not just one person. Lu Cheng deduced quickly. It was best to let the military handle the matter of wholeness formula, since he did not have the resources and manpower for the job. Being a martial artist did not mean that everything had to be done personally. It would be a waste to turn down large organizations when help is offered. Having done that, he had time to browse through his other messages and texts. Congratulatory texts from the Ice God Sect Juniors, led by Mo Jingting. Some jokingly congratulated him on mastering godly kung fu. Others solemnly congratulated him on entering morphing and his imminent inhuman transformation. An inhuman mighty one, below the age of 21, can place top 10 in the Hall of Fame across Ice God Sect's history. Other than Lu Cheng, out of the other 9, 5 made the breakthrough to physical invulnerability state, which was a ratio of more than half. Considering the sky-high threshold, it was a large probability. Lu Cheng had already heard from Yan Zhika that Mo Jingting went out her way to make a post on Weibo, preventing all-knowing man of ganghood from feigning ignorance any longer, and carry out what he promised to do if he lost the bet. Politely, he replied thanks. After settling these matters, he spectated all-knowing man of ganghood, Weibo from the shadows. Refreshing the forum, he realized in Chaoyang almost exposed him. This guy isn't very reliable either, he thought. Though I messed up a couple of times, but overall, I myself am the most reliable after all. While the previous arena received its emergency repairs, the preparations were completed at another arena. The second fight in the top 8 was about to begin. Suddenly, Lu Cheng felt a presence. Lifting his head up, he looked towards the walkway. He saw a woman in suit and tie ambling towards him, her eyes fixed on him, with 2 men in staff attire tailing her. She looked half Shangxianjis and half Caucasian with her delicate and attractive features. She was about 30 and exuded maturity. "Hi there. I'm Catherine, reporter from Fulua TV station. Can I interview you?" she asked in standard English, with an engaging smile. Recently, the English speakers Lu Cheng encountered mostly spoke with a thick accent, from which he could only understand a few words. He almost thought he was illiterate, and that the effort he made in obligatory education, 3 years of high school and 2 years of university, had all gone to waste. When he heard English sentences that he could mostly understand, he was really touched. "I knew it. The one who's at fault isn't me. It's the others in Shengxiang." Before he could speak, Zhong Ningtao replied in equally fluent English. "Sure, Miss Catherine. May I see your identification? Where is the filming crew? We best leave the negotiations to the guide," thought Lu Cheng, exchanging a glance with the others. Catherine took out her identification and passed it to Zhong Ningtao. "This is an impromptu interview, so we don't have a filming crew. Lu Cheng performed very well just now. Everyone liked him, including me, so I wish to learn more about him," she said with a smile. Originally, there were no interviews planned for wild card teams. "Thank you, Miss Catherine. You may begin, you have 5 minutes, Zhong Ningtao said, glancing at his watch. "I'll handle the translation and interpretation." Taking back her identification, Catherine looked towards Lu Cheng. "Hi, Lu Cheng. You seem to be pretty young. From your data, you are 20 years and 6 months old," she asked, smiling. Even though Lu Cheng understood her, he waited until Zhong Ningtao finished translating. "Yes, still half a year away from 21 years old," he replied in Chinese, smiling. After hearing Zhong Ningtao's interpretation, Catherine seemed very interested. "And what is your occupation? Are you in the professional martial arts scene?" she asked. "I'm still a student pursuing my studies," he replied frankly. "Oh, you are still studying? In Shengxiang, you can already start your own dojo and have a huge following," she exclaimed. unable to hide her surprise. With the power Lu Chang had demonstrated, he could already be representing a large sect in Shengxiang, worthy of being addressed as a master. And it turns out he's still a student. Lu Chang stifled his laughter, until Zhong Ningtao completed his procedures. Is it strange to be a student? They are students too, undergraduates, he said, pointing towards Peng Liyun and Ren Li. He could not help but add in a tongue-in-cheek comment. You wouldn't be surprised if you were a reporter from Japan. Over there, it's always the students saving the world, and they return to their lessons afterwards too. The guide will probably leave this part out in his interpretation, so there was no harm in having a little fun. As expected, amidst the laughter of Peng Liyun and the others, Zhong Ningtao only translated the first part. Oh, how peculiar! Is this the newest trend in China? Said Catherine, stunned and in awe. After regaining her composure, she asked Lu Chang a couple of other things. How long he had been studying martial arts, what competitions had he competed in before, and received answers that shocked her even more. 5 minutes passed quickly. She looked at her watch, exhaled. You are an amazing person. I am very honored to have the chance to interview you, she said with a bright smile. Thanks, Lu Chang replied, smiling to show his appreciation. During the interview, with the guide's filter in play, he answered every question unreservedly, fully demonstrating his roasting prowess with his savage replies. After waving goodbye, right before turning away, she beamed at Lu Chang. Actually, I do know Chinese, she said in perfect Chinese. My grandmother is a scholarly Chinese. But during interviews, I have to use English or Shengxianjis, she said. Lu Chang paused, then blushed. Wait, so you understood everything I said? I just performed a one-man stand-up comedy? Catherine left trying hard to contain her laugh. An unrestrained laughter erupted around him, from Peng Liyun and Chaoyang, Ren Li and Zhong Ningtao. Fuck, it's all Xiao Ming's fault that I picked up his bad habit. Now I managed to embarrass myself overseas, thought Lu Chang as he hid his face inside. Vagar and Banam both won by a landslide in less than 2 minutes, and the fourth fight was about to begin. Peng Liyun versus number 3 seed Waku, a sadhu who practiced the arts of Arhat. Theravada was a branch of Buddhism commonly known as Hinayana. However, they would never call themselves that and hated when others called them that. At the same time, they rejected what was known as Bodhisattva or Mahayana Buddhism. Based on the viewpoints of the 3 sects of Semitic, heresy was worse than followers of other religions. This branch was strict and highly disciplined. They followed traditions closely and practiced asceticism. With 16 insight knowledge and for sacred teachings at their core, they practiced to become Arhat in the modern times. Arhat was also known as the self-practice man and lacked the desire to help mankind. After understanding the miseries in the world and that everything was just illusory, they would only seek individual reprieve. In other words, before they completely surpassed reincarnation, they were very strong individually. It was especially so in the spiritual aspect as they were clearly unique and stronger than their peers. Waku was a monk like this and had practiced the 16 insight knowledges, to the 11th stage of Savkarapeka Bana. Through this, he clearly understood the body and desires were illusory and no longer felt persistence nor nostalgic for things. He would also be filled with indifference and alienation. At this stage, his spirits would be in an extraordinary stage and his strength would be frightening. The fact that he was ranked as the 3rd seed was a testament to it. He wouldn't be weaker than Peng Liyun by much, Lu Chang thought to himself. In his mind, various situations with Waku flashed past. At this moment, he heard the voice from the announcement and saw Peng Liyun, who was beside him, stood up gradually. His eyes were focused and no longer drifting. Lu Chang secretly smiled to himself, clenched his fist, and shouted softly, "All the best." "Yeah," Peng Liyun responded with a fist bump. His muscles and tendons were all shaking faintly, indicating the agitation and excitement in his heart. Seeing this, Lu Chang didn't know why but wanted to mourn in silence for 5 seconds for Waku. The 1st generation machine of Shangqing sect had finished recharging. After bumping fist with Ren Li and Chaoyang and Zhong Ningtao, Peng Liyun turned his body around and walked towards the ring with his aura rising. With every step, his surroundings seemed to get darker and pressurized. Dark clouds were almost formed and thunderous explosion sounds seemed to be sweeping every dissension in the world away. Such an imposing momentum seemed to have materialized and was comparable to a senior inhuman stage fighter. However, Vagar, who was approaching directly towards him, still maintained a miserable face. Only those eyes of his seemed deeper, as though he had seen through the surrounding illusions. He wasn't affected by it at all. With regards to that, Peng Liyun was neither disappointed or frustrated. On the contrary, radiant light was gathering within his pupils, similar to the lightning that was about to strike down. The fighting intention was getting thicker and thicker. When the two of them stood on the predetermined position respectively, the referee raised his right hand without any delay, swung it down and shouted, "Begins!" Peng Liyun lowered his body, gathered his chi, and his body immediately leapt up like a piece of cloud swinging over. What followed the light-weighted leapt was a loud explosion and intense vibration of the ring, causing Waka's body to sway. His flash attack was no longer the same as previous. In a flash, as though there were afterimages, Peng Liyun appeared in front of Waku. He extended his right arm and turned it to a large hammer. Surrounding it with buzzing visible silver-white lightning, he smashed it towards his opponents fiercely. Waku did not move. He didn't even try to resist the vibrations of his body. Facing this hammer of Peng Liyun, he heaved a sigh, after which he took a simple stride ahead, stabilized himself and responded with a straight punch. In the ensuing loud explosion, the hatred and will of abandonment in his eyes got stronger. His skinny stature seemed to be inflated and patches of gold started to appear on his yellowish skin. His punch had landed accurately on his opponent's wrist. Buzz! Silver light was flickering and Waku felt as though his hands had contacted countless needles. His body was shaking and couldn't complete the subsequent movements properly. However, his expression and gaze did not change at all. It was as though the one who got an electric shock wasn't him. As for Peng Liyun, various uncomfortable feelings started rising. He felt just like being exposed in the rain and shine, enduring unbearable hunger and experiencing the various miseries of dehydration. This caused him to be slower by a beat before regaining his conscience. As a result, he wasn't able to leverage on the opportunity when Waku temporarily lost control of his body. Heart Reflection Punch, a secret fist martial arts of Theravada. Through this, he would be able to reflect what was in his mind on his opponent's mind. At the same time, the opponent would experience the trials and the various feelings Waku had suffered. At this moment, radiant light started gathering in the eyes of Peng Liyun once again, and the surrounding was illuminated. In his mind, he started visualizing a green-colored jade amulet in the sky with electrical circuits forming complicated seals. Bam! He straightened his body and his muscles started inflating as blood was pumping into it. Without dodging, he took huge strides ahead, holding his fist and ready to strike. Thunder Sec's simplified physical invulnerability move, Thunder Seal. Seeing this, Lu Chang couldn't help but smile. He opened his mouth and scolded. He's playing again. Since he knew the uniqueness of heart-reflecting punch, the best choice for Peng Liyun would be to go with the momentum and use Dan Force to propel his machine fist, and launched a series of fierce attacks to not give Waku the opportunity to reflect his heart on his. However, he had chosen to use simplified physical invulnerability, move to attack and not avoid the needle head. Other than wanting to experience the marvelous aspect of heart-reflecting punch, there's no other explanation for doing so. Facing an expert who was at the same inhuman stage as him, he actually still dared to allow his opponent to showcase his strength. Play is an apt word. The bottled and gentle and Chaoyang nodded his head with approval. As for Ren Li, she was looking at the ring with a puzzled look. She was suspecting that Peng Liyun had something deeper objective hidden behind his decision to not go with the best response. Humph, it must be so. Lu Chang shook his head and laughed again. What would happen if he lost because he was playing? What else could be done? Nonetheless, you are already in the top 8. Ren Li is 90% sure too, and Chaoyang also has his chances. Having one eliminated can still be taken as showing respect to the host country. Laughed Zhong Ningtao calmly. This can also teach Peng Liyun a lesson so that he will not be so arrogant in the future. How good is this? Do you think this is possible? Lu Chang did not look at the coach but turned and looked at Chaoyang. Would the big devil accept this type of lesson? I don't think this is likely. Chaoyang heaved a sigh. Me too. Lu Chang also heaved a sigh. When they talked, the situation on the field had changed. Facing Peng Liyun's thunder seal, Waku didn't attempt to dodge too. His gaze seemed to have seen through the material world, and a faint golden light started enveloping his body. After which, he moved his elbow, clenched his fist and threw it upward. He was going to fight Peng Liyun head-on and fight toughness with toughness. Rumble. The fist collided, the golden and dull green light intertwined. Their muscles and tendons could be seen, and suddenly, a loud explosion propagated from mid-air as though a bolt lightning had exploded on the spot. Peng Liyun's vision turned black and his mind had an unexplainable reflection. He was experiencing the aging of his body, and as time passed, he felt more and more powerless. For an expert that habitually relied on his martial arts, this was the most brutal and painful thing. They had spent a substantial part of their lives to train diligently in order to obtain such strength. Yet, because of the aging of their body, they gradually lost their strength. Till the end, there would be nothing left, and they might not even be able to defeat a young kid that had just started entering the path of martial arts. How weak was this, and how pathetic would this be? Heart-reflecting punch. Old. This was opposite from the previous strike. Misery. Although Peng Liyun was still in his prime years and couldn't understand such miseries, being in the Shangxing sect allowed him to see the miseries of many elders after they aged. He had seen many of them plagued by the miseries of old injuries and the helplessness as they lied paralyzed on their deathbeds. Peng Liyun had long felt strongly about these, and Waku, through injecting his own experiences of aging into Peng Liyun, had caused him to remember those memories. Suddenly, the fear hidden deep within him suddenly erupted. In an instant, he stood dazedly at the original spot. Cold sweat was breaking from his face, and he seemed stuck in a nightmare that he could not wake up from. He even did not think of recalling Thor's image to suppress his mind. As for Waku, who had received his punch, his clothes were already tattered. His arms that were emanating golden light were slightly burned, and his whole body was twitching incessantly. He was completely paralyzed and couldn't tell what was happening. However, he had trained his body through miseries and had extremely strong resistance to pain, burns and lightning strikes. He had recovered first. With a face full of miseries, he twisted his waist and threw out his left arm. Seeing that Waku's almost flat fist about to land outside the throat of him, without knowing why, Peng Liyun suddenly seemed to have suffered a double stimulation. He broke free from the nightmare of aging, and vitality reappeared in his eyes. Radiant light was gathering, and a white flash was formed in a blink of an eye. The vortex in his body was circulating at extreme speed, and the sound of motor propagated to the surrounding. In the face of Waku's fist, he became like a paper, and was pushed back by the wind pressure, and managed to dodge this lethal strike by the slimmest of margin. This was a very simple application of unlike poles attracts and like poles reflects. In the two electric strike previously, using his extremely strong control over the core techniques of the magnet sect of the thunder sect, Peng Liyun had spread a layer of electric charges that could be maintained for several seconds over the surface of Waku's body. These charges were completely the same as those around his body, and therefore when his opponent attacked, he got a response. Coupled and stacked with absolute reaction, he broke free from the feelings transmitted from heart-reflecting punch. He was able to execute the techniques of the magnet sect and salvage himself from a defeat. Waku wasn't depressed and activated heart reflection again, and used the killer move of this technique, 6 paths of reincarnation punch. From his perspectives, the 6 paths of reincarnation did just exist in the books of Buddhism and also existed in the world. These were illusory things but manifestations of the human mind, among which hungry ghost path was synonymous to greed and unrestraints. Animal path was synonymous to uncontrollable desires. Asura path referred to the bloodlust and desire for violence in everyone. Human path was the manifestation of the cause and effects of various loves, hates, and grudges. Hell path was the extreme end of human path and represented the miseries caused from extreme love, extreme hatred, and extreme jealousy, and was the opposite side of human path. As for Deva path, it referred to the mental state for those who had great cultivation level. These people had gotten away from the remaining give paths and obtained peace and freedom. However, this mental state had not reached the point of unconventional and had not escaped from reincarnation. They might be affected by other factors anytime, controlled by their emotions, and fell back into miseries. As the saying went, on one thought it was peace, on the other thought it was hell. 6 paths of reincarnation, a reflection of various aspects of the world. Waka's eyes shimmered in a layer of golden light. However, the light was dull and alluring, calming his heart. Pa! His punch started from his waist level and brought with it a crisp sound without any weird signs. 6 reincarnation punches. Hungry ghost path. Peng Liyun struck again and used thunderbolt fire to withstand the strike. He did not experience the feelings of misery and age as before, and therefore launched his attacks nonchalantly. However, unknowingly, he felt more and more frustrated as he fought and started to neglect the surrounding more and more. It was as though he was trying to finish his opponents quickly and finding out the weaknesses of his opponents quickly. Waku defended patiently and used both of his fists and legs to drag for time. From time to time, he would supplement his attacks with another blow of hungry ghost path, while solidly defending. Other than his skin turning a little dark from the burns and the stacking of numbness throughout his body, there were no other signs. As they fought on, their intense fight had reached the edge of the ring. As Waku tilted his body to the side, Peng Liyun pounced forward and almost fell off from it. As he twisted his waist, he suddenly awakened and realized the peculiar feeling in his body and mind. He immediately started visualizing the utmost Yang Thor's image to dispel all the distracting thoughts. When Waku saw this scene, the golden light in his eyes immediately started turning red till it became a dark blood-like red. 6 paths of reincarnation punch could be applied on himself too. While thinking of Arhat, he was practicing the arts of Asura. Kacha. Waka's body seemed to have expanded as he grew by a few centimeters. The power of his muscles clashed towards Peng Liyun solidly as he tried to directly knock him off the ring. At this stage, it was too late to remain calm.